Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you are enjoying our unit text on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So today we're gonna see second part, what if Harry Potter took on death itself to save a stranger. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. When Harry sacrifices himself to save a dying stranger, he takes on a burden darker than anyone could imagine. Now, with death itself inside him, every choice he makes could change the fate of the wizarding world. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. The next day, Harry wasn't feeling very well. He suspected that he had overdone it with his magic the day before and was now paying the consequences. When they were walking to potions, Harry had to stop and grab Ron's arm at one point when he thought he would collapse. Ron and Hermione stopped and looked at him worriedly as Ron steadied him. "Hey, mate, you okay?" he asked quietly. Harry nodded. "Yeah, I'm fine, just a little dizzy." "Give me just a second," he said quietly. Hermione and Ron exchanged a worried look when they were sure Harry couldn't see. "Oi, Potty, are you and the Weasel a couple now? I can understand wanting to do better than a mudblood, Weasley, but Potter. That's just pathetic," came a familiar drawling voice. Harry looked up wearily to see Malfoy with his gang observing them with a smug look on his face. He had noticed a drastic decline in the derogatory comments ever since he had saved Malfoy from falling in the Quidditch game. Now, however, the owned was with his posse and couldn't bypass the opportunity to torture the Gryffindors. Harry immediately let go of Ron's arm, trying not to sway. "Shove off, ferret face," Ron snapped. "Go gel your hair or whatever it is you spoiled brats waste your time doing." Malfoy decided to ignore Ron's comment and raised an eyebrow at Harry, who was trying and failing to stop his slight shivering. Harry knew he must have looked awful, but tried to appear as if he was fine. Unfortunately, Malfoy noticed. "What's wrong with you, Potter? You look like you're dying." "Can't get my hopes up though, now can I?" Malfoy drawled, evoking sniggers from his followers. Ron stilled, his face losing all color as a look of pure rage crossed over his features. Harry grabbed his arm weakly. "Ron, it's fine. Leave it. It's not worth getting into trouble." His words were lost as Hermione walked up to Malfoy, twisted her arm back and punched him full force in the face, causing the Slytherin to stumble back. Her eyes glinted with fury. Malfoy put a hand to his face. His jaw dropped in shock. He looked back at her in shock, blood streaking down from his nose. Hermione stuck her index finger right up in his face. "Don't you ever say something like that again, you bastard. Ever. Do you understand me?" she screamed hysterically. Crabbe and Goyle stepped toward her, fists raised, but Malfoy raised a hand to stop them. "You don't hit girls," he said as if horrified they had even thought about it. "We are civilized, unlike some people who resort to barbaric ways." He then turned to Hermione, who was still glaring at him. "Gutsy, Granger," he said quietly. "Just remember, there are other forms of revenge that are worse than a simple punch. I'd watch my back if I were you," he said ominously before stalking down the hall angrily, his posse following him. Pansy Parkinson raced after him, waving a handkerchief, yelling for him to let her take care of him. Ron and Harry looked at Hermione in disbelief. She was massaging her fist. "I don't understand why people always use their fists to fight. It's a lot less painful to just cast a spell and the effects can be more creative," she said calmly. "My own, that was brilliant," Ron said in awe. "You are my hero." "Yeah, my own. Thanks. I mean, wow, you kicked his ass," Harry said in wonder. Hermione blushed slightly. "Well, I really shouldn't have resorted to violence. How will you boys ever take me seriously again when I tell you not to do it?" she said, trying not to let her cheerfulness show, but failing. "That is definitely a moment I want to freeze in my mind forever," Ron said blissfully. The look on Malfoy's face was priceless. He turned to some students that were walking by. "That's my girlfriend," he said excitedly. He picked her up and twirled her around. She screamed and told him to put her down before she cursed him, causing Harry to burst out laughing. Remind me never to ask you for romance advice, Harry sniggered. Ron made a face at him. Well, Harry, at least I have a girlfriend, Ron teased, throwing her arm around an indignant-looking Hermione, who didn't like Ron referring to her as his girlfriend in front of her. She said it made her sound like an object, though neither of the boys really understood it. Well, I have a stalker, beat that, Harry said. Ooh, a stalker. How romantic. Har, Ron said with a roll of the eyes. He does have a few fan clubs as well, Ron, Hermione reminded him with an innocent smirk of revenge. Girls worship him without him even having to say hello. Ron opened his mouth but couldn't think of a retort. Ha, Harry said triumphantly. Then a thoughtful look crossed his face. Actually, that's quite disturbing, he said as an afterthought. Don't worry, we can just set my own on them if they get out of control. Ron said excitedly. Hermione rolled her eyes. Come on, you two warmongers, we're going to be late to class if we don't hurry, she said, attempting to suppress a smile. She led the way, while Ron kept a watchful eye on Harry as discreetly as possible. As they reached the potions classroom door, Ron had to grab Harry's elbow to steady him. Harry gave him a thankful smile. Harry, maybe you should skip class today, Hermione said worriedly. No, I'm fine. Besides, I'm already getting behind in class from skipping too many days. I'll be fine, he said determinedly, walking through the classroom door. Hermione and Ron exchanged a look before following him. As Harry had been getting progressively weaker and more ill, everyone had tried to encourage him to take it easy, but the Gryffindor seemed adamant on not falling behind in his schoolwork. His two best friends couldn't understand why it mattered so much, for obvious reasons, but didn't dare bring up the question with Harry, since Harry's death was an untouchable subject among them. Hermione thought it may because Harry needed to feel as if he was still in control of something and had chosen his grades for that need, while Ron argued that Harry just hadn't given up hope yet. The three sat down as Snape stalked in, robes billowing in their usual threatening way. He quickly explained the potion they were making that day and snapped at them to get to work. Ron paired up with Neville so that Hermione could pair up with Harry to help him in case he began to get worse. It was an unspoken agreement between Harry's three friends that he was quickly catching on to, but didn't bother arguing with. As the period went on, Harry began to wish that he had followed his friend's advice, as he was feeling extremely fatigued and shaky. Harry, can you hand me my manticore saliva? Hermione asked as she stirred in a pinch of crushed dragon claw. Harry grabbed the vial and held it out to her, but his hand was trembling so much that it slipped from his grasp and shattered upon hitting the table. The potion hissed as it formed a puddle on the table. Oh Merlin, my own, I'm so sorry. I'll pay for it. We can use mine, he apologized as he grabbed a rag and began rapidly wiping it up. Hermione put a hand over his trembling ones. Harry, it's okay, she whispered. Harry looked up and met her worried eyes. I think you should go to the. She was cut off when the pair heard a plop in their cauldron. Harry whipped his head up and saw Malfoy looking at them with a smug smirk on his face that simply sang revenge. My own. Harry gasped as their potion began to steam. They both threw their potions books in front of their faces in the nick of time. The explosion was small, but it was obvious their potion was ruined. The few splatters on their books were eating holes through the covers. Hermione glared daggers at the blonde Slytherin, but Harry couldn't manage such a scathing look. Instead, he tried to discreetly grab the table for support as his legs began to be more and more unwilling to support his body. Hey, Har, you all right? Ron asked worriedly. Before he had a chance to answer, somebody grabbed his upper arm. Harry looked up to see an angry-looking Snape. Potter. Granger. I've had enough of your foolish horseplay. Into my office, now. He yelled, dragging Harry toward his office door, Hermione scrambling after them. If Harry didn't know any better, he would have said that Snape was actually helping him walk, but was sure that the professor didn't realize that his grip on Harry's arm was the only thing keeping him from collapsing. Snape threw open the door and let Hermione get through before following with Harry and slamming the door. Behind the closed door, the potion master's expression immediately softened to an impassive look that may have contained the slightest hint of concern. He helped Harry over to the same couch Harry had laid on before with shards of glass protruding from his back. He put the back of his hand to Harry's forehead, wordlessly got up and retrieved a fever-reducing potion. He poured a bit into a cup, and in taking in Harry's trembling hands, handed it to Hermione. I can do it myself, Harry said indignantly, reaching for the cup, but Hermione gently pushed his shaky hand away. Harry, please. Just let me. Remember the vial in potions just now. Harry sighed as Hermione held the cup to his lips. He sipped it down, wincing at the bitter taste. Since you've been taking this potion so often, Potter, I'm afraid that it will take longer to feel its effects. You two may both remain in here for the remainder of class. I will have Weasley and Longbottom clean up the mess. But Professor, it was Malfoy who, Hermione protested. Snape held up a hand to stop her. Miss Granger, I am aware of what goes on in my classroom. I'll be forced to take 15 points from Gryffindor, he said apathetically as he put a scowl back on his face and stalked back into his classroom, slamming the door behind him. Humph. I can't believe he doesn't see what Malfoy does, Hermione sighed as she sat down beside Harry. Of course he sees it. That's what he just said, Harry said sleepily. But then why? He's a spy, remember. He has to keep up to Death Eater children to keep Voldemort from getting suspicious, and Malfoy is one of them. It's not fair. Course it's not, but then again, what is? Harry said with a sad smile. There was a long pause before Hermione buried her face in her hands and began to cry. Hermione, I'm sorry, I didn't mean, Harry started frantically, kicking himself for being so stupid. She quickly wiped her tears and hugged Harry. I know. But you're right. It isn't fair. It shouldn't be you. Feeling Harry shivering slightly, she remembered his fever. She pulled away and instructed Harry to lie down, using her thighs as a pillow. After a brief battle with Harry claiming that he wasn't tired, Hermione won as usual. She took off her cloak and draped it over her friend like a blanket. Harry murmured his thanks. She stroked his hair like her mother used to after nightmares. I could get used to this. I feel like a lap dog, Harry mumbled. Both laughed. I've done this to Ron a few times in the common room and he's always dead asleep in less than a minute, Hermione said with a smile. Then I definitely think he's got the better deal in this friendship, Harry teased, eyes resting closed. Hermione laughed quietly. Well, too bad for you, I have a thing for redheads, she smirked. I know how that is, he mumbled. Hermione's hand froze. Harry, do you mean Ginny? She whispered excitedly. Harry groaned with a blush and pulled Hermione's cloak over his head. She laughed and yanked it back down. Harry looked up at her with a guilty expression. Don't tell Ron. He'd curse me and throw me in a vat of boobotuber pus. Hermione laughed. Are you kidding? Who would he approve of more to date his little sister? He already told me at the dance that he thinks you two would be a great couple. Really? Harry asked in surprise. Really? Harry's smile turned into a sad one. He sighed. It doesn't matter though. What doesn't matter? All of it. I couldn't do that to her, he murmured, turning his eyes away. Hermione pushed back tears as she remembered that June was starting in only a few days. There was another long silence. Harry, are you scared? She whispered, unsure if he was even awake. A little, he whispered, opening his eyes, but not looking at hers, but it won't be so bad, I think. Everybody does it at some point, right? Dumbledore says it's the next great adventure. That doesn't sound so bad, right? He says it's like going to bed after a very long day. He trailed off, remembering the conversation they had had at the end of his first year. His breathing soon evened out and Hermione knew he was asleep. Only then did she let her tears come again. After class, Ron was led into Snape's office to find Harry asleep with his head on Hermione's lap, with her absent-mindedly stroking his hair. She looked up and caught his eye, giving him a sad smile. How's he doing? Ron asked quietly. Well, Snape gave him a fever-reducing potion, so hopefully he won't feel as sick. He just seems pretty exhausted. He's always exhausted, Ron said, unsure of why they always seemed to state the obvious. Snape stalked in, straight to his potions supply. He selected a few potions and then turned to Ron. Weasley, can I trust you to be competent enough to follow some simple instructions? Potter can't be trekking to the hospital wing every time he feels sick, especially now that he's not as strong. Since you're sharing a dorm with Potter, it will be easier to trust this with you, but if your intelligence is truly as dismal as what you demonstrate in my classroom. I can do it, sir, Ron said in annoyance. Snape set out a few potions bottles. This is a dreamless sleep potion. Potter's used it enough to know how much to take, but in case you need to know for some reason, he should take this if he's in excessive pain at night and can't sleep. Just fill this vial halfway and that should do. Don't let him use this too often, or it will begin to have negative side effects. You got that, Weasley? Ron nodded, having never concentrated on learning potions more in his life. This bluish one is the fever-reducing one, but make sure he doesn't take that one more than once a day and no more than half a cupful. If it more serious than just a fever, though, get Madame Pomfrey to check on him instead of giving him the potion. The yellowish one will give him a bit of an energy boost if he needs one, but no more than a spoonful a day. This is the one I'm trusting you to regulate, as I suspect that Potter may try to take more as the fatigue sets in even more. Ron nodded. Give him a cup of the green one if he doesn't eat during the day. If he can't keep it down, it may have to be injected. Ron gulped. Injected? Yes, Weasley. With a needle. I'm sure you understand the concept, Snape said sarcastically. Sir, I'll teach you how to do it, Weasley. Potter can do it himself most of the time, I'm just teaching you in case he can't. Can you handle this? Because if you can't, I need to find someone who can, Snape said seriously, though without his usual snappish tone. No, I can do it if someone teaches me, Ron said, feeling slightly uneasy at the thought of having to poke a needle into his best friend's arm. This one is perhaps the most important. You must remember this one, because if you ever need to use it, it's very probable there won't be anyone around to remind you how to do it. This is for emergencies. If there is another incident like the one in the hallway a few months ago, if he collapses, you must inject this into his system as quickly as you can. If he's not too far off, it should bring him back long enough to get the proper potions into him. If it's worse, it should at least keep him alive until somebody gets there. Do you understand? Ron nodded solemnly. I know it's unpleasant to think of these things, but it's a reality you must be prepared for, Snape said, almost regretfully. Granger, wake up Potter. Weasley, are you sure you can do this? He asked, pulling out a syringe from a drawer. Ron nodded nervously. Hermione shook Harry until his eyes fluttered open. What time sit? Harry mumbled groggily. Where? He started, looking blankly around. We're in Professor Snape's office, remember Harry? As Harry began to wake up slightly more, he watched confusedly as Snape showed Ron how to fill a needle and tap it for air bubbles, and then making Ron do it himself. It's imperative to get rid of any air, or there's a risk of death, Snape said. Ron blanched. I can't do this. Weasley, I trust that you can, and I don't easily place my trust in people, Snape said quietly. Ron nodded, trying to not let his fear show. No, Potter, don't get up just yet. I'm teaching your friend how to give you a shot. He's going to give you an energy potion through injection. Is that all right with you? Ron and Hermione both were slightly surprised at the professor's concerned tone. Though he still held his usual cold tone, there was something else that the two didn't miss. Harry looked confused but nodded. Ron took the syringe and knelt by Harry. He was terrified. Ron, it's okay. I've gotten a billion shots before. You'll do fine. I trust you, Harry said in a reassuring voice that helped calm Ron's nerves slightly. Snape pointed out the vein that Ron was to put it into and explained the angle to do it at. All right, Weasley, are you ready? Ron nodded. Harry looked away, something Ron was very thankful for. He didn't want to see the wince of pain as the needle went in. He held Harry's elbow with one hand and the syringe with the other. Better not hurt me, Ron, or Hermione might just beat you up, Harry teased with a smirk. Ron laughed, remembering Hermione's punch to Malfoy's face. Harry seemed to be taking the shot as a light matter, and Ron's nerves immediately relaxed. He took a deep breath and stuck the needle into Harry's arm. Harry stiffened slightly as Ron pushed in the plunger, sending the potion into Harry's bloodstream. Ron pulled out the needle quickly but smoothly, and immediately stuck a piece of cotton that Snape gave him over the small hole. Harry held the cotton ball to his arm and bent his arm a few times to get the circulation going. "Aw, come on, Ron. That didn't even hurt. What's the fun of playing doctor if you don't even get to make people cry when you jab needles into them?" Harry joked. "Doctor?" Ron asked in confusion. "Healer," Hermione corrected Harry. "Yeah, that," he said as he sat up off of Hermione's lap. "How is that working, Potter?" Snape asked with apparent ambivalence. "It's great, Professor. I'm not feeling tired at all." "Thank you," Harry said sincerely. "All right, but as I just told Weasley, no more today. He can inform you about the doses you are permitted to take. Now, I do have better things to do than entertain 3 Gryffindors, so take your potions and leave," he said in his usual cold tone. Ron and Hermione rushed out of the office, but Harry lingered slightly. He turned back at the door. "Thank you, Professor, for everything," he said quietly enough that Hermione and Ron wouldn't hear him. He then slipped out of the office, grabbed his stuff and quickly caught up to his 2 friends who were waiting for him. Snape was momentarily stunned and stared at the closed door for a few minutes after the students had left. It wasn't too often that people appreciated anything he did. He suddenly realized that his mouth was resting in a half smile. It scared him. He hadn't smiled and he thought back and couldn't remember the last time he smiled. Immediately, he put his usual scowl on his face and felt significantly more at home, but couldn't put any conviction behind it. He silently cursed Harry for screwing up his facial expression system, trying to ignore how good it felt to finally have something to smile about. After classes that day, Harry was standing in the halls talking to Ron, Eloise and Neville when he felt somebody tugging lightly at his robes. He looked down to see Charles Crabbe looking up at him with a black eye and a proud expression. "Hey Harry," he said cheerfully. "Merlin, Charles, what happened?" Harry asked, taking in the black eye. If anything, Charles looked even more cheerful at the question. "Well, I was walking toward my dorm and there was some people in my house picking on this Gryffindor, Dennis Creevy or something. Anyways, I don't know what came over me, but I used that Expelliarmus thing you taught me on them and told the Griff to run. And then, one of the Slytherins told my brother what I did, and Vincent punched me in the face. But I told him I thought house rivalries are stupid and that I don't want to bully people around like him. Then I ran for my life, and I think he might kill me, but I don't really care. The Gryffindor came up to me after and said thank you. He compared me to you. He said I acted like a hero," he said beaming. "Charles, that's great. Are you sure that's what you want though? Your brother and housemates might give you a hard time about it, if that eye is any indicator," Harry asked worriedly. "Of course I'm sure. I figured out that I don't really want to be like Vincent. He just follows Draco around all the time. I do not want to follow someone around all the time and act like they're South Avenue," he said firmly. "Well, good for you," Eloise said. Charles beamed at her. Suddenly Harry felt himself being roughly whipped around. He was soon facing a very looking older Crabbe brother. "What are you doing with my brover?" Crabbe growled. Harry realized that was probably the longest sentence he'd ever heard Crabbe say before. He didn't think it would be appropriate to comment on this fact in front of Crabbe's younger brother. "We were just talking," Harry said calmly. "You been puttin' ideas in his head. Your brother is a very smart person. He can decide for himself what he does. You could learn a lot from him." Crabbe grabbed Harry by the collar, but there were immediately 4 wands trained on him, including Charles's wand. "Don't even think about it," Neville said in his most menacing tone, which was about as frightening as a flobberworm, but Harry appreciated the gesture. "Put him down or I'll curse you so bad you won't be able to tell your face from your ass, though it already is a difficult distinction," Eloise put in. Charles chuckled at this. "Let him go now," Ron said forcefully. "Yeah, Vincent. Let him go. Let him go or I'll tell Mum. She thinks you're a perfect gentleman at school. I'm sure she'd be interested to know that you bully people around in such an uncivilized manner," Charles added. Crabbe glared at them all but let go of Harry's robes and took a step back. "I'm gonna tell Dad on you," he growled at Charles. "If you do, I'll tell Mum on you. So I suggest you keep your mouth shut." Crabbe was at a loss for words, which didn't come as much of a surprise to anyone, so he just simply walked away, defeated. That was a brave show, Ron said to Charles with a smirk. Charles grinned broadly, obviously enjoying this new, standing up for people, thing. Harry suggested that Charles go to Madame Pomfrey about his eye before it swelled up too badly, and the boy went off to follow the advice, looking ready to conquer the world. That night, Harry walked into the Great Hall and, in seeing who was there, nearly ran back out. The reporter that had written the article in Witch Weekly about him and harassed him in Hogsmeade was standing in the shadows near the Gryffindor table. Yet, when the reporter saw him, though she looked very excited, she made no move to come toward him. Harry quickly looked at Cho, but the Ravenclaw didn't seem to have noticed the reporter and was chatting away with her friends in between sipping her drink. He cautiously took his seat at the Gryffindor table. He looked up to the headmaster questioningly, but Dumbledore gave him no indication of what was going on, aside from the amused twinkle in his eye. He was about to ask if anyone knew why a Teenage Witch magazine reporter was at Hogwarts, just standing off in the shadows, but was interrupted by someone calling for attention at the Ravenclaw table. Cho had climbed up onto the table and was clapping her hands at people, as if trying to catch a dog's attention. As you all obviously know, my name is Cho Chang. You may have seen my name in Witch Weekly a few weeks ago. Let me tell you, it wasn't easy getting there, but took a lot of smart thinking, with my gorgeous looks helping me a bit, to manage to get my name in print, she said proudly, ignoring the fact that everyone was staring at her as if she had grown two heads. I figured that to become famous by myself would be a lot of work, so I brilliantly decided that it would be much easier to just date a celebrity. Lucky for me, we have one in our school, Harry Potter. I don't really like the bugger or anything, much too righteous and friends with absolute trash. But he's pretty good looking and he had the hero and Quidditch star reputation, so I could deal with him. I am an excellent actress and figured I could just fool him into thinking I fancied him. Then we'd date and get me into the limelight. Everybody's jaws, including Harry's, was hanging open at this point. Many people started whispering or giggling. Harry looked to the reporter. She looked as if she had just been announced as Minister of Magic as a magical quill jotted down everything Cho was saying. Unfortunately, Harry wasn't as eager to go along with my plan as I thought. I mean, he asked somebody else to the dance and wouldn't ditch her to go with me. And then at the dance, he got mad because I told them that the Weasley girls' family was poor. How was I supposed to know that he was that close with them? He was so snappy. I even tried dotting him out on the balcony, but he told me that he wouldn't go out with someone who was just trying to get into the Daily Prophet. He was supposed to fancy me. That was the last straw. By now, the whole hall had figured out that Cho must be under the influence of some kind of potion or spell to be admitting to all this stuff. Students began looking around the hall trying to determine who had done it. Most gazes fell onto the twins, who looked as shocked at Cho's confession as everyone else. So I called up some reporters and told them I'd meet them in Hogsmeade. I told them I was Harry's girlfriend, saying he was too protective of me to announce our relationship himself. The press bought it. Then Harry showed up, which definitely wasn't part of the plan. He messed the whole thing up by denying it. Luckily I had spied on him in the Quidditch changing rooms one time and knew about this ugly scar on his stomach. At this, everyone either gaped at Cho or began laughing. Many eyed Harry, whose eyes had gone wide. His face burned as people looked at him in shock. Cho had watched him change. He shuddered at the thought. Cho's friends desperately tried to pull their friend down off the table, but she just kicked at them and told them to leave her alone. She shook her hair as she regained her composure and began again with her plastic smile on her face. Then, I thought of the brilliant idea of taking pictures of Harry and I snogging. The problem was that he had made it quite clear that he didn't want to. I followed him for a few days until I finally caught him alone. I caught him off guard and put the Confundus curse on him and led him to the girls' lavatory. Maria took pictures while I snogged Harry. He wasn't being a good sport about it either and kept murmuring for me to get off of him. He didn't know what he was talking about anyway, he didn't even know where he was. Then, stupid Granger caught us and was so rude. She ruined all our film and put us in body binds and performed the counter curse on Harry. I'm still thinking of a way to get her back. I still think my last plan with the pictures was good for Harry, but next time I'll make sure to have someone keep guard and obliviate his memory afterwards. As her last words left her mouth, a look of realization melted over her face. She looked positively sick. The Slytherin table began whistling and clapping as they laughed. The rest of the hall broke out into excited whispers. The Ravenclaws looked positively embarrassed and shocked. Cho's friends had their faces in their hands or were looking horrified at their friend. No, no, I was lying. That wasn't true. I know, she yelled, trying to take it back, but nobody was listening. The reporter finally came up to Harry. Harry, is that true? She asked, nearly jumping up and down in excitement. Yeah, every word. Except for what she's saying now about lying before, he said, still slightly shocked himself. So Cho Chang and you have never had a relationship? No. And you aren't in a relationship with anyone right now? She asked. No, he said, a bit embarrassed at the personal question. He felt he'd better answer it before any new rumors about his mystery girlfriends got out. Are you hoping to have a relationship with anyone in particular? She asked excitedly. Harry blushed. All right, Miss Snyder, I believe you've gotten enough for your magazine tonight, Dumbledore said, leading the reporter away from Harry. Just one more. She started, twisting back, but Dumbledore led her out of the Great Hall. Harry turned to the twins. Did you guys? No, interrupted Fred. We were working on a bragging potion last summer, but never really went anywhere with it since it just turned out to be extremely annoying rather than funny. Whatever Chong had was different. Ours had people bragging about bunches of things they never did. But then who did it? Ron asked. While everyone around seemed bewildered, Hermione was looking very amused. Ron gaped at her. My own, you, Harry, I only wish I had thought up something that ingenious. But, I'm pretty sure whatever that potion was, it wasn't something I've seen before. You mean there's actually something you don't know about? Ron asked incredulously. No, it means that somebody invented it, Ron, Hermione said indignantly. And I do not act like I know everything. Ron opened his mouth to say something sarcastic, but Harry caught his eye with a pointed look and shook his head. This was their secret signal to prevent the stupid fights the two used to get into. Ron closed his mouth and thought for a second for a way to turn it into a compliment. Of course you don't act like you know everything, you're just a very smart girl, he recovered. Thank you. I'll let the fact that that was a total beep-up comment slide, she said, giving Ron a quick key. Before he could comment about exactly who was calling him a beep-up. Well, whoever did it, thank you. You saved my life, Harry said loudly enough for those around him to hear. You make Cho sound like some evil force that somebody's just stopped, Fred laughed. Have you met her? Harry asked seriously. They all looked up to see Cho threatening violence on whoever was responsible, as Professor Flitwick tried to calm her down. Finally Snape walked up and ordered her out into the hall and, with a slightly evil smirk, assigned her detention with him for the rest of the year. The malicious grin on Snape's face almost made Harry feel sorry for her. Almost. Though she was rather daft, in Harry's opinion, at least she wasn't thick enough to disobey Snape. She stomped out of the Great Hall indignantly as people shouted for everyone to watch out for her in deserted hallways and while changing. As she passed, the Slytherins all pulled their cloaks around them as if trying to cover themselves, howling with laughter. Watch out, everyone, it's Peeping Cho. One of them yelled out, pretending to be terrified she would rip off his clothes. Harry momentarily wondered why they were supposed to dislike the Slytherins. Though Cho had definitely gotten her name to be recognized, Harry somehow doubted that this was the reputation she had been going for. They all turned back to their meals. How's Coda? George asked casually. She's good, Harry said, not mentioning the fact that her letters now seemed sad and full of worried questions. But why ask me? I thought you two had been writing back and forth. Oh, we have been, but she seems kind of sad and won't tell me what's wrong. Besides, I wanted to know if she's mentioned me to you. He asked anxiously. Oh, maybe once or twice, Harry said nonchalantly with a smirk, hoping to distract him from asking anything about why Dakota might be sad. George immediately perked up. Well then, let's have it. What has she said? He asked, leaning forward eagerly. Harry sighed dramatically. Unfortunately, that's top secret information. If I told you, I'd have to kill you, he said with a shrug. George looked slightly taken aback. Ginny, who was sitting next to her brother, laughed. Don't worry, George, it's from a Muggle movie. It's a joke, she explained. The week before, Harry had tutored her in Muggle sayings, which had led them to popular quotes from movies. The other Weasleys shot her a quizzical look, not knowing what movies were. Oh no, you're turning into Dad, said George. Except, you actually know what you're talking about, added Fred. Ginny caught Harry's eye with a thankful smile. Harry thanked Merlin that he wasn't cursed with a blush as obvious as Ron's. He looked over to find Hermione staring at him, trying to hide a grin. Harry silently cursed himself for ever letting his crush on Ginny slip to her. As dinner was finished, and everyone was filing out, Harry felt a hand on his arm. He turned around to find an anxious-looking Ginny. Hey Harry, can I talk to you for a sec? She asked. Of course, he said, slipping back, away from Ron and Hermione, in the sea of people who were trudging off to their dorms into a side hall. Ginny and he walked side by side toward the dorm, away from prying ears. Well, I just wanted to ask, for Muggle studies, well, a lot of the students don't really understand what movies are. I can go over it with you again if you'd like, Harry interrupted. No, that's not what I meant, is that we're going on a field trip to a Muggle movie theater tomorrow night, and I know it's sort of late notice, but since you're the one who's taught me all about this, I was wondering if you wanted to come, she said, trying to look calm while nervously twisting a small section of her robe. Really? That's allowed? He asked, surprised at the question. Yeah, I asked my professor and it's fine, but only if you want to, you know. If you have something else to do, that's fine, I was just. I'd love to go, he said, stopping her rant. Ginny looked extremely relieved and excited. Great. We're leaving at around 6 tomorrow night, so do you want to meet in the common room around 5:45? Yeah, that sounds great, Boobasti, he said as they reached the fat lady. All right, great. Just remember to wear Muggle clothes, Ginny said happily. I guess I'll see you then. Right, see you. Ginny disappeared up the girls' dorm staircase. For not the first time in his life, Harry wished he had some better fitting Muggle clothes rather than the ratty hand-me-downs from Dudley. He would wear one of the sweaters Mrs. Weasley had made for him, but the weather was too warm for it. He looked at his reflection and sighed. Put on some clothes that fit you. The mirror scolded. Whatever new trend this is, it makes you look like a ragamuffin. I don't have anything else, Harry said with a glare. Can't you wear those lovely green dress robes? They make you look so smart. No, we have to wear Muggle clothes. Oh, well, you look nice then, dear, the mirror said awkwardly. Just fix your hair and you'll look presentable. Harry scowled at the mirror and told it to shut it, while fingering a hole in his shirt. He looked up when he heard someone chuckling. Ron was watching him in amusement from the doorway. Too bad it's 7 years bad luck to break a mirror, Ron said quietly. What are you doing wearing your Muggle clothes? Harry didn't know why he hadn't told Ron about the movies, besides the fear of torture from a band of overprotective brothers. But Ginny had only asked him because he had been tutoring her. But then again, according to Hermione, she had only invited him. Ginny invited me to go with her Muggle studies class on a field trip to the movies, he said casually, slightly worried that Ron would make a lunge for his throat. Instead, the redhead got an excited smirk on his face. Oh, you're going on a date with my sister, are you? He asked in amusement. No, it's with her whole Muggle studies class. She just invited me as a friend since I grew up as a Muggle, he explained. Right, Harry, Ron said with a roll of the eyes. Then why did she only invite you? Why you and not my own? Harry racked his brain for an explanation. He couldn't tell Ron about the tutoring, since Ginny had asked him not to. There didn't seem to be much more of an explanation. Well, we just wanted to give you and Hermione some alone time. You know, study, do homework, the usual stuff I'm sure you two do when you're alone, Harry teased, hoping to shift the focus away from himself and Ginny. Oh, You call it studying, do you? Well, I'll have to be careful the next time you want to go study with Ginny, Ron said with a laugh. He paused for a quick second before looking slightly disgusted. Okay. Right. Completely disgusting and wrong mental picture. He said, shaking his head. Harry laughed. Don't worry, Ron. Ginny and I were just friends, he said with a nod. Right. Har friends. Well, stop sighing over your clothes. She's seen you in them practically every summer, he said reassuringly. Harry looked away from the mirror quickly. I'm not worried about how I look, Ron. We're just going as friends. As Harry began walking past Ron out the door, but Ron stopped him. Well, hypothetically, if you did fancy my sister, there's nobody I would approve of more for her. Harry blushed and looked down at his feet. Thanks, Ron, but we're just friends. Now I have to go or I'll be late. All right. Have fun, he called. But not too much fun. Oh, bugger off, Ron. Harry called back and made his way down the stairs. When he got to the common room, Ginny jumped up from the couch with a smile. Harry was slightly relieved to see that she was wearing secondhand clothes as well, a plaid skirt with thick tights and a slightly large gray shirt. Ready to go? She asked cheerfully. Yeah, I didn't keep you waiting too long, did I? He asked worriedly. Not at all, I just sat down right before you got here. Good, he said in relief as they walked toward the portal. Excited for your first Muggle movie? He asked with a grin. Yes, she said as they got into the corridor. I've heard you explain it so many times, but I can't really picture what it's like. But it sounds so wonderful and now I'll get to see one for myself. Dad will be so jealous. She laughed. Yeah, I've only seen a couple movies in the actual theater. It's really fun though, he said, matching her enthusiasm. They soon arrived at the great hall where the rest of the class was meeting, along with a few others that had been invited along. In small groups, they portkeyed to the back of an alley. Everyone was chatting excitedly, and as the professor led them out into the plaza, everyone pointed out all the strange Muggle things. Look, that person's talking on one of those cell phone things. And look at their clothes. Merlin, how funny. There's that food place that they all eat at. McDonald's. See, there's the sign, and it's all lighted up by electricity. Oh, Harry, is that a pay phone right there? Ginny asked excitedly. Yup, and see that right there. That's a bicycle, he said, pointing it out. A woman walked by speaking with her friend loudly. And I told him, oh my god, you're not Prince William, so stop acting like bloody royalty. She said, sending the class into fits of excited giggles. Oh my god, Susan. Just oh my god. Well, all I can say to that is, oh my god. Oh, you too, stop acting like bloody Prince William. They all imitated with glee. While the professor went up and bought the class their tickets, Ginny and Harry went over to look at the movie posters. Oh, Coda told me about that one. Harry said, pointing out one. She said it's really scary. Ginny looked at him with a raised eyebrow. A Muggle movie being scary? I seriously doubt it. Well, why not? I mean, I've never seen a movie that's actually scared me, but I haven't seen too many horror movies, period. But I've heard there are some really scary ones. I'll believe it when I see it, she said skeptically. I mean, maybe it's scary to them, but we know magic, and it wouldn't be the same knowing that if it was me, I'd just put the bad guy in a body bind and be done with it. Well, not all horror movies are with just Muggle stuff. They have scary ones about what they call supernatural stuff, like ghosts, demons, and other stuff. And a lot of their versions of things are much scarier than in actual life. Poltergeists, for instance. They're not like Peeves. There was this one where it pulled a girl into the telly or something. It wasn't very scary, but you get the point. I really don't think that something Muggles just make up without knowing anything can scare me, she said with a shrug. Oh really? Harry said amusedly. Well, I guess we'll see if that's the movie we're going to. Well, as long as it's not this one, she said, pointing out the poster next to it. There was a picture of a owned woman with shopping bags and a cell phone with a caption that read, "Taking over the world, one sale at a time." I agree, Harry said, pulling a face. All right, class, over here. She called, waving them over. The excited students all ran over to her eagerly. She handed them each their tickets. Harry and Ginny looked at theirs and their faces immediately fell. We're going to see a movie about shopping. One boy groaned in disgust. It was the only one with an appropriate rating that I thought you all might enjoy. Now, no complaining. It should be an interesting movie, and if you don't enjoy it, you could actually use it as a learning experience and try to identify the things we've covered in class in it. Now, follow me, no wandering, she said, leading the way into the movie theater. Everyone gazed around at the Muggle teenagers playing arcade games, and the long line of people in line for snacks. Well, this is just our luck, isn't it? Ginny grumbled as they handed over their tickets to the ticket checker. He handed them back their stubs as they walked through to the long corridor of theater doors. Harry grabbed Ginny's wrist and slowed his step, getting her to do the same. She raised an eyebrow as the rest of the class passed them, putting them at the back of the crowd. Do you really want to test your theory about Muggle movies not being scary? He asked quietly. A mischievous grin crossed her face. Oh yeah. They walked through the door of the shopping flick and peered around at the professor to make sure she didn't take roll. When she didn't, the two sneaked back into the hallway, continuing a few doors down until they reached the one with the scary movie inside. The previews were just finishing, so the lights were already down. Do you see any seats? Ginny whispered. Think of who you're asking, Jin. I can hardly see in normal light. She shook her head with a chuckle. Oh wait, I see two. Here, follow me, she said, leading him to a row. They had to squeeze by a few people before plopping down into some empty seats. As the scene began, Ginny leaned over. Oh, give me a break, she whispered. The scary villain is a little girl. Oh wait, okay, that is a creepy looking little girl. Well, I think she's supposed to be, well, something. A ghost maybe. A demon. Something not normal. Yeah, but still, it's not ska. Ahhhhh. Harry's eyes went wide as the first victim was killed off in an extremely gruesome way after the scary demon girl popped out from behind him. It turned out to be the first of many jumpy and creepy scenes. Ginny was curled up in a ball on her seat with her hands over her mouth, while Harry was doing the same except with his hands poised over his ears. The main character walked into a dark room, and when he turned on the lights, there was a body hanging from a ceiling fan. Ginny squeaked and Harry jumped. Whose bright idea was this? She whispered. Do you want to leave? He whispered back. No, I want to see what happens. Oh Merlin, you stupid girl, don't go that way, you idiot. Just get out of the damn house, you stupid she murmured, grabbing Harry's arm as she screamed, causing Harry to gasp and nearly have a heart attack. What are they doing, Harry? What is that? That's a gun. A Muggle weapon that kills things, he explained in a whisper. Then why isn't it working? She asked desperately, not tearing her eyes from the screen. Because she's not human. So spells wouldn't work, I'd guess. Oh Merlin. The movie ended with the demon ghost girl still on the loose, after the audience had momentarily thought the hero had killed it. Harry and Ginny were still sitting in their chairs in a slight shock. So I guess movies can be scary, Ginny said in a higher voice than normal due to a restricted throat. Guess so, Harry gulped. The two looked at each other momentarily before jumping up and following everyone out, grabbing onto each other's arms while still in the dark. Luckily, the other movie got out at the same time. Harry and Ginny just melted back into the crowd of students. Most looked incredibly bored or tired, trudging along after the professor. Where were you two? Somebody asked from behind them. Ginny barely suppressed a scream as the two whipped around. We saw a different movie, Kyle, Ginny explained, while trying to calm her pounding heart. Yeah, sure, he said, wiggling his eyebrows before darting off. Both of them blushed and avoided the other's eye. Harry, maybe we shouldn't tell anyone that we saw a scary movie. I know that Fred and George would never stop popping out from corners just to freak me out, you know. Yeah, who could blame them? I'd probably do the same if they were the ones who were scared because of a movie. So we saw a movie about shopping then. Yup, and what a movie it was, she said sarcastically. As they got to the alley, they slowed down. Harry, In the movie wasn't somebody toughly murdered in a dark alley? Yeah, Harry said nervously. Oh good. Just wondering. She gulped. The two stayed extremely close as they walked into the alley and joined a group who was portkeying out. Both were extremely relieved to find themselves back in the well-lit Great Hall. All right, to your dorms with all of you, the professor said with a clap of the hands. The pair walked toward their dorm, not as confident now that they were in the darkened corridors. They gripped each other's arms tightly. Is it always so dark in here? Harry asked, eyes darting into every dark corner. I don't know, but it shouldn't be. Too many shadows and dark places. It could be dangerous, you know. She said nervously. Too many places for things to hide. You mean like demon ghost girls of death? Harry suggested apprehensively. Both chuckled while looking around cautiously. They walked along in silence for a while, ears strained for any strange noises. They turned a corner to find a girl standing there. Harry and Ginny screamed, Ginny wrapping her arms around Harry's arm tightly, unintentionally preventing him from turning around to run, as he was trying to do. Whoa guys, it's just me, said the girl in a familiar voice. Lumos. Hermione's face came into view. Ginny let go of Harry's arm as they both tried to compose themselves and calm their pounding hearts. Hermione raised an eyebrow. How was the movie? Good, Harry said, catching Ginny's eye. Very educational, Ginny piped in. Wasn't it about shopping? Hermione asked suspiciously. Yeah, who knew about all those muggle sales and stuff? Hermione crossed her arms with a smirk. Okay, let me guess. You, for some odd reason, she said sarcastically, didn't want to see a movie about a snobby rich woman at the mall. Maybe it reminded Harry of Cho or something, and so you sneaked into a scary movie instead. Now you're scared but don't want to tell anyone in fear of them teasing you and trying to scare you even more. Harry and Ginny gaped at her. How do you do that? Ginny asked in wonder. It's a gift, she said with a dismissive shrug. Don't worry, I won't tell Ron, but you might want to work on the whole, not screaming at the slightest movement, bit. Well, I have to finish making my rounds for tonight. Try to make it to the common room without having massive heart attacks, okay? She said with a smile. She caught Harry's eye knowingly as she walked by. Goodnight, Hermione, Ginny said, slightly embarrassed at her freaking out earlier. Night, my own, Harry mumbled, hoping Ginny didn't notice Hermione's look. Hermione seemed to know what she was doing, however, as Ginny seemed oblivious. They got to the common room without further incident. The room was deserted and everything was quiet. Thanks for coming tonight, Harry. It was much more fun than going with the rest of the class to see the other movie, Ginny said with a smile. Well, thanks for inviting me. It was much more fun than sitting around listening to Ron and Hermione be all lovey-dovey with each other. Well, good night, Harry, Ginny said fondly as she began to make her way up the staircase. Night, Ginny, he said with a smile as he headed up his own staircase. That night, Harry couldn't get to sleep. Despite repeating to himself that he had faced a Supreme Dark Lord multiple times, he couldn't shake the fear that the ghost girl from the movie would be under the bed or behind the curtain. Every time he closed his eyes, they soon shot open again to make sure she wasn't there, poised to toughly kill him. The shadows kept taking the form of frightening forms. At around 2 in the morning, he finally realized that he wouldn't get to sleep and was too freaked out to stay in the dark room. He grabbed his blanket, wrapping it around his shoulders, and quietly, but quickly, made his way to the common room. There, he could hopefully start a fire in the fireplace for some light. When he got there, however, a familiar redhead was already on the couch with the fire going. Ginny, he asked quietly. She jumped a mile and gasped. When she saw him, she put a hand on her chest to calm her breathing. As he got closer, she shot him a playful glare. Don't do that, she scolded. Then her expression turned soft. Bad dream. No, he said, trying to sound brave. Ginny gave him a skeptical look. You have to actually get past the idea that there's a murderous girl after you and go to sleep before you can have bad dreams. Ginny chuckled and scooted over to give him room on the couch to sit. What about you? What are you doing down here at the wonderful hour of 2 in the morning? He asked, laying his blanket over both of their laps since Ginny hadn't brought one. Thanks. Bad dream for me. I bet you can guess what about. Sorry for suggesting going to that movie, Harry said apologetically. Ginny laughed. Don't apologize. It was fun. I'd definitely go see a scary movie again, she said, with a thoughtful pause, though maybe not for a while. I think I can agree with you there, he said through a yawn. Thank Merlin you came down though, because I was just sitting here freaking myself out. I came down here for the light, but then I realized it's really creepy in here with just the fireplace, but couldn't get up the guts to go back upstairs, she admitted. Why? Think the ghost girl is hiding in one of the dark corners. Harry teased in a spooky voice. Then both of their faces got a slightly spooked look and they whipped their heads around, trying to make sure nothing was in the dark corners. They both turned back around and sunk down on the couch. Oh good one, Harry. Just freak us both out, Ginny said sarcastically. Hey, nobody said common sense was my strong suit, he said with a shrug. No kidding. I mean, you used to like Cho. You asked her to the Yule Ball last year. Common sense. I don't think so, she teased. Ugh. Don't remind me, he groaned. But isn't everyone allowed to embarrass themselves at least once in their lives for a crush? I hope so. I mean you can't really top. His eyes are as green as a fresh pickled toad, she said with a laugh, before absolutely blanching at why she would have possibly brought that up with Harry. Harry burst out laughing. Don't laugh. It was so horrible, she said, trying to hide her embarrassment. Harry looked at her with amusement. It wasn't horrible. It was really nice. I was just being a total prat. But you must admit, in retrospective, it was quite hilarious. Oh yes, the memories. You, pinned to the ground by a freakish Cupid dwarf, my absolutely horrid poem being sung out, with Malfoy there may I add, and the whole crowd laughing until they cried. Yes, quite hilarious, she said sarcastically. But then, catching the amused look on Harry's face, she began to laugh. Okay, it was humiliating but funny. Well, don't worry, I had my wonderful moment with Cho as well. All her little friends giggling like mad when I wanted to ask her to the ball. I think it came out something like, Wangobalwime, he said pulling a face. And then there was the whole pitying, oh the poor fool, look. Interesting turn on that situation, though, she said comfortingly. No kidding. Now that I look back at it, thank Merlin she said no. I really was a poor fool, he said with a laugh. Ginny looked elated at those words. Speaking of Cho, that little confession of hers was my little thank you for tutoring me in Muggle studies. Harry gaped at her. That was you? He asked incredulously. Yeah, but don't tell Fred and George since I had to steal one of their unfinished potions inventions to do it. I think they'd be rather mad. Are you kidding? I think they'd be proud of you, Harry said. Ginny looked into his eyes. Really? Of course. They'd love to know that you're taking after them a bit in the creativity department. They'd probably want the recipe though so they could sell it in their shop. I take it you've heard of their anonymous investor, then, Ginny said in amusement. Now that's somebody that will take risks. I think it's a brilliant investment, Harry said, trying to suppress a grin. Well, then you just might be nutters, said Ginny through a yawn. Now that both of them were more relaxed, they began to feel fatigue settling over themselves. The heat and crackling of the dying fire was very comforting, and both of them began nodding off. Half conscious, they stretched themselves out on the couch, laying the blanket over them both as they lost themselves to a blissful slumber. The next morning, Ron woke to someone shaking him. Ron, wake up. You've got to see this. Ron opened his eyes to find Hermione looking down at him, eyes glittering with excitement. She put a finger to his lips. Shish, it's a bit early. Your dorm mates are asleep, but come here, she instructed, pulling his hands to help him up and led him out of the dorm. My own, what's going on? He asked sleepily. Hermione just gave him an excited look and put a finger to her lips as she led him down to the common room. At the bottom of the steps, she slowed and led him around so they could see the couch. A smile spread over Ron's face. There on the couch lay Harry and Ginny, both fast asleep and looking completely blissful. Ginny was laying her head on Harry's chest as it slowly rose and fell. Her arm was draped over him, while he had his own draped over her back. Harry still had his glasses on, but they were slightly crooked on his face. Harry's blanket was covering both of them. When did this happen? Ron whispered. I'd guess last night, though I'm not sure anything's really happened yet. I think we can relate to somehow managing to fall asleep in a compromising position. Remember the hospital wing, she said blissfully, remembering when she had woken up to find herself lying cuddled up to Ron. But we secretly liked each other. It's not like you fell asleep on Neville or anything. Exactly. Isn't it so sweet? She asked, resting her head on his shoulder as he put an arm around her, the pair gazing at the two on the couch. Ron cocked his head to the side. Yeah, but I think Ginny might be drooling on Harry a little, he said in amusement. Hermione giggled quietly. Go ask Colin for his camera, she whispered. Ron grinned evilly. You're brilliant, he said, giving her a quick key, before heading up the stairs. Ron quickly went into the younger dorm and got consent from a half-asleep Colin to use the camera. He made a quick stop at the 7th-year dorm and quietly crept in. Fred. George, he whispered, shaking them awake. Wah? Fred asked groggily. Ron. George asked confused. Ron put a finger to his lips and motioned for them to follow. They were slightly bewildered, but did as told. When they got to the bottom, Fred and George broke out into identical grins. Brilliant, they both said in unison at the sight. Ron took a few pictures. Do you reckon we ought to send one to Mum? He asked mischievously. All the Weasleys laughed quietly, knowing how their mother would react. She'd have the wedding ready by the time we arrived at King's Cross, Fred sniggered. Look how happy Ginny looks, George commented. They look good together, don't they? Ron asked with a smile. Everyone agreed. Fred frowned. Are we sure she didn't drug him? He asked in a mock suspicious tone. You Weasley boys are awful. The whole lot of you, Hermione said with a grin. Now get out of here before you wake them up and spoil the whole thing. They have a few hours until other people start coming down, so let them have that. If they wake up to see all of you staring at them, it'll be totally ruined. The three boys practically skipped to the stairs. Was Gin drooling on Harry? Fred asked as they started up. Hermione glared at the three sniggering boys, causing them to get up the stairs quickly. An hour later, the two on the couch were still asleep. The rest of the Gryffindors were beginning to wake up and Hermione gave the Weasleys permission to wake the pair before others started getting down to the common room. Be nice, she warned. I know you guys don't want to mess this up for them, so be nice. Of course, Hermione, Fred said, putting his hands over his heart. What kind of people do you think we are? George asked with an evil grin. Hermione sighed and sank down into one of the chairs, muttering about boys. Okay. Now everybody has to keep a straight face. Try to look no less than furious, Fred instructed. The sniggering boys had to take a few deep breaths before they could plaster angry-looking expressions on their faces. They had been working for the last half hour to perfect the look. Fred picked up a book and slammed it down on the table next to them, causing them both to jerk awake. Harry tried to sit up, but realized something was weighing him down. He looked down and met Ginny's eyes, who was still on top of him. They both whipped their heads to the side to see three furious-looking Weasley boys. Ginny scrambled off of Harry in a flash. Fred seized Harry by the collar of his pajamas and pulled him to his feet. What the hell are you doing with my sister? He bellowed. Harry was absolutely terrified. He looked from Ron to George and then back to Fred, each looking livid. Nothing. I swear. He yelped. Fred, what the bloody hell are you doing? Ginny shrieked. Harry, I should have warned you, but if you touch our sister, we're going to have to hurt you, Ron said coldly. Leave him alone, Ginny yelled. When Fred showed no sign of letting Harry go, Ginny leapt off the couch, onto his back, sending them crashing to the floor and dragging Harry along with them. Ron and George raced over to try to help, laughing hysterically. Gin, we were just kid, Ron started, but with a swift kick to the leg from his little sister, fell into the fray. George was laughing too hard to actually do anything at this point. Fred was trying to block himself from Ginny's small fists, while laughing so hard that tears were coming out of his eyes, forgetting that he was still clutching Harry's pajamas, who was trying to wrench himself free. Ron was trying to wrench Ginny off of Fred, but could hardly breathe from such intense laughter. Jin, we were. Ron paused to gasp for air. Just kidding. Ginny suddenly realized that all her brothers were laughing and slapped Fred's arm. You're all horrible. See if I get you guys anything for Christmas ever again. She got to her feet and shoved Ron, who was already unstable with laughter, sending him crashing onto Fred. George collapsed to the floor in a fit of laughter. "Aw, Ron, get off me!" Fred yelled, pushing his little brother off. "Fred, I think you can let go of Harry now," Ron laughed. Fred immediately dropped Harry's pajama shirt. Ginny held out her hand to Harry and helped him up. "Sorry, mate, but that was just too priceless of an opportunity to pass up," Fred said cheerfully. "Your face," George gasped, pointing at Harry. He mimicked Harry's earlier expression by putting on the most terrified expression he could muster. The three brothers once again dissolved into peals of laughter. Even Harry and Ginny had to chuckle now. "Too bad we didn't get some pictures of that," Ron said wistfully once he had calmed down, wiping some tears of mirth from his eyes. "You don't think I'd let something like that happen without some proof," Hermione said, standing behind the couch. They all looked up to see a camera in her hands. "Say cheese," she called, clicking another picture of them all. Ginny and Harry exchanged a look that clearly said, "Seize the evidence." Harry suddenly darted toward Hermione, who shrieked and ran around the other side of the couch. Ginny raced toward her on that side of the couch, but was seized around the middle by Fred, who threw her over his shoulder. "Put me down, Fred!" she yelled, pounding fists into his back. He spun around in a circle, causing her to shriek and grab onto him for dear life. Meanwhile, Harry had almost caught up with Hermione, when she darted behind Ron, who stuck out his arms to block Harry. All of them were laughing as Harry tried to get past Ron. "You're going down, Weasley," laughed Harry. "I don't think so, Potter. These pictures are going to be posted all over the Great Hall. And because of your behavior, I'm sending the ones of you two sleeping right to Mrs. Weasley." Hermione called from behind Ron. "No, send them to Cho," Ron said excitedly. "Hermione, I'm going to kill you," Ginny screamed in between peals of laughter. Fred spun Ginny around again, making her scream. "Fred," she shrieked, "you're going to make me sick. Puke on him, Gin," Harry called. Ron looked over at his sister to see if she really was going to be sick, and Harry used the distraction to lunge past him. He reached out to grab Hermione but was tackled from behind by George. "Ginny," he called, "what's something embarrassing about George?" He threw his hands up as Ron and George began hitting him with pillows. Once, when Dad was having over people from the ministry for a Christmas party, he ran into the room BPD. "Ah, stop, Fred." Everybody laughed hysterically. George glared at everyone and continued his pillow assault on Harry. "When was that?" Harry gasped for air from laughing so hard. "Last summer," Fred shouted. "I was 4, you prats," George yelled. "Oh good, I was looking for a good story to write to Coda about." Harry laughed. "You wouldn't," George gasped. "Well, unless you become my bodyguard," Harry offered. George froze thoughtfully and swung his pillow, this time hitting Ron in the stomach. "Hey," Ron yelled. "You've got a deal, Harry. Instead, you can tell her about the time I battled a dragon on a broomstick in front of the whole school." "That wasn't you, you prat, that was Harry," Ron squeaked as he tried hitting George back. Details, little brother," George said, forcing Ron to back up away from Harry. Harry jumped to his feet, but Hermione was gone. When she reappeared from the girls' dorms, she announced that the camera was hidden. He began to dart after her when somebody cleared their throat. Everybody froze and looked up to find practically all the boys in the Gryffindor tower watching them. Colin Creevey had another camera up and was snapping pictures. Girls were now tromping down the girls' dorm staircase as well, stopping at the bottom with glares. "Some of us were trying to sleep in," Lee Johnson said with a glare. "Yeah, it's a bloody Saturday." Dean Mo.Ned. Sorry, they all murmured. Fred put Ginny down and the twins took dramatic bows. Everyone trudged back up to their dorms. George and Ron put the pillows back on the couch. Ron tossed Harry his blanket with a smirk. "So did you two have a good time last night?" he asked evilly. "Oh shut it, Ron. We didn't do anything," Ginny said with a roll of the eyes. We're just friends. Right, Harry said with an emphasizing nod. Oh, so you just happened to meet down in the common room in the middle of the night, George said sarcastically. So that's why you were so jumpy last night, Ron said mischievously. No, Harry said with a glare. So what were you two doing down here snuggling up on the couch? Fred asked. Harry and Ginny looked at each other and sighed. The ghost girl, they said in unison. You mean Mo? Ning Myrtle. What has she got to do with anything? Ron asked. Not Mo. Ning Myrtle, the demon ghost girl, Harry said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. The one who murders people in horrifying ways, hiding in dark corners and such, just waiting until people like you and me look the other way before hacking them to death and hanging them from ceiling fans, Ginny clarified. Yeah, if you're lucky, she'll just get you quickly. The drawn-out ones are just gruesome, Harry said with a shrug. She strikes in the dark, so we figured we'd go to the fireplace for some light. We figured you guys could fend for yourselves if she came. The Weasley boys looked pretty frightened now. Hermione sniggered. What? Ron squeaked. Oh, look at the time. Better get dressed, Ginny said and went up the girls' staircase. Hermione trailed after her quickly, no doubt ready to hear the inside tale of exactly how Ginny's night was. Oh, don't worry guys, she only comes out at night, Harry said before heading up the boys' staircase. Wait, Harry, what are you guys talking about? Wait, who's going to hack us to death in the night? Sorry, guys, really must run. I'll put in a good word for you when I write to Coda today, George, he called. Thanks, Harry. You're the best. George called back. Wait, who's going to hack us to death? Ron asked. Harry just laughed and went to take a shower. June 1st came swiftly. Ron woke that morning dreading that the day had come. He felt an ominous feeling, knowing that his best friend was supposed to die before the end of the month. It was enough trying to focus on his OWLs without wondering how much longer he'd have with his friend. Sirius had been visiting Harry more and more often. Professor McGonagall had been caught on a few occasions staring down at her sick student tearfully. Ron even swore he once saw a sympathetic gaze from Snape. All in all, he took it as a bad sign. They were all signs that there was no hope and that the end was near. Ron walked over to wake Harry, something he had to do most every morning now since Harry was so tired all the time. Oi mate, time to wake up, he called, ripping back the bed curtains. Harry was lying on his side, his back toward Ron. He made no reply, so Ron shook his arm gently. Go. Way Ron, he mumbled in a strained-sounding voice. His body shook in painful-sounding coughs. Ron winced sympathetically. He shook Harry's shoulder again. Sorry, Harry, but it's a school day. Please Ron. No, he mowed Ned shakily. Ron sighed sadly and began to pull Harry toward him, onto his back. Harry, I'm sorry but you have to. Ron trailed off, his words catching as he inhaled sharply. The spot on Harry's pillow where he had been laying was covered in blood. There were still a few drops at the corner of his mouth as well. Ron looked down and saw that the lower arms of Harry's nightshirt were soaked with red, since, as always, Harry had been coughing into his sleeves. There were spots of blood all over his shirt where he had either coughed on or brushed his sleeves against. There was even some in Harry's hair, where he had laid his head in the blood on his pillow. As Ron's hand rested on Harry's shoulder, he felt that Harry was shivering. Small beads of sweat covered his face, which was contorted in pain. Oh Merlin, he gasped. Harry struggled to open his eyes. They were filled with extreme pain. I really don't feel good, he whimpered, swallowing hard. He abruptly sat up in bed, clutching his head as it pounded in agony. Harry, Ron asked, concerned. I'm going to be sick, he gasped before scrambling out of bed. Ron raced around the bed to Harry. Halfway out of the room, Harry's legs gave out and Ron had to catch him as he fell, wrapping his arms around Harry's chest and slowly lowered him to his knees. He helped Harry lean against a wall and raced to grab a trash can. He thrust the can at his friend who promptly began to violently empty his stomach. Ron grabbed a blanket and draped it over Harry's shoulders, rubbing his back comfortingly. As Harry reached into the wastebasket, Neville came back in to find them. In seeing Harry, His eyes grew wide. Neville, get a wet washcloth, quick, Ron ordered, not wanting to leave Harry's side, especially now that blood was coming up too. Neville nodded and raced out of the room. After the last of Harry's dry heaves subsided, he leaned back against the wall to catch his breath. Ron grabbed a shirt off Seamus' bed and handed it to Harry to wipe the sick off his face. After doing so, Harry looked at what he was holding. I don't think Seamus is going to appreciate that, he commented, his voice hoarse from all the coughing and vomiting. It'll teach him not to leave his things laying around, Ron said. Neville burst back into the room with Hermione trailing close behind. She was biting her bottom lip and looked extremely anxious. Oh, Harry, she exclaimed, rushing over to him. Oh God, you're covered in blood. Neville pressed the wet washcloth against Harry's burning forehead. Harry was clenching his teeth to try and relieve his pounding headache. He was swept with a sense of vertigo, feeling as if he was going to fall. Need to lay down, he murmured, beginning to do so on the floor. Wait, Harry, we're going to get you into bed, okay? Ron protested. He and Neville lifted Harry to his feet and helped him back to his bed. The two boys exchanged a worried look as they both felt how hard Harry was shivering despite the heat of his skin. Myone, grab my pillow off my bed, this one's covered in blood, Ron requested. Hermione swiftly switched out the two pillows as Ron and Neville eased Harry into his bed. I don't think I'm going to go to class today, Harry said in his raspy voice. Of course you're not, exclaimed Hermione, who was pulling Harry's blankets up to his chin. Neville put the washcloth back onto Harry's forehead. I'll be right back, he said softly to Ron and Hermione. I'm going to fetch Madame Pomfrey. He slipped out of the room. Ron, give him some of those potions Snape gave you. No, Myone, he said not to if it seemed worse than a fever unless. He trailed off, thanking Merlin the situation didn't call for the emergency potion that Snape had given them. The two sat down on Harry's bed on either side of him. Tell us what to do for you, Harry. What do you want? Hermione asked, compulsively smoothing Harry's hair back from his face again. I'm all right, guys, really. I'm just tired, he murmured, eyes drifting closed. Okay, just go to sleep then. It'll be all right, Hermione chanted, her face full of fear. Wait, no, Harry, just hold on until Madame Pomfrey gets here. Just stay awake until then, okay? You think you can do that? Asked Ron. He didn't want to let Harry go to sleep only to find out that he should have stayed awake. Plus, he remembered from potions class that potions were more effective and quicker when ingested rather than injected, which was why it took so long for the potions to work the last time. Harry weakly nodded his head. I'll try, but I don't know if I'll be able to. We'll keep talking to you to keep you awake, Hermione suggested. Harry nodded. Just think, Harry, 12 more days of school and we are out of here, Ron nearly shouted as Harry's eyes began closing. Yeah, and think, no more Dursleys. You'll be living with Sirius. Hermione interjected. And Mum's already said that you and Myone can come to the burrow. We're going to have a blast. We'll experiment with the tricks from Fred and George's shop and we'll play tons of Quidditch. Harry smiled at this, though his eyes remained closed. Sirius said he has a pitch, he muttered, pausing for a deep, shuddering breath. Maybe you all can come over to his house. It'll be your house too, as of this summer, Hermione reminded him. You never referred to the Dursleys' house as yours, but now you can with the Black House. Why don't you give it a try? Ron looked at Hermione with a raised eyebrow. She shrugged. Harry smiled amusedly and chuckled. All right, you can come over to my house this summer. As silly as he felt uttering the words, he couldn't help but smile, liking the way they sounded. Suddenly, waves of nausea swept through his stomach and as he tried to repress the urge to vomit, pain shot through his whole body. All the windows in the room shattered with a loud crash. He gasped and grabbed his stomach. The motion upset his head and he once again felt as though a hammer was beating against the inside of his skull. His whole body tensed up and he began to shake slightly. A whimpering moan escaped his lips. Ron and Hermione watched helplessly as Harry grimaced and shivered violently, trying to bite back the pain. Ron noticed Harry's fists clenched so tightly, he was worried he would cut himself with his fingernails. Ron managed to wrench his hand into Harry's and squeezed back, trying to let Harry know he was there. He looked at his friend in undisguised worry. Hermione stroked Harry's cheek and murmured comforting words. Finally, it passed as Harry managed to relax slightly. Ron felt Harry's hand slacken in his own. Harry laid his head back down on the pillow, taking in agitated breaths. Hermione adjusted the washcloth on his forehead. Harry? Ron asked, frightened. He looked around at the broken glass and closed his eyes to concentrate. Ron and Hermione watched in amazement as the glass lifted off the floor like upside-down rain, flew into the window frame, and reformed the glass panes. He opened up his eyes again and looked up at his friends. "Keep going," he said weakly, shivering violently. Hermione grabbed another blanket and draped it over him. He thanked her with a feeble smile. Well, at your house this summer you can show me that wicked trick you pulled in the match against the Hufflepuffs. That won us the match." They heard the bells chiming, signaling for students to get to their first class. Harry frowned. "You guys should go before you're late." "I'll be fine," he said in an unsteady voice. "No way, Harry, we're not leaving you. You're way more important than school," Hermione insisted. The corners of Harry's mouth turned up at this extreme compliment, because to Hermione, there were precious few things more important than school. Once again, Harry's body tensed up, the pain and nausea almost overwhelming. He felt bile starting to rise up in the back of his throat and swallowed it back hard, agitating his already raw throat. He felt Ron clenching his hand and looked up into the redhead's eyes. They were filled with emotional pain and were brimming with tears, a look of pleading apparent in them. Pleading with Harry to be okay, to just jump up and be the healthy Harry he had been at the beginning of the school year. Unfortunately, that was one thing Harry couldn't do. Ron noted that this time, even in the worst of his pain, Harry couldn't clench his hand as strongly as he could the first time. He longed for the bone-crushing squeeze from before, because without it, Ron could feel how Harry was weakening. Finally, it passed and Madame Pomfrey and Neville arrived, arms laden with potions. Madame Pomfrey was unusually somber, simply giving Harry the necessary potions without commenting on their frequent meetings. She thanked Ron for his foresight to keep Harry awake. "All right, Harry, you can go to sleep now. We'll wait a while to see if we're going to need to move you into the hospital wing. I'm going to send up a house elf to watch over you in case you need me, and I'll check on you again in an hour," she said soothingly, wiping away the blood on his sheets and pajamas with a flick of her wand. Harry barely nodded before his breathing evened out. "Madame Pomfrey, you don't have to call a house elf. I'm staying here with him," Hermione announced. It was not a request but a statement. "Me too," Ron said. "Same," Neville nodded. The Medi-Witch looked unsure though. "I don't know about pulling you all out. Don't worry, our professors will understand. Besides, I'm a few chapters ahead and I'll teach Ron and Neville the lessons we'd be learning today so we don't get behind," Hermione said. Ron and Neville nodded. The nurse looked sadly at their concerned faces. She nodded. "All right then, I'll alert your professors." She quickly explained the potions on Harry's nightstand to them and instructed them to get her the second something even seemed wrong. She cast a final mournful glance at Harry before leaving. "Merlin, poor Harry," Neville said quietly, looking at his friend shivering in his sleep, waiting for the fever-reducing potion to kick in. "I hate to admit this, but I'm getting really scared now," Hermione whispered in a frightened voice. "He said the latest would be the end of the month, but it could really happen any day." "Don't, Hermione," Ron said angrily with a shudder. "Harry's strong. He'll make it to the end of the month. Probably past then even. We'll probably get to celebrate his next birthday." Hermione and Neville exchanged a quick look. "Just don't give up on him," Ron practically whispered, looking not at them, but at Harry's bloodstained pillow that Hermione had thrown on his bed in her haste to switch the two. "He's counting on us to not give up. If we give up hope, then he will too. And hope is all we have right now. I won't give up on him, Ron. I promise," Hermione said quietly. "Me neither. I swear it," said Neville. "Good," Ron said quietly. "Well, shall we start on our lessons?" Hermione suggested cautiously. To her immense surprise, Ron and Neville both sat on a bed facing her, getting out their quills and parchment. "Yeah, let's do that," Ron said in a hushed voice so not to bother Harry. Hermione quickly recovered from her shock and began teaching the two their last chapter in History of Magic. Severus, you wanted to see me. Snape looked up from the paper he had been furiously scribbling notes on to find the headmaster standing in the doorway of his living area. The potions master was surrounded by large books and pages upon pages of sketches, notes, and lists of potions ingredients. Albus, please have a seat, he said, gesturing to a chair, moving the books that had been stacked on it. I must say, Severus, this is the messiest I have ever seen your quarters, he said with amusement. I take it you've heard that Potter and his friends were not in class today, Snape said, ignoring Dumbledore's previous comment. Yes, I've spoken with Madame Pomfrey. Harry's condition is declining rapidly, he said sadly. Well, I've been researching the boy's condition. The spell, cancer in muggles, previous cases with this spell, cures that have been tried but failed. I'm working on some theories. Potter's magic has strengthened to such a magnitude that, if we were able to somehow disconnect the cancer from his life energy, it is very likely that his magic will push it out of his body. The question, of course, is how to do this without harming him, or doing it period for that matter, he said, eyebrows furrowed in concentration, looking through notes and gesturing with his hands. Dumbledore had seen the potions master speak with determination and passion whenever working on a new potion, but this intensity was beyond anything that the headmaster had witnessed. The headmaster smiled slightly in seeing the usually extremely composed and meticulous man finding it difficult to even string together his thoughts. The man suddenly looked so natural, so human, a side of him that most would never see. I've broken down a few potions that break magical bonds somewhat similar to this and think that with some experiments, I might be able to isolate the ingredient or combination of ingredients that would be most effective here. And if I combine it maybe with something from this list, he said, handing a list ingredients to Dumbledore, it might get closer to what we want, though I'm not sure if it will even be safe to drink. I don't even know if it will work or what the side effects might be. Anyway, Albus, the reason I asked you down is to request that for the next few weeks, somebody cover my 1st through 4th year classes so I can work on this. Obviously I need to work quickly and my younger students are hopeless anyway. So are most of my older students for that matter, but I don't trust anyone else to teach those classes with the advanced classes and so close to the OWLs for the 5th years, not that most of them will even pass, but that's beside the point, he rambled. Dumbledore put up a hand to stop him. Of course I will have someone cover your classes. I will do it myself if I can't find someone else, though, as you know, potions is definitely not a strong area of mine. Snape huffed in agreement. Dumbledore looked around at the mess. You do realize, Severus, that you have come to actually care about someone, he said with amusement. And not only somebody, but Harry Potter, your old enemy's son. Snape glared at him. I do not. I am only intrigued by the condition and finding a potion that might cure it. I am not concerned with that boy. He means nothing to me. Your actions betray you, Severus. It's written in your eyes. He sighed. It's a wonderful thing, to care about someone. It makes you human. Not someone who is about to die, he said stiffly. He looked up at the headmaster with a sadness he could almost completely hide. Life disappoints, Albus. If you allow yourself to become emotionally involved, the disappointment becomes hurt. His tone changed as he realized he was actually speaking of his feelings. Of course, this is purely hypothetical. As I said, I don't care for that boy. I don't get emotionally involved with anyone, and especially not with an arrogant little celebrity. You know Harry better than that, Severus. Albus rose from the chair and brushed his robes straight. I will begin asking about substitutes for your classes immediately. He nodded at the potions master and made to leave. As he passed the couch, he rested a hand on Snape's shoulder. I wish you would believe me that the benefits of caring about someone outweighs the risk of hurt, but you can only discover this on your own. With that, Dumbledore left, leaving Snape to briefly ponder his words before turning back to his notes. He would rather die than admit it to Albus, but the hope for Harry that was beginning to show made him long for Harry to live more than he had wanted anything in a very long time. He had tried so hard not to care about anybody. How this had happened, he would never know. Harry was in and out of sleep the rest of the day. Despite the potions he had been given, he still felt pretty miserable and weak. Neville, Ron, and Hermione stayed with him the whole day, embarrassing Harry to no end with taking care of him. Harry, don't be embarrassed. You're sick. You are allowed to be taken care of for once in your life, Hermione said as she cooled the washcloth on Harry's head again. I'm not embarrassed, he muttered. Then why does your face turn red each time we try to help you? Neville piped in, with a raised eyebrow. Because I'm hot, he insisted. Ah, you're not that hot, teased Hermione, insinuating that Harry had been referring to his looks. Harry blushed even brighter while Ron and Neville just laughed. Can't I just take off some of these bloody blankets? He whined. Only if your temperature gets too high. The heat is actually good for you though, Har. The reason your body's getting a temperature is because it's trying to reach a heat that any bug you might have gotten can't stand, so it will kill it off, and since your immune system is weak, you'll need all the help you can get, Ron explained. Everyone looked at him in surprise. How do you know all that? Neville asked. Ron blushed a bit. Well, I've done a lot of medical research lately. I've read through those books so many times, I guess some of it sticks with you, he said with a shrug. Besides, it's kind of interesting. Harry couldn't help but feel slightly guilty for all the work his friends had gone to on his behalf. Luckily, Hermione quickly prevented the situation from becoming awkward and gasped in fake shock. No, not you, Ron Weasley. It can't be true. You. Finding something you read in a book, interesting. It must be someone under a polyjuice potion, not my boyfriend. Hey, why do you get to call me your boyfriend and I don't get to call you my girlfriend? Ron asked indignantly. Because when I say it, I don't make you sound like a brainless object. No arguing, she said, putting up a hand to stop him. Girls, Ron sighed in exasperation. Neville and Harry nodded knowingly. Later that night, Neville went off to study with Eloise and explained to her what had happened. Harry was still slightly feverish and, though temporarily awake, seemed ready to fall asleep at any moment. They had told their dorm mates that the trio had all been slightly sick, and Neville had stayed behind to take care of them, since he insisted he was too bad at acting to pretend to be sick. Hermione and Ron had changed into their nightclothes before class had gotten out to make it more convincing. Everyone believed them, assuming that the trio had once again been sneaking around outside in the middle of the night on one of their adventures and had probably caught a cold. At dinner, Ron went down to the kitchens to get some food for him and Hermione, and some chicken broth for Harry. The house elves, especially Dobby, were very obliging and Ron considered going down to the kitchens for dinner more often. Not only did he get anything he wanted, but Dobby praised him the whole time. Toward the end, it got slightly awkward though, and he grabbed the bundle of food and left swiftly. He had just gotten through the portrait to the empty Gryffindor common room, when he heard his name being called. He turned around to see Fred and George scrambling through the portrait after him. Oi, little brother, I heard you were skiving on classes today, said Fred. With Harry, Hermione, and Neville Longbottom, added George. What's going on? They simultaneously crossed their arms as Mrs. Weasley did when waiting for an answer. He couldn't bring himself to lie to his brothers about something like this. He wanted to tell them so badly, just to have someone besides Hermione to talk to about it. But he also knew that he couldn't possibly be the one to tell them. Even if it wasn't only Harry's to tell, he couldn't have brought himself to deliver such horrible news. He did not envy what Harry was going to have to do as soon as he got well enough to have the conversation. Hey, Ron, what's wrong? Fred asked worriedly at seeing the distressed expression on his little brother's face. Well, it's nothing. Well, of course it's not nothing. It's something, but I can't, he trailed off, trying to get a grip on his emotions. The twins exchanged a worried look. Ron, tell us. Maybe we can help, George said comfortingly, resting a hand on Ron's shoulder. Ron looked at him with sadness in his eyes. I wish you could. I promise, you'll find out soon, just not right now, he sighed. Does this have to do with Harry? George asked with deep concern. Ron numbly nodded. But don't ask me about it right now, and don't go spying on him or anything. He's going to tell you very soon, he pleaded. What about now? Fred asked. Ron shook his head. He's a little sick right now, he said sadly. I promise, he'll tell you soon. Wait, Ron, does it have to do with you know who? Fred asked with a tinge of fright in his voice. Please, don't go off into any more of those save the world escapades. It was horrible when Ginny. George trailed off. They both knew he was referring to the Chamber of Secrets. I don't want to have to go through that again with any of you, okay? It doesn't have to do with him, he said with a bit of a shudder. But please, don't ask me, okay? You'll find out soon, he promised. The twins reluctantly nodded. We're holding you to that, Ron, George warned. He nodded and made his way quickly up the stairs as the twins went off to dinner. Ron quietly opened the door in case Harry had fallen asleep again, to find that he was still awake, though barely. He and Hermione were sitting up in Harry's bed, leaning against the headboard. Harry's head was resting on Hermione's shoulder while she read to him. They looked up as he entered, giving him quick smiles before turning their eyes back down at the pages. Harry didn't have his glasses on, so Ron wondered briefly why he even bothered. Hermione continued to read aloud a description of what sounded like a very hideous witch who had obviously been in several magical accidents. The two chuckled at the description, which Ron thought was slightly mean, since the poor witch had to be quite misfortunate to have gotten green skin. He set down the food on Harry's nightstand, handing Hermione a biscuit and Harry a thermos of chicken broth, each thanking him quickly before going back to giggling at what Hermione was reading. Ron squeezed in next to Harry, sandwich in hand, throwing only the top blanket over his lap, while sitting on all the rest. What are you guys reading? It's a Muggle fiction book that my aunt sent me for Christmas. It talks about what Muggles think witches are like, the stereotypes for them. They're quite funny actually. Yeah, did you know that I thought all witches had long noses with warts all over them until Hogwarts? Harry said with amusement. And green faces, like in The Wizard of Oz, Hermione pitched in. Green faces and warts? He asked incredulously. Then his expression turned thoughtful. Actually, that kind of sounds like my Aunt Mildred. They all laughed. And Muggles generally think of witches as evil. Turning people into frogs, eating little kids, and constantly making potions for evil purposes. Eating little kids. Well, there's a whole different side to the female population of Hogwarts that I've been severely misinformed about, Ron muttered jokingly. And doing potions all the time. No wonder people say Muggles are crazy. Only someone truly insane could think of actually enjoying potions. Where did they get this stuff from? Stories and movies and stuff. Hansel and Gretel, The Wizard of Oz, Disney movies, all the stuff we've seen or heard since we were little, Harry explained before remembering Ron had no idea what he was talking about. Hansel and Gretel, who? Ron asked, very confused. All right, Ron, it's time for a little Muggle culture lesson. Story time, she said, closing the book with a smack and setting it aside. Yay, story time, Ron joked, while Harry clapped his hands eagerly. They all dissolved in fits of laughter. That's right, boys, story time. First, let's get you tucked in, she said with a smile. The two boys chuckled and scooted down until their heads were lying on the pillows. Hermione pulled the blankets up to their chins, which was slightly difficult since Ron was lying on top of half the covers that Harry was under. All right, once upon a time, a long time ago, there was a brother and a sister named Hansel and Gretel, she started in a soft voice. Is Hansel the girl or the boy? Ron asked. The boy. Gretel was his sister. Anyway, one day, when she finished the story, which had only been interrupted by a sharp gasp from Ron, she was going to eat him. And a comment from Harry at the part where Hansel was getting fattened up by the witch, sounds like Dudley. She started on to the description of the witch from Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, which, because of a very curious Ron, led into the telling of the whole story. The rest of the boys came into the dorm later in the middle of her stories and, after settling into their own beds, began to listen as well. She laughed and said they reminded her of the Lost Boys from Peter Pan. Dean and Harry chuckled, while everyone else remained puzzled. She shrugged and began telling that story, even if it strayed from her theme. By the time she had gotten through The Wizard of Oz melt underwater. Muggles are so weird, murmured Seamus through a yawn. All the boys, including Ron and Harry, had fallen asleep. Hermione was barely awake herself and had no energy to go back to her own dorm. Half asleep, she slipped under the covers beside Harry and fell into slumber. The next morning, the three woke to a bright flash followed by chuckling. Each of them groaned and glared at Seamus, who was standing at the foot of the bed with Colin Creevy's camera in hand. "Ah, how cute, the three class skiving sickies," he cooed. "Sorry guys, couldn't let there be no proof of the fact that Hermione not only spent a night in the boys' dorm, but stayed in a bed with two blokes," Dean added. Hermione groaned and chucked a book at them. Ron gave her a sleepy high five over Harry. "See you three at breakfast." They laughed and left the trio to finish waking up. The three continued to lay in bed, too comfortable and tired to move. "How ya feelin', Harry?" Hermione asked in a part whisper since her voice had yet to fully kick in. "I'm much better. Just not quite awake yet," he murmured with a sleepy grin. "I ran into Fred and George last night. They wanted to know why we had all missed class," Ron said. "What did you say?" Harry asked, though not caring as much at the answer as he would have if fully awake. "Said that you'd tell 'em soon. You really have to, har. MMK. He murmured. "Really? Yeah, you're right. I'll tell 'em. If you need us, we're here for you," Hermione said sympathetically, turning on her side and propping her head up with her hand. Harry smiled at her. "Thanks, my own." There was a long comfortable pause. "I wonder what your dormmates are going to say when they find out you spent the night in the boys' dorm," Harry said with a grin. "Yeah, my own, you should enhance the story, for entertainment purposes," Ron added with a mischievous grin. "Nah, I'll just tell them nothing happened. That's the best way to put their imaginations at work," she said with a chuckle. First punching Malfoy, now this. "I think you're becoming worse than Harry and I. Soon, you're going to be a bad influence on us," said Ron in amusement. "Well, I'll start being a bad influence on you after OWLs, or on Monday. Good thing it's a Saturday. We can study all today and tomorrow." Ron and Harry rolled their eyes and groaned. 2 weeks of tests, Ron Ned miserably. "That's torture, that is." "Well, what would you rather do? Have 2 weeks of tests or 2 weeks of detention with Snape?" Hermione asked. "All right, you win. I'd take the tests any day," Ron admitted miserably. "No way, I'd go for the detention with Snape. That's far better than 2 weeks of tests," Harry argued. "What if it was 2 weeks detention with Lockhart?" Hermione asked. Harry made gagging sounds. "Bring on the tests. Of course we all know what you'd pick, my own," he teased. Hermione scowled at him. "What are you saying, Harry? Choosing between Lockhart and tests? That's like asking her if she'd like a pile of gold or a pile of diamonds." "Hey, shut it you two. I'm not so keen on him ever since it came out that he hadn't done all that stuff he had said." Ron cleared his throat and waited, but Hermione only raised an eyebrow. "And what about the fact that he tried to steal our memories and drive us mad?" Ron said in exasperation. "Oh, well, you couldn't really blame him for that now, could you?" she asked innocently. The two boys pulled faces at her and finally got out of bed. They walked with Hermione down to the common room just to see if any of her dormmates had noticed her absence the night before, and sure enough, the common room was occupied by several very excited and anxious-looking girls. When they saw Hermione walking down in her pajamas from the boys' staircase, they burst out into whispers and giggles. Parvati and Lavender raced over, each grabbing one of her arms and practically dragging her up the girls' staircase, Ginny racing up behind them. Ron and Harry laughed and went back up to get showered and dressed. The weekend was extremely hectic, with long, intense study periods along with tutoring Neville and Eloise. Everyone was more serious about studying than ever before, and Harry made sure that they all took breaks every time he could tell the stress was getting a bit too much. Once Eloise burst out in tears saying that she would never understand potions and was going to flunk out of school because she was so stupid. Harry and Neville gently reminded her that she had gotten on the test, which cheered her up. They went down to the kitchens and drank hot chocolate with cookies until they were relaxed enough to go back to potions. Ron and Hermione had dragged him to see Madame Pomfrey Saturday morning and she gave him several potions with instructions to start taking them daily. Throughout the weekend, he realized that he was constantly feeling weak now, though surprisingly, his powers were staying as strong as ever. Unfortunately, using these powers drained him of energy he hardly had in the first place, and he therefore refrained from putting them to much use. He had lost his appetite almost completely, much to the dismay of his friends. What was truly plaguing his mind, however, was the seemingly impossible task of telling the Weasleys about the cancer. Saturday night, he couldn't find Fred and George, and even though Ginny was in the common room, he wanted to tell them all together, so couldn't that night. Sunday night, he found them, but they were surrounded by books and looked stressed. They did have NEWTs starting the next day after all. Harry kicked himself for waiting this long to do it, since now the stress of his bad news would only add to the stress of their exams. He decided to wait until the beginning of the following weekend, so the shock of his announcement would be eased by the weekend before they had to go back to their tests. He passed the idea to Ron, who reluctantly agreed that Harry had a point. Okay, as long as you don't let worrying about telling them mess you up on your exams, Ron said. Don't worry, I won't, Harry said. Both of them secretly knew that it wouldn't matter how Harry did on the tests, but it was never said aloud. Monday came, bringing their first OWL test, the written portion of the defense test. Everyone was extremely nervous. Neville nearly had a nervous breakdown when he realized he had forgotten his quill as they were passing out the tests, but Hermione, who had brought 11 just in case, let him borrow one. When the test was actually in front of him, Harry's nerves were eased. The questions were things that he easily knew. He had thought that the questions were going to try to trick him or beyond things he hadn't learned about, but he was certain about the answer to every single one. He knew he might have had an easier time with the test than others thanks to preparing for the Tri-Wizard tournament the year before and his extra defense lessons this year, and felt slightly guilty about the extra advantage. The practical exam on Tuesday was also easy for Harry. He seemed to be having a far easier time than the other students around him, but all of the spells in this portion of the exam, he was sure they had learned in class. Wednesday and Thursday brought the written and practical portions of the potions test. Harry thanked Merlin he had tutored Eloise and Neville, since he might have forgotten several of the potions if he hadn't. After the test, the two ran up and hugged him, thanking him profusely. The examiner that was testing me said she was impressed, exclaimed Neville. Snape was right there and he looked like he had swallowed a bludger. And my potion turned out looking exactly like it should, and he asked what I would do if I wanted to disguise the taste, and I knew. I said I would add boomslang skin before the Noxwood, and he nodded and said, very good, Eloise said excitedly. See, I told you guys you could do it, Harry said with equal fervor. Ron came out grumbling a bit at the three happy students. Why didn't I join your study group? Why? He groaned. I don't know what went wrong, but it was green at the end. It dripped on the table and made it really shiny. The examiner reckons I invented a new magical wood polish, but since we were trying to make a truth-telling potion, I think I'm screwed. Neville patted him comfortingly on the back. Well, on the bright side, you might not have to take potions next year, he reminded him. But Ron's mood didn't brighten as much as they'd hoped. In fact, he looked even more depressed. Hermione bounded up to them energetically. How do you guys think it went? I think I did well. It turned out like it should have, I think. Oh Merlin, I'm the only one who failed, Ron said dejectedly. You don't know that you failed, Ron. Maybe your potion is a wood polish and a truth serum, Harry said hopefully. No, I'm just a royal idiot. Hermione immediately quelled her overly joyous antics and hugged Ron. No, you're not. Would I ever date an idiot? I don't think so. Maybe potions just isn't your thing. I think you're much better in charms, she said. Ron seemed to forget all the mishaps in charms that year and smiled. Really? Of course, she said brightly. Not that you should slack off for the charms exam next week. I'd say study extra hard so you can show off. All the boys rolled their eyes. Hey, it's true. You should all study this weekend. I'm not. Hey. Oh, shut it, you buggers. Eloise is obviously my only true friend here, so us girls are going to go down to the kitchens for an ice cream and pie celebration without you lot. She linked arms with a giggling Eloise, and the two marched off toward the kitchens. Ice cream. asked Neville. Pie, said Ron. The three raced after the girls. Severus. Snape jumped and whirled around, nearly breaking a beaker full of volatile acid. He glared as the headmaster raised an amused eyebrow. Albus, do you not have anything better to do than sneak up on people? He asked, turning back to his experiment. I just wanted to check on your progress and make sure you eat. The house elves are setting up your favorite meal in your living room and you're going to take a break to eat it, he said sternly. I know how you get with your research. With a slight scowl, Snape put out the fire and set down the beaker. I'm not a child, Albus, he said indignantly. His stomach chose that moment to growl. Yet you still cannot manage to feed yourself, Dumbledore said with a smile. He put an arm around the potions master's shoulders, knowing he was the only one who would ever be allowed to do such a thing, and led him out into the dining room. The two sat down at the table and Snape raised an eyebrow at the feast before him. You went overboard again, Albus. Overboard is a very interesting place to be. It's much less confining, wouldn't you agree? He said thoughtfully. Snape simply raised an eyebrow, not quite sure what exactly it was he was supposed to be agreeing to. So, how is your research going? Dumbledore asked, cutting his pork chops. Well, I think I've figured out how to isolate the cancer and remove it, but not without it damaging the life energy. I think I'm on to something though. It's all in theory though, and it will be very difficult to test it, he said with a frown. By the way, who did you get to fill in for my classes last week? Dumbledore's eyes twinkled merrily. Well, I took over a few, when Sirius was busy getting his house ready for summer. There's a lot of work to be done there since it hasn't been lived in for so long and he needs to fix up a room for Harry, he said casually. Snape blanched. Sirius Black. You got that man to teach my potions class. Are you insane? He probably only taught them how to turn people's hair different colors or some other horrid prank. Oh no. Please tell me my classroom is in one piece. Oh dear Merlin, he said horrified. Severus, though Sirius's talents in potions will never nearly match yours, you must admit he is more than competent in the subject. He just finds different joys in it than you do, the elder man said calmly. Joys such as blowing things up and making people miserable, he muttered, stabbing his own dinner viciously with his fork. I seem to remember a few potions you made as a student with some interesting side effects as well, said Dumbledore amusedly. I don't know what you're talking about, Snape said, trying to conceal a smirk. There was a long pause. Severus, do you think you might be able to save Harry? Dumbledore asked seriously. Snape sighed. I don't know, Albus. If I can get this potion right, it'll be close. I'm working as fast as I can. The longer he can hold on, the better chance I'll have to get it out of him. Of course, even if I do, his immune system will most likely be damaged, but he'd be able to live with it. Well, that's more hope than we've had. He grinned with amusement and Snape knew what was coming. You know, Severus. Albus, don't even start it, he warned. Start what? Start telling me that it's obvious I care for the boy and that this is good for me and I need to stop being a lonely, grumpy, isolated bastard and start reaching out and all that usual crap you try to spoon feed me, he said, exasperated. Actually, I was just going to say that you should try the mashed potatoes, but I'm glad you're starting to admit all this, said Dumbledore with a twinkle in his eye. Snape glared daggers at him. I do not care about him. I am just trying to find the cure as a little project. It's a new challenge, he said, matter-of-factly. Then I guess you wouldn't care about what Poppy told me about his health, Dumbledore said with a shrug, taking another bite of mashed potatoes. No, I don't care, Snape said indifferently. There was a long pause while he seemed to be having an inner struggle. Finally, he looked up in defeat. Fine, what did she say? Well, if you don't care, I wouldn't want to bore you with the details. Albus, Snape said warningly, stop trying to be manipulative and just tell me. Dumbledore laughed slightly before sighing sadly. He's beginning to have to take potions on a daily basis and she fears that may need to be increased soon. She says that his immune system is beginning to lose the battle against the illness, and his health will soon start declining even more rapidly. She doesn't think he has much time left, even with all the potions he's on. Snape shook his head and slammed down his fork. It's not fair. Albus. You know, I overheard the Weasley boy saying that Potter stood up for me against his friends. He stood up for me. Nobody does that, except for you. After everything I've done to him, is this his punishment or something? Is this my punishment? It's just so ridiculously unfair, he spat. Dumbledore sighed. I wish it weren't so, but life has its unfortunate twists. Sometimes evil prevails and the best people are dealt the worst of fates. In Harry's case, his goodness led him right into this horrible mess. It was his choice, but it was our faults. We conditioned him to believe that it was his destiny to face the Dark Lord. He's just a child. He must have believed that it was his destiny to die, since it must seem to him impossible to win. Maybe he was right, Snape said angrily. It is not up to us to decide people's destiny. There is still time, and because of you, there is still hope. Snape sighed and leaned back in his chair. So I guess it's down to me. It's resting on my shoulders now. Severus, you're doing more than I ever hoped for. Whether or not this works, you'll still be like a son to me. Do you understand that? Dumbledore asked seriously. Oh bother. Here comes the sappiness. Snape started with a roll of the eyes. Severus, I'm very serious. I want you to understand that. I've recently discovered what could happen when somebody doesn't believe that there's somebody who loves them. I don't know what I'd do if that were to be you, he said sincerely. Snape looked at the older man awkwardly. I understand, Albus. Thank you. Dumbledore gave him a sad smile. I best be off, he said, standing and waving away his dishes with a flick of the hand. I want you to start taking care of yourself. That means eating and sleeping as actual humans do. I'll come and check on you, and I don't want to see any under-eye circles or hear any growling of the stomach, he said sternly. Take care. You too, Snape said. Dumbledore then disappeared out the door, leaving a thoughtful Snape behind. The potions master called a house elf to clear away the food and returned to working on his experiments, for some reason, with even more determination than he had before. Finally, it was Friday, the day he had promised to tell the rest of the Weasley kids about the cancer. That day they had their Care of Magical Creatures test, which only consisted of a written exam. For once, Harry was able to see that Hagrid's lessons were not completely random spiels on magical creatures that he found interesting, but had actually been preparatory for the OWLs. He nearly laughed when he read the question, how should a person approach a hippogriff and what will cause one to become angry? He didn't get very far into the test when he began to feel ill. Luckily, Professor Lupin had been one of the exam proctors and had noticed Harry's shivering and the grimace of pain on his face, and realized what was going on. He came over and knelt by Harry's seat. Harry, let's get you to the hospital wing, okay? The test isn't important. Hagrid already knows you're a good student. Harry started to protest, but a dizzy spell reminded him that he didn't want to faint in front of the entire fifth-year class. He nodded and shoved his quills into his pocket. Lupin escorted him out, handing in his exam on the way out. Many students glanced up curiously, but quickly went back to their tests as the given time trickled away. Harry's friends watched him worriedly, but he gave them a reassuring smile before going out the door. Lupin brought Harry to the hospital wing, but Madame Pomfrey was at a bit of a loss. Harry was already on fever-reducing potion, but his immune system was failing and without its help, potions were no longer working as well or lasting as long. There's nothing you can do to help him? Lupin asked, casting Harry a sympathetic look as the boy lay on his usual hospital bed. Madame Pomfrey shot a glare at him. Remus, if I knew what to do, don't you think I would be doing it? He's on so many potions already and I'm not an expert with his condition. If you want to help, go call Severus. You can use the fire in my office, she said sternly. Remus went to her office to execute her orders. She sat on the edge of Harry's bed next to him. Her expression softened as he smiled weakly at her. Now you did take your potions this morning, right dear? Murmured, nodding his head slightly. They've been working fine up until now. I must be getting really bad, he said lightly, but Madame Pomfrey could easily see the fear on his face and it broke her heart. Unfortunately, she couldn't find any comforting words. I'm sorry, dear. I wish I knew more about this, Harry, so I could help you. Professor Snape will be here soon and hopefully, he can have some answers with potions questions. Don't apologize, Madame Pomfrey. I knew when I did this what it would be like. If it wasn't for you, I'd have been in pain for a lot longer. She cooled off the cloth on his forehead and readjusted it. Harry murmured his thanks, still slightly embarrassed to be taken care of. Madame Pomfrey noticed a look on Harry's face, as if he was debating whether to say something or not. Harry, she asked to prompt him. He looked down at his fidgeting hands. Well, I was just wondering, honestly, do you think I'll make it until my birthday? I mean, I know I said July, but with all the potions, it might turn out differently than it would have with Mr. Stenson. You can be honest with me. I can take it. The nurse looked down him and tried not to cry. The way things were looking, she wasn't sure he'd make it until July. Yes, you can make it until then. You just have to believe that you can and you will. Harry looked up at her hopefully. Really? Really? He flashed her a huge smile. That would be great. I've always wanted to have a real birthday, you know, with a cake and candles and people singing the song. He looked off dreamily. And presents, she added. Presents? He asked with a slightly confused look. Then he shook his head. No, I don't need presents. Lupin walked back in with Snape right behind him, having flowed up from the dungeons, arms laden with bottles of potions. I just spoke with Sirius. He's going to come and see you tonight after he finishes some things with the house. With the way he's working on it, it'll be a palace by the time you get there, Lupin said with a light chuckle. He won't tell me what he's doing. Tell him not to get carried away. He won't listen to me, Harry said amusedly. One of the test proctors came in and told Lupin that they needed him to come back. He looked reluctant, but Harry insisted that he'd be fine and there was nothing to worry about. Lupin instructed him to feel better and then slipped out the door. Meanwhile, Madame Pomfrey had filled Snape in on the problem. I don't know if I can give him any more potions without risking further damage, Severus. I'm lost with this, she explained. He nodded and sighed thoughtfully. More fever-reducing potion is out of the question. Too much will poison him. He paused in thought and began flipping through some potions books that Harry didn't think were from the library. He stopped on a page and sighed, tapping the page. We can try an Aegis potion. I'm not sure how effective it will be, but it's really the only thing we can do right now. It will cause fatigue and possibly dizziness, so it might be best if you stayed in bed for the rest of the night, Potter. Harry's face fell. Isn't there anything else? I'm already tired all the time. This will just make it worse. I don't want to be sleeping the rest of the time I have left. I'd rather just stay as I am, he pleaded. Potter, if there were anything else, I'd tell you, but this is all I can think of at the moment. It should help fight this for a brief period of time, giving your immune system a rest. Your body can't keep fighting this on its own, Snape insisted apathetically, not looking at Harry. For a fleeting moment, Harry swore he had detected a hint of sadness in the professor's voice, but realized he must have been hearing things. But I was going to go flying with Ron tonight, he said sadly. And Sirius is coming. I can't sleep through that. Can't I take it tomorrow? If you don't take this potion, you'll probably collapse anyways, Potter. Your friends and godfather will understand, but you need this, said the potions master coolly, turning to his potions ingredients and sorting through them. Harry sighed and looked longingly out the window at the Quidditch pitch. Well, dear, I'm going to go look through some of my books to see if I can find anything to deal with this loss of appetite you said you've been having. I'll be back in a bit, Madame Pomfrey said gently before disappearing into her office. Snape began to brew the potion. He kept opening and closing his mouth and was thankful Harry was looking the other way. A part of him wanted to start conversation, and a part of him just wanted to remain the detached professor. He didn't even know how to start a conversation with the boy. He cleared his throat and Harry turned to face him expectantly. I saw your potion for your OWLs. It was an outstanding, he started casually. Really? Yes. Your examiner said you made it with ease and answered the bonus question correctly. That's good enough to make it into advanced potions, the hardest class to get into in the school. Your marks have really gone up. Harry grinned at him awkwardly. Thanks, Professor. It's not a compliment, it's a fact. Right. That would have been cool to take potions next year. I think I was just starting to get into it, he said with a hint of sadness to his voice. His eyes looked into space. It's so strange to think that I'll never be going to another class here. He seemed to snap back to reality. At least your class will be easier, I guess, without Malfoy and I fighting and trying to blow up each other's cauldrons, he said with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Snape stirred the potion with a frown. Harry was right. There would never be another potions class with Harry Potter in it. There would be no one for him to blame for every little mishap. No one to heckle mercilessly. No one to secretly watch over, like he had been doing since finding out about Harry's home life. Potter, he said softly, not looking up from his potion, whatever you may think, I have never wished you dead. I don't hate you and you would have been a great asset to my advanced potions class, he said quickly, wincing at the awkwardness of the words. He had said, and, like a nervous little first year who was stumbling over answering a question. He supposed he was a bit rusty at giving someone a compliment. He didn't think he'd try it again soon. It was far too bizarre and embarrassing. There was a long silence as Harry stared at the potions master curiously. Thank you, Professor. That means a lot, he said sincerely. Snape did a rapid heating spell on the potion, followed by a cooling one. Don't get sentimental on me, Potter. You'll ruin my reputation, he growled. Harry stared at him momentarily before laughing. Oh yes, I can see the headlines now. Potions Master actually human. What would you do? He laughed, a part of him hoping he wasn't overstepping any boundaries, another part not really caring. What could Snape do to him at this point anyway? Snape scowled at him, secretly suppressing a snigger. I resent that, Potter, he said, but the amusement in his eyes let Harry know not to take him seriously. What else is new? Harry joked. Snape started pouring out some of the potion into a glass. Oh no, now he's going to poison me, he sighed dramatically. You bet, Potter. This will slowly and painfully turn you into a Slytherin, he said with a smirk, hardly believing that he was actually joking around with someone, especially Harry Potter. Harry smirked at him. You know, I was almost put into Slytherin. The Sorting Hat wanted to put me in there. Snape froze and looked at him in disbelief. You, the golden boy of Gryffindor. In Slytherin. Harry shrugged. That's what it said. Why did you not end up in my house then? He asked curiously. Harry smirked. I met Malfoy. He said he wanted to be in Slytherin, so I figured it must fit him. He was pretty awful, so. Draco is not awful, Potter. You should quit being so judgmental about him, Snape interrupted sternly. Well, he's acted pretty awful to me and my friends, Harry argued. I'm not saying he's the epitome of evil or anything, but he acted arrogant to put me off him right away. He decided he better change the subject. Anyways, that's why I begged the Sorting Hat to move to its second choice. Snape stopped scowling, remembering that from what he had overheard throughout the years, that Harry was right about the owned Slytherin's behavior. Snape thought about the idea of Harry being in Slytherin. He was vaguely impressed, and slightly disappointed. He hadn't considered Harry being in Slytherin before, but the idea wasn't all that crazy. He secretly thought that Harry would have been really good for the Slytherin house and the students in it. Well, that is definitely one of the most interesting things I've heard in a while, he said, vaguely wondering why the headmaster had never told him. Yeah, I sometimes wonder how different things would have been. Whether I'd have had the same friends. Whether the same people would have hated me. He subconsciously glanced up at the potions master, causing Snape to feel a slight pang of guilt. It would definitely have made things interesting, he commented. He handed Harry the glass. Drink this bit up. You can't take too much at one time, so I want you to take this now and then the rest at, let's see, 5 o'clock. It has a few nasty side effects at first, but they'll go away quickly, he assured the boy. Harry nodded and drank down the potion. He had just set down his glass on the nightstand when a horrible pain shot through his stomach. His whole body immediately felt like it was on fire, and as nausea overcame him, he was certain he would be sick. He whimpered pathetically and gasped, trying to refrain from crying out at the pain. He felt a relieving coolness on his forehead. It'll be over in a minute. It's okay. It's almost done, came a comforting voice. The nausea and pain diminished and Harry was left shakily gasping for breath. He opened his eyes to find himself staring at a very worried-looking Snape, who immediately snapped into a look of indifference as Harry looked at him. The potion's master was holding a freshly cooled rag to his forehead. "I don't like this potion too much," he muttered shakily. "Have you been eating lately? As in regular meals?" Snape asked. Harry shook his head. "I can't. I just throw it up," he said with a hint of embarrassment. "Your stomach seems to be rejecting things. That's why you had such a violent reaction to the initial side effects of the potion. I don't know if you'll even be able to keep it down the next time. If you can't, you have those syringes I gave you, right?" Harry nodded. "Good, you'll have to just inject it, but make sure you're somewhere where you can lie down for a second after you take it, whether you drink it or inject it. It's best if you can ingest it though, as I'm sure you know. I think it's best if I also start you on some nutrient and food supplement potions, unless I can figure out a way to stop your stomach from rejecting food." He paused, noticing that Harry's eyes seemed to be struggling to stay open. "Well, how are you feeling now?" he asked with well-hidden concern. "A lot better, actually. But tired," he said disappointedly. "Can't I take an energy potion?" "No, sorry, but the two don't mix well. It might work in the beginning, but it would just run you down. You'd be awake on energy you don't have, and that's really hard on your body. You need your sleep." Harry sighed and nodded, trying to fight sleep. "I'm going to leave the rest of this potion here, since I have to get back to some research. Remember to take it later." "K," he murmured, eyes closed. His breathing evened out as he slipped into slumber, but he was still shaking slightly. Snape pulled the covers up to Harry's chin and took off the wet rag from his forehead, gently drying off the boy's skin with his own sleeve. He turned to leave and froze. In the doorway was Ron Weasley, who was staring at him in shock. "Mr. Weasley, aren't you supposed to be in your exam?" he asked sternly. "Yeah, I just quit early and Professor Lupin said I could leave to go see Harry." How is he?" he asked, coming into the room awkwardly. "He's fine. He's going to be taking a few more potions now. He'll wake in about an hour," he said, a bit flustered with having been seen acting in a caring manner. All practical thoughts such as giving the boy instructions with Harry's new medications left his mind as he swiftly exited to escape the redhead's amazed gaze. As Ron sat down, Madame Pomfrey walked back in carrying a few books. She nearly jumped in surprise at the sight of him. "Oh, Mr. Weasley," she said with a small chuckle, putting a hand to her heart, "you nearly scared me out of my wits." He gave her an apologetic smile. "What does this one do?" he asked, pointing to the new potion on Harry's nightstand. "It basically takes over the job of Harry's immune system for a brief period of time, hopefully giving Harry a bit of a rest from trying to fight this thing all on his own," she said sadly. "Unfortunately, he'll get immune to it quickly. It'll only be effective for a few days at most." A bunch of voices were coming toward the hospital wing doors. Madame Pomfrey quickly pulled the curtains around Harry's bed. Apparently, a bunch of third years had gotten into a group brawl, and were now stumbling into the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey ordered all the injured into beds and began giving them random potions. Ron watched in interest. She noticed him watching and waved him over. "Here, dear, can you measure out about 3 milliliters of this and give it to the boy with the blonde hair?" she said, handing him a potion. Ron obeyed and handed it to the blonde kid. The boy thanked him before drinking it down. "Madame Pomfrey, how do you know what's wrong with them without even examining them?" he asked curiously as she poured out another potion. She looked up at him with a pleased expression. "Here, dear, I'll show you. Follow me and get out your wand." She led him to a boy who was grimacing in pain. "All right, say Sirdetrimenta as you run your wand over him like this." She passed her own wand over the boy as if it were scanning him. "And then concentrate on finding the injury. Can't you just heal me? I don't want him doing any experimental spells on me," the boy said snottily. "Oh, hush it, you," Madame Pomfrey snapped. "If you get into fights, I control who heals you." She turned back to Ron and her expression softened. "Go ahead, dear. Sirdetrimenta," he said as he ran his wand over the kid, concentrating like Madame Pomfrey told him. He could immediately sense that the kid had a sprained wrist and a bruised stomach, probably from being punched. He said this aloud to Madame Pomfrey, who smiled and nodded. Very good. So, we need bruise begone and sprain stopper. Not very imaginative names, but they do the trick. Ron measured out some of the potion for bruises and gave it to the kid. After a few kids, Ron could do the spell with ease. Madame Pomfrey let him guess at what potions they would need and how much. He was right or close most of the time. Madame Pomfrey was nearly beside herself with excitement about a student being interested in healing. Ron walked over to Harry while Madame Pomfrey was hustling the healed kids out of the infirmary. He raised his wand and concentrated. Sirdatri, he started but stopped with a gasp as Madame Pomfrey grabbed his wand hand and pulled it away from Harry. She looked slightly panicked. Mr. Weasley, not on Harry. What? Why not? He asked, slightly scared at the reaction from the school nurse. It's his own business. Just promise me you won't, all right? Okay, he said, now really wondering why she wasn't letting perform it on Harry when he was allowed to on all the other kids. So, Mr. Weasley, have you considered becoming a healer? She asked, much calmer after Ron agreeing not to check on Harry with the spell. No, I mean, with Harry's cancer I've been reading a lot of medical books and I think they're interesting and all, but I never really thought about actually doing anything with it. I mean, I don't know if I'm really cut out for it, you know. He said thoughtfully, sinking down into the chair by Harry's bed. I don't know what you're talking about. You seem to be great at it if you ask me. Professor Snape told me that you gave Harry an injection and Harry's told me that you're good about knowing which potions he needs to take, she said as she bustled around. Well, that's with Harry. But memorizing how much of which potion he should take with which symptoms is different than being a healer, he insisted. Everyone starts somewhere, dear. You should consider it. What's your schedule this year? Ron listed his classes. You'd have to concentrate in potions and charms in particular. Don't drop herbology, that'll become important. Ditch divination, that class is rubbish, and history of magic can go. Care of magical creatures can go or stay, though I recommend it if you can handle it with your other classes. Concentrate in the others though, and you could definitely be a healer if you're interested. Ron looked down dejectedly. Well, there goes that option. I totally messed up my potions OWL and I haven't had the best grades in it. There's no way I'll be allowed into it next year. Wouldn't mind ditching divination and history though. Well, if it's something you are serious about, I'll talk to Professor Snape for you. He and I are good friends and work closely together, so I have a bit of say with him. But I'll only recommend you if you're serious about this and will work hard in that class, because you'll be in there on my good word. You think about that, okay? Ooh, hold on one second. She hurried to her office and a few seconds later brought out a very worn-looking book. You can look through this if you'd like. It's what got me into healing. It talks about different things, the job entitles, the kind of things you'd be curing, what it takes to get there, and famous healers. Thanks. Ron took the book and began flipping through it thoughtfully. Madame Pomfrey went back into her office. When Ron was sure she wasn't coming back, he set the book down and stood up. He took out his wand and placed it over Harry. Sirdatrimenta, he whispered, concentrating on the focuses of Harry's pain. He wasn't prepared for the nearly overwhelming sense of pain that hit him. Harry was hurting everywhere. He could sense overwhelming weakness and fatigue. But what horrified him most of all was the slight sense of foreboding death. He didn't know one could actually sense that, but he could. He immediately understood why Madame Pomfrey had to do more in-depth examinations of Harry and why she was at a loss. The pain wasn't specific. It was everything and everywhere. Ron shivered violently and dropped his wand, breaking the connection. He shakily picked up his wand and looked at his friend, who looked peaceful in his sleep. If Harry looked so relaxed while in this much pain, then what kind of pain did he feel at the times when it showed? How could he stand it? Harry obviously didn't let on to how much pain he was in all the time. Ron just figured it went away most of the time, but was now realizing that it was always there. Harry had just gotten used to it. A little while later, Harry woke up. Ron handed him his glasses. Hey, what time is it? He asked tiredly. Around 1:30. How are you feeling? He asked in concern. Fine. Aren't you supposed to be taking the test still? I thought it lasted until 4, Harry asked worriedly. Ah, Hagrid will understand. And if he doesn't, I don't need the class or anything. Don't worry about it, okay? He ordered sternly, knowing Harry was already feeling guilty. Yes, sir, Harry joked. Ron paused. Hey Har. Just hypothetically, not that I'm really considering it or anything, but what would you think about me being a healer? It was just a stupid, passing idea, you know. I think you'd be a fantastic healer, Harry said encouragingly. Ha ha. Now really, what would you honestly think? He said, bracing himself. Ron, I'm serious, you'd be great. I really think so. You were great at giving me a shot on your first try, and you're great about all the stupid potions I have to take. I could really see you as a healer. It's a brilliant idea, he said enthusiastically. They spent the next few hours talking about how Ron would become a famous healer, bordering on superhero. Ron silently wished that the conversation could be about both of their futures. That evening, Harry and Ron ran into George in the common room. Oi, you two, ready to do some flying? He asked excitedly as Harry had offered to let them all take turns on his firebolt, something George had never done. Oh yeah, we just have to get our brooms, said Ron with a nod toward the boys' staircase. All right. Fred's not coming. He and Angelina had to do some studying, he said, wiggling his eyebrows, suggesting that studying would be the farthest thing from Fred and Angelina's minds. Harry chuckled while Ron shuddered. Too much information, said the younger of the two redheads. We'll be right back. The two ran up to the fifth-year dorm and threw on sweaters. As Harry grabbed his broomstick, his eyes fell upon the clock. It was nearing 5. He glanced over to the potion sitting on his nightstand. He wasn't feeling very ill. He definitely felt well enough to go flying. If he took the potion, he wouldn't be able to go. I'll be fine, he silently decided. Ready, Har? Asked Ron eagerly. Harry nodded and with one final glance at the potion, followed Ron out the door. They flew around for nearly 2 hours. Harry tried to teach them how to do a Ronski feint, but when George almost had a head-on collision with the ground, and Ron nearly hit the goal post, they decided to give that trick a rest for the day. They got the quaffles from the Quidditch shed and tried to get them past Ron, who blocked nearly every single one. They raced each other, each time making the course more difficult, flying through the goal posts, around trees, touching the ground, and such. Harry nearly almost won, even when someone else was riding his firebolt. Yet Harry gradually began to feel worse. It was now nearing 7 o'clock, 2 hours after he should have taken his potion, and he was no longer certain that he didn't need it. As they ran out of ideas for races, they began lazily flying around and chatting. Harry's head began pounding with sharp pains, but he merely clenched his teeth when not talking and pressed his fingers into his temples. All right, if you could ban one person, or ghost, or other creature, from Hogwarts, who would it be? George asked from below Ron and Harry, as he lazily flied in a figure-8 pattern. Just one. I guess Malfoy, though there would be a few others I wouldn't mind getting rid of as well, Ron said thoughtfully, chewing on part of a chocolate frog he had found in his pocket. Like Trelawney. He said the divination teacher's name with pronounced malice. Though Harry had trained himself to block out all her foreboding of his death, Ron had remained sensitive to it and was always in a foul mood during and after the class. He had even told her off a few times, landing himself in detention. No, Cho Chang has to be the first to go. Her or Filch. It's a bit of a tough call, Harry mused. What about you, George? He called down. Ron Weasley. Man, that kid's annoying, he smirked. Ron chucked the rest of his chocolate frog down at George but missed. Filch definitely. If we got rid of him, Fred and I could get all the stuff he's confiscated from us back. I think he must have a whole bureau full of it now. Though he did help us to reach our record-breaking detention record, so for that, I owe him thanks, he said dramatically. Ah yes, the record for most detentions ever. I'm so proud of you, Ron said sarcastically, trying to casually do an upside-down loop on his broom, but nearly falling off. Instead he climbed higher into the sky. Harry's head began pounding viciously, drowning out the playful banter between the two brothers. He felt something wet trickle down from his nose, and curiously touched the side of his finger to it. He pulled it away to find blood. He wiped it away with his sleeve, but a wave of dizziness caused him to grab his broom desperately. His breath caught in his chest as he coughed painfully. "Hey Harry, you all right?" George called up, not sounding all too concerned since he didn't understand the seriousness of the situation. But Harry didn't answer. Ron looked down at him with worry and called his name. Harry groaned and pressed a hand against his chest as his breathing became harsh and erratic. Ron began flying down to him, but before he could get there, Harry's eyes closed as he slipped off his broom. "George!" Ron screamed frantically. George gasped and immediately flew himself under Harry and caught the younger boy in his arms like a rag doll, knocking his broom down several feet. "Ron! What the hell is wrong with him? He's unconscious and his nose is bleeding and he isn't breathing right." George called in shock, extremely frightened as he cradled Harry's shaking body to his chest. "Oh shit, we need to get him to the hospital wing." "No, fly him up to our dorm window. It's closer and we need to go quick," Ron yelled shakily, grabbing Harry's broom and starting toward the thankfully open window. "Ron, he needs medical attention," George insisted. "George, please, just trust me," he called. George nodded, fright showing on his face. The two flew as fast as they could to the window and stepped down into the room, George carrying Harry. He gently laid Harry down onto his bed and tried to wake him as Ron ran to the nightstand and desperately pulled out a vial and a syringe. "Roll up his sleeve," he ordered as he filled the syringe with the emergency potion and tapped the air bubbles out of it, his hands shaking like mad as he tried to concentrate on what he was supposed to do. George looked at his brother in a confused awe and did as he was told. "Ron, what the hell?" he asked. Ron just brushed him aside and knelt by Harry, who was covered in cold sweat, his breath coming in small gasps. "Hold on, Harry," he murmured as he grabbed Harry's arm and hurriedly swabbed it with antiseptic at the inside of his elbow. "I need more light." George quickly turned on the lights to the room and watched as Ron found a vein and carefully pushed the needle into Harry's arm. As the needle entered, there was a sharp intake of breath from Harry. "Ron, what's going on? Please," George begged, sounding almost tearful in his desperation to know what was happening. Ron pushed in the plunger on the needle and slid the syringe back out carefully, immediately pressing a cotton swab to the hole to stop the bleeding. Ron shakily wiped the blood away from under Harry's nose with a tissue. "Harry's sick," he said quietly. "No shit, Ron," he said, clearly frightened. "But why do you know how to give him a shot? How do you even know if you're giving him the right thing? This doesn't look like any flu or cold I've ever seen." "George," Ron interrupted his brother's tirade. "Harry's sick," he said slowly and sadly. He looked up into his brother's eyes, begging him to understand so Ron wouldn't have to say it. George's eyes went wide and he took a step back. "Wait, what do you mean?" he asked frantically. "He's dying," he said in a near whisper. George froze and stared at him with a horrified look. "Ron, that is not funny," he said coldly. "What is really going on? If this is some sort of prank, that's really sick." Ron scowled at him. "Would I joke about this?" he snapped, angrily wiping away a tear. "He was going to tell you and Fred and Ginny tonight after dinner." "No," George said, shaking his head numbly. "No, this can't be." "That's what I thought," Ron whispered, looking back to Harry who was beginning to regain consciousness. Harry Mo.Ned and opened his eyes, looking around in confusion, his eyes finally landing on Ron. "What happened?" he asked hoarsely. "You fell off your broom. George caught you." "I told him. I'm sorry. I know it should have been you to explain, but I had to," Ron explained. Harry looked over to George who was frozen in shock. "George, he started, but was interrupted by a wave of dizziness. "Ron, I didn't take my potion. Snape said I had to at 5, but I didn't," he said weakly looking at the potion on his nightstand. Ron grabbed it along with a glass. Harry told him half a glass would do. "Harry, why didn't you take it? That was so stupid. You could have something really bad could have happened." "It makes me too tired," he explained quietly. "So what? So I wanted to go flying with you guys, and Sirius is coming after dinner and I was going to tell Fred and George and Ginny, he said, avoiding Ron's stern gaze. If I'm not awake for anything anymore, then what's the point? Ron couldn't think of anything to say and helped Harry sit up. He handed the glass to Harry, but the dark-haired boy's hands were shaking so hard that Ron kept a hand on the glass, helping tip the potion into Harry's mouth. Harry swallowed and then whimpered in pain. Ron, he Ned. Are you going to be sick? He asked quickly. Harry nodded miserably. George, snap out of it. Please. Grab that trash bin and hurry, he said, snapping George out of his shocked, frozen state. The twin nodded and grabbed the bin. He ran over and put it before Harry, who immediately vomited up all the potion into it. George numbly sat on the edge of the bed and rubbed Harry's back with a shaky hand. Ron looked up at his brother thankfully as he pulled out another syringe and filled it halfway with the potion, remembering that half a glass of potion was equal to half a syringe. As soon as Harry was done retching and had wiped his mouth on his sleeve, Ron gave him the shot. As the potion spread through his bloodstream, Harry felt the initial side effects. He bit his lip and leaned back against the headboard of his bed, closing his eyes tightly. When it passed, he looked sadly up at George. It's true, the older Weasley said numbly. Harry nodded. I'm sorry. I promise I'll explain everything after dinner, when Fred and Ginny are here too. Please don't tell them yet. I think they should hear it from me. Maybe you guys should go tell them not to make any plans after dinner. I'm staying with you, Ron said firmly. No, Ron, please. I just need some time to myself before this. To collect my thoughts and stuff, he said gently. Ron nodded understandingly. He and George got up, the latter still looking quite dazed. He had yet to completely comprehend what he had been told. Try and get some rest. We'll be back in about half an hour, Ron said. Merlin, this can't be happening, George muttered, swallowing hard. See you after dinner, Harry, Ron sighed. Don't worry, it'll turn out okay. Harry nodded and looked down at his hands as the two Weasleys left. The door clicked shut behind them. He leaned back against the headboard with a sigh. Though he felt weak, he didn't feel as tired as he had when taking the potion the first time. He realized he would probably have to have the coming conversation while lying in bed, making him look weaker than he wanted to appear. He sighed again and began mentally preparing how he was going to say this. Ron and George walked solemnly into the Great Hall and sat with the other two Weasleys and Hermione. Hey, how was flying? Where's Harry? Fred asked. Noticing their depressed moods, he furrowed his eyebrows. What's wrong, you two? George and Ron looked at each other grimly. Hermione immediately figured out what was going on, her own smile deflating. Harry needs to talk to you after dinner, Ron said gravely to his brother and sister. Fred's expression turned serious. Did you find out what's been going on? He asked his twin. George nodded numbly. Yes, but I think you two need to hear it from Harry. Hear what from Harry? What's going on? Something's wrong, Ginny asked worriedly. Gin, you'll find out after dinner. Just please, don't ask us questions right now, Ron said. I'm done with dinner, she said, putting down her silverware, having barely touched her food. He needs a bit of time, so you're going to have to wait, Ron said softly. Ginny dejectedly picked up her fork and began stabbing at her potato. I take it that it's something bad, Fred said, looking at his twin's expression. George nodded. Why does everything always have to happen to Harry? Doesn't he deserve a break? Ginny muttered angrily. Suddenly, all the doors to the Great Hall burst open simultaneously and Death Eaters came swarming in. Back in his dorm, Harry's scar suddenly began to burn and he felt overcome with cold. He knew what that meant. Voldemort had arrived. He scrambled out of bed and grabbed the energy-boosting potion out of his nightstand drawer and gulped it down. He grabbed his wand and began racing downstairs toward what he knew would probably be his death. The teachers were surrounded first and, taken by surprise, were easily captured in an invisible blockade that Voldemort had invented, leaving the professors hopeless without the counter curse. Spells could not be shot from inside out, only from the outside in, and the professors were immediately disarmed. Everyone screamed in horror at the sight of Voldemort, who had entered after his Death Eaters, and most scrambled to the doors. The students found themselves unable to escape from the Great Hall. With a flick of Voldemort's wand, the tables disappeared, leaving nothing to hide behind. Those who tried to fight back had their wands taken from them. Eventually, the students were backed up against the walls of the Great Hall, like a stadium crowd. Ron pulled Hermione behind himself so his body shielded hers. "Ron, what are you doing?" she hissed. "My own, they can easily find out that you're a Muggleborn, so stay behind me," he whispered. He looked around to find that many had the same idea. The Muggleborns and half-bloods had been pushed to the back, being shielded by rows of pure bloods. Even some of the Slytherins were blocking some young and frightened Muggleborns. The Death Eaters began circling, searching through the students. It seemed, however, that they did not find what they were looking for. Ron felt the blood leave his face as he realized who was being sought after. "Where is Harry Potter?" Voldemort boomed angrily. "Leave him be, Tom, he's just a boy," Dumbledore bellowed menacingly. "I'll deal with you later, old man," Voldemort hissed before casting a powerful silencing charm on the invisible cage containing the professors. "Now," he said, turning back to the students. "Which of you know the whereabouts of Harry Potter?" he asked. Silence and nervous glances filled the room. "I said, I'd like to know the whereabouts of Harry Potter, now." More silence followed. "I suggest somebody come forward before I begin killing students to get my answer. I am very impatient." Ron looked anxiously at Hermione. They didn't want anyone to die, but nothing short of a truth serum would get it out of them. "Fine, if that's the way you want to play it." He nodded at one of the Death Eaters, who turned and grabbed a second-year Hufflepuff girl and dragged her out crying to the Dark Lord. Her friends all cried her name and pleaded for her life. The professors were pounding on the invisible barrier, shouting words that couldn't be heard. Voldemort lifted his wand. Avada Kedavra. Green light shot toward the girl and everyone screamed or gasped. The girl shut her eyes, squeezing out some final tears. But the light never hit. Everyone peeked out from behind their hands. The girl cracked open an eye to find the green light frozen midair, right in front of her. Every eye in the room stared at it in wonder. "What?" Voldemort bellowed furiously. It then simply dropped to the ground, shattering like glass and then disappearing altogether. "Leave her alone. I'm here." Everyone looked over to see Harry walking fearlessly into the room, wand in hand. Several of his friends shouted for him to run, but Harry ignored them all. Voldemort's scowl turned into a malicious grin. "Ah, Potter, I've been looking for you." He waved a hand nonchalantly toward the girl, and a Death Eater shoved her back to her friends, who all hugged her, bawling. "Oh God, Ron," Hermione whispered. "I don't think he's going to be able to do this. So we meet again. I assume you haven't forgotten our last meeting." "You mean the one where you failed to kill me again?" he asked cheekily. Voldemort's eyes flashed with anger. "Pure luck. I assure you that this time, you will not be leaving this room alive, and the wizarding world will have you to thank for strengthening my powers." The teachers were banging against the invisible cage even more ferociously. Harry was pleased to see that Voldemort had taken the bait, but bent his face into a look of confusion. "What I want to know is how you learned that sneaky little trick of getting into my head," Voldemort continued. "It took too much of my valuable time to figure out how to block that little connection. I couldn't do anything until I could make sure you weren't spying on my plans. It was quite annoying. That's my little secret. How can you be so sure that I haven't been spying on all your plans?" he asked, totally bluffing. He hadn't had any visions since the last attack, but he figured it couldn't hurt to cause the Dark Lord some doubt as to Harry's control of the situation. But Voldemort didn't look too concerned. "I know you haven't been spying on my plans because I'm in here right now. It's taken months of discreetly breaking down these barriers one by one, while making it so they appeared to still be there. Did your precious headmaster ever tell you what a brilliant student I was?" he asked imperiously. "Are we getting a little cocky, Tom?" Harry asked insolently. Whether it was being insulted by a 15-year-old or the use of his hated given name, Voldemort's face twisted into a look of fury. Harry mentally prepared himself to block any spells hurled at him, but sensed that Voldemort wasn't going to attack him yet. Instead of cursing Harry, Voldemort threw his hands up toward the ceiling and shouted an unfamiliar spell. Light shot out of his hands and formed itself into a dome surrounding only Harry, Voldemort and his Death Eaters. It was similar to the clear fortress holding the professors, but was designed to keep others out instead of in. Now we can get down to what I came here to do. Voldemort hissed. Crucio. The spell came whizzing toward Harry, but he easily blocked it. You can't block unforgivables, he shouted furiously. I believe I just did, Harry said cheekily. So, you have some new tricks up your sleeve, I see. Well, no matter then. I'm going to let my Death Eaters have a bit of fun before we get down to business. He clapped his hands once and suddenly wands from each Death Eater were trained on Harry. Voldemort paused before signaling the battle to begin. Don't kill him, he said before stepping back to watch the show. The battle began between Harry and the Death Eaters. He tried to focus on what they were going to do, but there were too many of them. The most he had dueled against was 4 people, now there were at least 50, and even though they had less skill than Harry's professors, the number of them was disabling Harry's ability to sense what they'd do. Curses were shot at him from all directions. The masked figures firing curses incessantly. He dodged and blocked and shielded them, shooting his own at every chance he got. He tried to remember everything he had learned in his lessons. He managed to get many Death Eaters to hit each other and faked many out, making them jump right into his spells. He was able to block spells with his left hand using wandless magic, while attacking with his wand in his right hand. He could stare intensely at a person and the next thing they knew, they were on their backs missing their wand. After only a few minutes, he had half of the Death Eater's wands. Just as many were left in body binds. Everyone was surprised. They knew Harry was good at dueling, but he was fighting over 50 Death Eaters. He had been hit by a few curses but had been able to fight the effects, recovering and catching the Death Eaters by surprise. But as Snape had warned him of earlier, the energy potion had only given him superficial energy that was quickly fading. The fight was draining him of energy with each spell, and it was becoming obvious. His opponents soon discovered that Harry was having a tougher time blocking and dodging the Cruciatus curse since it was an unforgivable. The ones with wands circled around him, filling the gaps left by their fallen comrades. One of the Death Eaters gave a signal. Crucio. They all shouted simultaneously. Harry was too drained to conjure up a strong enough shield. He couldn't block and dodge them all. 2 hit him in the back. Pain engulfed his body as he fell to the ground, dropping his collections of wands. He was unable to fight against their curses any longer as he was engulfed by fiery pain. Then the agony increased as another Death Eater added his own, Crucio, to the bunch. Then another did the same, and another until Harry couldn't think of anything else. He didn't know where he was, what was happening, or who was casting those excruciating curses. He could only think about the tortuous waves of pain coursing through his body. He wished he could die just to stop all feeling. Suddenly, the curses ceased. He still felt incredibly sore and the painful remnants of the curses continued to throb in his very veins, but the realization of his situation came rushing back to his consciousness. He was lying on the ground. He tasted blood from biting his tongue. He saw half-moon cuts on his palms where his fingernails had dug into his skin as a result of clenching his fists so hard. As he gasped for air, he realized that his throat was incredibly sore from screams he didn't remember. He looked around him. Professor McGonagall was crying furiously while Dumbledore looked murderous. Harry looked over to see Ron and Hermione banging against the clear wall screaming, "Stop it!" and "Leave him alone," tears streaming down Hermione's face. Neville was shaking and covering his ears, presumable to block out Harry's previous screams. He was muttering, "No, no, 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 no," and shaking his head. Harry felt sympathetic toward his friend, knowing that Neville must have just been reminded of what happened to his parents. Eloise was kicking the force field as hard as she could, screaming for Harry to run. Many students were trying to break down the barrier, working together to cast any spells they could recall at the dome, but nothing worked. Harry looked around for his wand but realized that it was gone with the others. He shakily got to his feet, ignoring the jeering laughs from the Death Eaters. His legs felt wobbly. He coughed into his hand, spraying it with blood, which he wiped off on his robes. "Well, I thought you were all powerful, Harry," Voldemort sneered, stepping forward. I guess you are. In fact, just a little boy. A little boy that seems to have gotten the best of you quite a few times, he said hoarsely. Voldemort glared at him. He nodded at two Death Eaters who roughly grabbed Harry's arms, holding him to the spot. Harry was feeling too weak to fight back or use his wandless magic. You won't get the best of me this time, Voldemort said, grinning evilly. Harry struggled as best he could, but just wore himself out even more. I already have. You're proving to everyone what a coward you really are, getting your Death Eaters to make sure I'm weak enough for you to handle, Harry spat. Voldemort's eyes flashed dangerously. I am not cowardly, Potter, I'm just not one to waste my time playing foolish games with an insolent brat like you. Suddenly, the Death Eater on his right threw curses at the other Death Eater that was holding Harry, and Voldemort. He gripped Harry's arm tightly and began pulling him away. Professor, Harry whispered. What are you doing? He asked as Snape began to throw more curses toward Death Eaters. I've changed my mind, Potter, this isn't right. I'm going to get you out of here, he said in a determined voice. No, Professor, there's no chance for this to work. Just get out of here. They'll kill you, Harry insisted frantically. He didn't want Snape to get killed. The man had helped him so much this year. If I go now, he'll just kill students. If you stay, he'll kill you. Snape hissed, blocking them from a particularly nasty curse. I can't run away now when I could stop him. He insisted, weakly pulling his arm, but Snape's grip was too strong and Harry's energy was depleted. It's not your job to protect them. Yes, it is. It's been my job since I was one, whether I like it or not. You should know that by. Harry was interrupted as he was hit with another round of Cruciatus curses. He collapsed to the ground and focused on trying not to scream. Unfortunately, in the split second that Harry's collapse distracted him, Snape felt his wand being ripped out of his hand by the disarming spell. Death Eaters were on him in a second, dragging him before their master. One of the Death Eaters ripped off Snape's mask and the student body gasped in seeing the face of their potion's master. Voldemort frowned. Tisk tisk, Severus, I'm disappointed. I had questions about your loyalty, but I didn't think you'd be as stupid as to side with that bumbling old fool. Well, after I deal with my prior obligations, he said, indicating Harry who had been recaptured by Death Eaters. I will teach you a lesson about the punishments for spies. We'll see just how sorry you are. He turned to the masked figures holding Snape. Put him with the others, he instructed, waving a hand toward the professors. They dragged a struggling Snape up toward the staff and shoved him roughly inside. Snape immediately whipped around and kicked the barrier, screaming profanities that fell only upon the ears of the other professors since the sound shields were still up. Now, back to you, Harry. He walked slowly toward the boy who wouldn't have been able to stand without the Death Eaters holding him up. He had coughed up a lot more blood, which was now covering the sleeve he had used to wipe it away. With each step, Harry's scar burned, but he miraculously refrained from screaming. Finally, Voldemort was right in front of Harry, who could hardly see through the pain. So, this is the hero of the wizarding world, a weak little boy with too much arrogance for his own good. Pathetic, he sneered. You know, I've done my fair share of research on you. You know what I've found, Harry. When it became clear that Harry wasn't going to respond, Voldemort continued. I found that a hero is all that you've ever been. Your relatives despise you since they're filthy muggles who don't understand your so-called importance. You're worthless to them. Your friends and classmates like you when you save the school, but they turn against you pretty quickly, now don't they? No, he growled, realizing the truth in the accusation as he said it. Oh really? Well, my sources seem to be under the distinct impression that the school turned against you when they discovered your ability to speak Parseltongue. And did they not even wear badges with hateful messages about you on them last year? But maybe the phrase, Potter stinks, holds a different meaning to you. Harry glanced around, his face reddening with embarrassment. Everyone had looks of shame on their faces. Many had tears dripping down their faces as their guilt overwhelmed them. No, they were just supporting the one who should have been the champion, he said firmly, though he knew it wasn't the entire truth. You may as well admit it, Harry. Those who you are trying to protect right now don't give a damn about you. You're nothing to them. Nothing except a famous scar, he said, tapping Harry's scar with his finger. It erupted in pain. Harry couldn't be certain that his head was not, in fact, ripping in two. His legs gave out, but the two Death Eaters held him up. Finally, Voldemort pulled his hand away triumphantly, leaving Harry gasping for air. Then, Harry did something nobody expected. He spit right in Lord Voldemort's face. Everyone gasped, and even Voldemort looked shocked. His eyes filled with loathing, and he backhanded Harry across the face, slicing Harry's cheek with a ring he was wearing. To his dismay, however, Harry didn't make a sound and just turned his face calmly back to Voldemort. Let's just see how your fellow students care for you, shall we? Lucius, it's time for your son's first chance to prove himself. All eyes snapped to Draco Malfoy, who looked utterly shocked. One of the masked figures stalked over and grabbed his arm, whispering a spell to allow them back through the barrier. The boy looked nothing short of petrified as his father pushed him down into a bow in front of the Dark Lord. Harry knew this should look funny, the arrogant Slytherin looking so vulnerable, but he couldn't seem to find the humor. Ah, Draco, Voldemort smirked. Your father is one of my most loyal servants. He has given me every assurance that you will follow in his footsteps. I'm giving you your first challenge. This should be immensely pleasurable, causing pain to your sworn enemy. This is what your father trained you for. Stand to face him and cast the Cruciatus on him. Voldemort leaned closer to Malfoy, who shuddered. Make him scream, he hissed with glee. The bee-owned boy positively shook with fright as he walked over to face Harry, whose arms were still being held by the two Death Eaters. Harry met Malfoy's gray eyes, which were wide with fear. Malfoy looked back at him and looked indecisive. His father shouted for him to get on with it, and he flinched. Harry's rival in everything from Quidditch to hallway skirmishes raised a trembling wand at him. Harry tensed up, knowing the pain was coming soon. He felt like he should hate the boy right now, despise him really, but he couldn't. He felt sympathy for him. Malfoy was just 15 and was being forced into doing something he didn't want to, all because his father had chosen a certain path in life. Malfoy opened his mouth to say the spell. He couldn't seem to tear his eyes away from the raven-haired Gryffindor, who was trembling in pain. He had expected to find loathing those eyes, but was surprised to find only pain, resignation, and the most shocking of all, compassion. He couldn't remember ever seeing compassion directed toward himself before. Malfoy slowly lowered his wand. What the hell do you think you are doing? His father hissed. Hurt him. You hate him. I can't, he stammered, trying to fight back tears as the hate shone through in his father's voice, and the Dark Lord looked at him murderously. Please, he pleaded with his father. I can't. You can't. Mr. Malfoy roared. If you can't do this, then how the hell do you think you're going to manage as a follower of the Dark Lord? The younger Malfoy took a deep breath. He shot a look at Harry, and a look of certainty settled over his face. I won't become a Death Eater. I can't do this kind of stuff. I won't, he said shakily but determinedly. Voldemort looked livid. Lucius, I better not be hearing this, he growled. Malfoy Sr. ripped off his mask, his face red with fury. He glared at his son. Do it now, he screamed. You will become a Death Eater. You will curse Harry Potter. I won't. Malfoy Jr. shouted back defiantly. Crucio. The students gasped, unable to believe that a father would cast the Cruciatus on his own son. They watched as their classmate writhed on the floor, screaming in agony. Harry was struggling against those restraining him, shouting at Malfoy Sr. to stop. The curse ceased, leaving Malfoy on the floor panting, shaking from the remnants of pain. His father glared down at him in disgust. You are a failure, he sneered hatefully. You've disgraced our entire family. No, Malfoy, Harry yelled. The boy looked up at him sorrowfully. Harry looked intently into his eyes to make sure he understood the sincerity. You're better than he'll ever be. The pain in Malfoy's eyes lessened slightly at the heartfelt statement from his former enemy and nodded slightly. What the hell is going on? First Severus and now this pathetic boy. Don't mind him for now, Lucius, we'll deal with your son later. Mr. Malfoy sneered at the shaking boy on the floor. He's no son of mine, he spat coldly. The younger Malfoy choked back a sob and scooted away from his father. Before he could reach the barrier, Voldemort barked a spell at him. Several coils of light sprung from his wand and twisted, forming a cage around Malfoy. The Slytherin cautiously touched the bars of light, but jumped back in pain, holding a burnt finger. Voldemort and the other Death Eaters turned their attention back to Harry. Your time is over, boy. You're going to burn in hell just like your big-headed father and your filthy mudblood mother, Voldemort. Harry snapped. Don't you dare talk about my parents, you bloody murderer. He yelled, struggling once again against those holding him. Really, Harry, how do you know it isn't true? Because people told you that your parents were kind and caring. People lie. Do you honestly think they'd tell you what disgraces they really were? How can you really be sure what they were like when you can't even remember them? Harry paused. Voldemort was right. How did he know what they were really like? Nobody would tell a boy that his dead parents were complete failures. Maybe Snape really was being honest all those times. That's because you murdered them, Harry said, glaring. Yes, well, it's a good thing, isn't it? Can you imagine what they'd say if they saw you right now? They'd be horribly disappointed in you as everyone else is. Your whole purpose in life was to defeat me and you couldn't even do it. We'll see about that, Harry snapped. Voldemort laughed. I'm afraid it's too late, Harry. You'd really have to have something big up your sleeve to protect you from what I'm about to do to you, and frankly, I don't think you do. And if you think that anybody will really care when you die, you're horribly mistaken. All you are is their little hero, and now you've lost. Now you are nothing. You're worthless. Harry winced at the harsh words that reminded him of the Dursleys. He tried to tell himself that it wasn't true, but he found himself filled with doubt. No. Sirius cares. Ron and Hermione care. Ginny cares. Fred and George care. Neville and Eloise care. He told himself, but he couldn't help feel incredibly alone, his confidence in that belief faltering drastically. After all, hadn't it been he who had always gotten them into danger? He had practically ruined their year after telling them about his cancer. He loved the Weasleys, Hermione, and Sirius with all his heart. They were the only family he had ever known. But they all had their own families or other preoccupations. He was filled with embarrassment at the thought that he had cared for him far more than they had for him. But then he remembered the twins telling him that he could always talk to them and that they considered him a brother in all but blood. He remembered Hermione worriedly taking care of him, skipping school for him. Ginny exacting revenge on Cho for him and inviting only him to the movies with her class. Ron being there for him every time he needed someone, waking him up every morning despite the difficulty of the task, reading endless medical books just for him. How Ron had cried for Harry when Harry had never seen the redhead cry for anything before. Most of all, he remembered Sirius telling him that he loved him. He inwardly smiled at the memory and firmly decided that Voldemort was wrong. There were people who cared for him, and no matter what happened, no one could take that away from him. Voldemort took a few steps back and raised his wand. Cries and pleas came from all around, but Voldemort ignored them all. Harry struggled against his captors. Harry. Harry looked over to find his friends calling his name desperately. Harry, you know he's lying. You know we've always cared, Hermione sobbed pleadingly. Harry nodded reassuringly. As he saw Voldemort open his mouth, Harry ceased struggling and shut his eyes, fully focusing his powers inward. Reknak Sunamoon. Reknak Sunamoon. Reknak Sunamoon, he muttered until he began to feel a burning sensation begin to grow from his chest. It was working. Anakarinina Dewaro. Voldemort shouted, a blue light shooting from the end of his wand right into Harry's chest. The Death Eaters dropped Harry's arms and stepped away, but Harry remained upright as he felt the spell rush through him. As he had when he had performed the spell on Mr. Stenson, Harry clasped his hands over his chest where the light was entering, just to stop the immensely painful tingling sensation concentrated in that one spot, but it had no effect. Soon Harry's whole body was tingling. Harry saw a brilliantly white light surround him. As the light got brighter, Harry felt weaker. His eyelids drifted closed. Finally, the bright light, at the end of the string of blue light, as if a fish on the end of a fishing line, was ripped from Harry's body. Harry's world went dark as he collapsed to the ground, dead. No! Screamed Ron and Hermione, bruising their fists as they banged desperately against the barrier. Everyone watched the scene in horror, the white light floating above Harry's lifeless body. However, white wasn't the only color, just the dominant one. There were also golden streaks inside, which represented his magic, and a red sphere of light in the center that was growing rapidly in midair. Few knew it, but this was Harry's cancer, growing rapidly from the spell Harry had cast. The blue light shot back into Voldemort's chest, pulling the white light, Harry's life energy, along with it. Finally, all light had disappeared and all was silent with shock, confusion, and anticipation. Voldemort held out his hand, palm up, and looked at it curiously. A flame burst up from it and he smiled triumphantly. It then turned to ice, a frozen sculpture of flames, which he hurled at the ground, shattering it into pieces. He began cackling maniacally. His servants all stepped toward him in awe, collapsing to their knees in a semicircle before their master, with Harry's body lying crumpled near his feet. They began bowing and hailing him. Voldemort turned his gaze to the ceiling and raised both his arms. As the students could see by looking at the enchanted ceiling, the sky outside instantly became covered in dark clouds and rain began pouring down. They could hear the loud crashing of thunder as lightning streaked the sky, as if announcing the ultimate return of the Dark Lord. Several of the students with parents out there in masks, most of whom were in Slytherin, looked excitedly triumphant, glad they had obviously picked the winning side. They cast looks of malice at Draco Malfoy, whose eyes kept flickering between the dead body of Harry, Voldemort, and his father, trembling with shock. The other students, however, looked either terrified at the sight before them or had looks of anger at the first death of what they knew would be many more. These students got their wands in hand, determined that if they would soon die, they would not go down without a fight. They would fight back as Harry had done. The professors fell silent, looks of defeat plaguing the faces of all but two. Snape and Dumbledore were silently praying that the plan had worked. Suddenly, Voldemort's triumphant laughter ceased abruptly, along with the lightning and thunder. Everything seemed to freeze. What? He sputtered. He began coughing up blood into his hand. He stared in horror at the pool of blood in his palm. Sweat began pouring off his face. His servants had stopped their groveling and stared at their master. Voldemort fell to the ground. "Help me," he croaked to his followers, reaching a hand out to them, but they all just backed away in horror, not wanting to be inflicted with whatever was happening to their master. "You'll all burn in hell," he hissed. He began to scream in anguish, clawing at his chest. Abruptly, the screaming stopped and Voldemort's body went slack. The barriers all disappeared along with the cage surrounding Malfoy. There was a flash of light above Voldemort's body, and somehow, everyone knew he was gone. Accio wands, Dumbledore bellowed, and each of the professors' wands were returned to their owner. Many of the Death Eaters frantically portkeyed away, abandoning the ones who didn't have portkeys. With the help of the elder members of the student body, the rest of the Death Eaters were quickly rounded up, disarmed, and taken down to the dungeons by professors. Other professors were desperately trying to control the rest of the frantic body of students, leading many to the Ollery. The older students were sent on errands to owl certain people and to comfort the younger children. Dumbledore removed Voldemort's body. Meanwhile, as soon as the wards went down, Ron and Hermione raced over to Harry. Ron grabbed Harry's shoulder and flipped him over so he was lying on his back. His eyes and mouth were closed. His expression was peaceful despite the blood that was still on his cheek and at the corner of his mouth. "No, Harry, no. Don't be dead," Hermione chanted, smoothing back his hair as usual, but instead of a warm forehead, Hermione's hand brushed cold skin. She pressed her head against his chest, but there was no movement to comfort her. She couldn't stand the lack of the rising and falling and ripped her head away, bursting into sobs. Ron began shaking Harry's shoulders as he had done many mornings before. "Harry, wake up!" he screamed, tears pouring down his face. "Harry, stop it!" A hand rested gently on his shoulder. "Mr. Weasley, listen to me, Harry isn't going to wake up anymore." "I'm sorry," Snape said gently. Ron hit his hand away. "No, that's a lie. He's just fainted like he did before. He's just sick, but he'll be fine. He just has trouble waking up on his own," he shouted through tears. Hermione was crying hysterically next to him. She had once again rested her head on Harry's chest, just wanting to be close to him. She cried desperately into his shirt. Hermione. Hermione looked up. Through her tears, she could see Eloise standing there, crying with little hiccups and quick breaths. What if he believed him? What if Harry died thinking that Ron and I didn't care? That we just wanted him for the fame? Hermione asked desperately through her heart-wrenching sobs. Eloise kneeled down next to Hermione. I promise you that he didn't believe that. Even when the whole world was against him, he always knew he had you too. How? How can you be sure? She hiccuped through her sobs. Trust me, even the blind could see that he thought the world of you too. Hermione looked into her eyes and saw that she spoke the truth and that she loved Harry just as much as Hermione and Ron had. Harry and Neville had really been the only people who had talked to her and befriended her. Harry had done more than he could have ever known in asking Eloise to the ball and defending her against the cruelty of the other girls who thought themselves better than her. Hermione wrapped her arms around Eloise and began to cry into her shoulder. Eloise did the same. No, 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 Hermione heard being quietly chanted behind her. She knew immediately who it was. Come here, Ginny, she said quietly, motioning for her to come to her and Eloise, but Ginny could only stand there shaking her head in disbelief looking at the boy she had loved since they had met, the boy who had saved her life in her first year. As if in a trance, she kneeled down, still shaking her head, whispering, no, through her tears, and just sat there staring at Harry's face. She gently wiped away some blood away from the corner of his mouth with her thumb. Hermione scooted over and began rubbing Ginny's back and rested her head on Eloise's shaking shoulder. Neville had gone into shock and 2 seventh-year Slytherins helped him to the hospital wing. Students from every house ran over to comfort Draco Malfoy, who was sitting with his hands wrapped around his knees and trembling. Justin Finch Fletchley from Hufflepuff and a Muggle-born 6th-year girl from Gryffindor, who had both been called Mudbloods by Malfoy more times than they could count, helped him to follow Neville. All these students acted on their own volition, not because of a teacher's request, but because in the last hour stupid house rivalries had been laid aside. They were all in this together. After Professor McGonagall had finished helping wrap up the Death Eaters, she simply sat on the floor. She should have been the one to go comfort poor Ron Weasley. She should have helped to comfort the screaming, wailing, shaking students. But she couldn't. She could only sit there thinking that she had failed. She was the head of Harry's house, the one who was supposed to look after him. Yet, he had protected her along with the rest of the school. She had been in the same room as him and hadn't been able to protect him. Harry Potter. The innocent boy with the heart of gold, always unappreciated by everyone. Even she was guilty of that on occasion. She had felt such pride in his accomplishments and such sympathy when he was down. She couldn't forget the horror on his face when she told him he had to take a date to the ball the year before. In that way, he was just a normal vulnerable boy. She had secretly wished she could have comforted him, helped him get ready, helped him pick out his dress robes. Maybe she should have offered, maybe then he would have known that somebody cared. Ron was fighting with Professor Snape. No, he's not dead. He's sleeping. I just need to get some water to splash on him or Madame Pomfrey can give him some potions and then he'll be fine. Don't you see? He's not dead. He can't be dead. Ron. Ron looked up and saw Fred and George through his own blurry eyes, wet with angry, confused tears. What he saw was something astounding. Fred and George had tears dripping down their faces. Fred was biting his bottom lip and George's chin wobbled a bit as he tried to suppress the tears. He had never seen Fred or George cry before, at least not since they were about 4. Ron knew they wouldn't cry unless it was something serious. He can't be dead. He's just unconscious or something. He can't be dead, Ron insisted to them. Fred pulled Ron into a hug. Ron, you have to let go. Harry's gone. I'm so sorry. But he can't. I know, but he is. He's gone. Ron ripped away. No. He raced over to Harry and grabbed his limp hand, holding the cold skin against his own flushed cheek. Harry, wake up. Please. 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 He begged, rocking back and forth. Fred and George silently sat down on either side of him, tears dripping down their cheeks. Finally, he realized that Harry wasn't going to respond. He would have given anything in the world just to hear Harry mumble for him to go away, but he would never hear that annoyed murmuring again. He laid down Harry's hand reluctantly and turned to George, burying his face in his shoulder before breaking down in body-racking sobs. Fred scooted over and George put his arm around his twin's shoulder. Fred began rubbing Ron's back as Hermione was doing for Ginny, and they all sat and cried together for Harry, while Voldemort's body lay a ways away, forgotten. Minutes later, one of the doors burst open. Sirius looked panicked and frantically looked around. His eyes settled on Harry's limp form, surrounded by his sobbing friends. No. A few professors tried to stop him to calm him down, but Sirius pushed past all of them. He raced desperately up to Harry's body, pure terror on his face. Hermione and Eloise pulled Ginny back from Harry, hugging her to them as Sirius approached, looking wild and unpredictable. The man dropped to his knees next to the boy he considered his son and cupped his godson's face in his hands. No, Harry, no. You can't do this to me. He turned wildly, his eyes darting from one professor to the other. Somebody get help. He needs a healer. Get Madame Pomfrey. He screamed hysterically. Sirius, Dumbledore said softly, resting a hand on his shoulder, he's gone. Sirius shook off Dumbledore's hand. No, he hissed. He's not gone. He's going to be fine and come and live with me because we planned it and I made him a room and we're going to build a Quidditch pitch and he's going to be fine. He screamed. Dumbledore closed his eyes and took a deep breath, a few tears trickling down his cheeks and into his beard being the only signs of his true distress. When Sirius saw the tears, he knew the truth. Sirius, the headmaster said again, more softly, he's gone. No, he moaned Ned, turning back to his lifeless godson. He frantically grabbed Harry's wrist and searched for a pulse. When he couldn't find one, he put his ear to the boy's mouth to listen for breath. None came. No, he cried, scooping Harry's body into his arms. Harry looked so peaceful, as if he were only sleeping. Sirius hugged his godson's body to him and began to hysterically cry. No, Harry, no. I love you, remember. I love you, he said, his voice fading into a whisper. He rocked back and forth, hugging Harry to him, refusing to let go, ing the boy's forehead and hair as he wept. I love you. When the twins finally realized that Ron had gone into shock, they carried their little brother to the hospital wing, the three girls following silently behind. All stared ahead, tears silently dripping down the faces of the few whose tears had not been yet spent. They entered the wing to find a distressed Madame Pomfrey. Is that Ron? Oh, the poor dear. Lay him down right here, she said quietly, lacking her usual authoritative tone. You are all welcome to stay the night. It might be more peaceful than your dormitories. She quickly got a bottle of potion from Neville's bedside. Neville was staring wordlessly at the ceiling, tears trickling down the sides of his face. He gave no indication that he had even realized that anyone else had entered the room. Madame Pomfrey gently brushed his tears away, just to have them be placed by new ones. The Mediwitch measured out the potion into some cups. She handed them to the twins, Ginny, and Hermione. She tried to hand one to Ron, but he didn't seem to notice. She turned to the others. Drink that. It will help you calm down. We don't need this. Ron does. Look at him, Fred said, looking worriedly at his brother. Madame Pomfrey looked at him sadly. Dear, you're on the verge of going into shock. You're shaking. You all are, even if you don't realize it. Fred held out his hand and, true to the nurse's word, it was trembling uncontrollably. He numbly drank down his bit of the potion and the others followed suit. The potion definitely helped all of them feel better, less shaky and out of sorts. It was as if they had been on a spinning ride that had just stopped. Unfortunately, now that they could see the things more clearly, grief sank in even more. Fred sat on the edge of an unoccupied bed, pulling Ginny onto his lap. She turned and wrapped her arms around his neck, letting her tears soak his collar as she used to do when she was younger. I know nobody believes me. They think it was only a crush, but I really did love him, she whispered so quietly that only Fred heard her words. He hugged her closer as she began to sob. I know, Gin, I know, he whispered back. Eloise walked over to the bed where Neville lay, climbing on and laying down next to him. Neville wrapped his arm around her and pulled her close next to him for comfort. The nurse sat on the edge of his bed and put a comforting hand on Ron's shaking one. Here, dear, drink this up for me. It will calm you down a bit, all right, love, she said gently, holding the cup out toward him. Ron looked up at her. He can't be dead. Madame Pomfrey let out a sob before getting a weak control over her emotions. I'm so sorry, sweetie. He can't be dead, he whispered, seemingly looking through Madame Pomfrey. He can't leave me like this. He's my best friend. He can't be dead. Hermione came over and kissed Ron on the forehead, her tears dripping down onto his face. Ron looked desperately into her eyes. He can't be gone, he whispered desperately. Drink the potion, Ron, she said soothingly, in a high voice due to her constricted throat constricted with grief. Okay. Please. Without even a nod, he slowly and shakily grasped the cup and, with Madame Pomfrey's help, brought it to his lips. He closed his eyes and drank down the potion, painfully reminding himself of Harry. Calmness slowly washed over him. He stopped shaking and his wild thoughts ceased their spinning. The world came into focus around him and there was one thing he could not deny. Harry was not in it. The finality, the reality of the situation sank in like a weight, as if someone had filled his body with cement. No, he screamed, picking a beaker up off the nightstand and hurling it to the floor. He threw the next closest thing, his pillow, at the opposite wall with all the force he could. Ron made to get out of the bed, intent on destroying everything in his path, but suddenly froze, staring at the bedpost. He reached out his fingers and touched the post softly and cautiously, as if it were a volatile animal. In a daze, he slowly traced his fingers across the letters that were carved there, HP. They were the initials that Harry had carved there while bored in the hospital wing just months before. It brought to mind pictures of Harry rolling his eyes behind Madame Pomfrey's back as she sentenced him to long periods of time confined to bed. Pictures of Harry telling him he'd make a great healer. Pictures of Harry alive. And Ron suddenly realized that there were no more pictures going to be made about Harry. Hermione put a gentle hand on his cheek, turning his face toward hers. Their eyes met, both full of sorrow, hopelessness, anger, confusion and loneliness. No, he said meekly, his face screwing up as the tears came. Hermione wrapped her arms around his neck, and Ron clung to the back of her robes, sobbing into each other's shoulders. Madame Pomfrey cleaned up the broken glass with a flick of her wand and set Ron's pillow on the foot of his bed for when he'd need it. She went into her office, laid her head down on her desk and let her own tears spill. All the while, Draco Malfoy lay in the bed nearest to the window, unnoticed, staring blankly out at the night sky. Unfeeling. Strong. Apathetic. Snape had been perfecting that look for years, since he was a boy. That way, when bad things happened, he could convince the world that he didn't care. He could convince himself that he didn't care. With the sea of faces in the Great Hall, it was easy to play his role. He was able to be detached. He had even calmed the Weasley boy when his own head of house had been sitting on the floor staring off into space. He had never seen his respected coworker, his own professor when he had gone to school, with such discomposure. It would have been frightening, if Severus Snape could feel such an emotion in a time of crisis. But when he had reached his chambers, there were no more judging faces. He was alone. And without the faces, his comforting mask began to crumble despite his efforts to keep it up, and he could no longer convince himself. He vividly remembered Harry's body crumple to the floor after the life had been ripped out of it. He had been innocent, pure, so full of potential. He had been a 15-year-old boy for Merlin's sakes. Snape grabbed a beaker and, with a cry of fury, hurled it against the wall where it shattered. He didn't even notice the purple liquid hissing as it dissolved the paint where it had hit. The glass shards on the floor caught his eye. He walked over and picked it up within a strange daze. As he ran his finger over the smooth surface, he had a flashback to the time when he had pulled the shards of glass out of Harry's back, when his preconceived idea of the boy's life had been shattered just like the beaker. When had he started caring for the young Gryffindor? And why? He had felt strangely protective of him ever since finding out about what his relatives had done to him. The foreign feeling had compelled him to check on the boy at his home after Voldemort's first attack. And at that moment, when holding Harry's arm, helping put him up as an offering to the Dark Lord, suddenly their plan didn't matter anymore. Even getting rid of Voldemort didn't seem so important. What had been important was that Harry live. He had thought back to their conversation in the hospital wing that had seemed to have taken place centuries ago, but had really only been a few hours before, and remembered what Harry had brought up about not being at school the following year. At that moment, under his Death Eater mask, the notion seemed so incredibly wrong. There seemed to be nothing more horrifying than that idea. He had been so close. If he could have saved Harry, found the cure, then maybe, for once, there would be some meaning to everything. The idea didn't even make logical sense to Snape, but in some other way, it made all the sense in the world. He dazedly looked over to all his notes he had written in hopes of curing Harry's cancer. With a snarl of hatred for the pieces of paper, he grabbed them and ripped them in two, throwing them to the ground. All the hope had been for nothing. Why had he not realized before how wrong he had been? Harry wasn't like James Potter. He wasn't cruel or arrogant. He didn't mercilessly pick on others just for their house or whatever the elder Potter had found so offensive about Snape. No, Harry was just a boy who got wrapped up in some terrible twist of fate that he never deserved. Yet Snape had subjected him to over 4 years of torture solely because of a father the boy had never met. He felt nauseous as guilt overwhelmed him. This was why he had spent his whole life trying to not care for anybody. His chest ached and his hands trembled. Everything just hurt so horribly. Damn it, Albus. He screamed at the empty room. You were wrong. You're not supposed to be bloody wrong, but you were. It's not worth it. It's not worth this. He grabbed a beaker of one of the sample potions he had been working on for his theory and threw it at another wall. His thoughts spun around wildly, dancing between the classes in which he had terrorized Harry to Harry laying on the floor, covered in blood after being beaten and stabbed by his uncle, to hearing the Weasley boy unintentionally revealing that Harry had defended him to his friends, to all the other significant memories about the boy. He sunk down to the floor, his back against a wall. He buried his face in his hands and did something that he hadn't done since childhood. He cried. The tears felt foreign but at the same time, comforting, and once he started he couldn't stop. He cried for what seemed like centuries until he was devoid of tears. A sense of determination came over him. He knew what he had to do. He hadn't understood why Albus had told him what he had before leaving the hall. It had seen a useless type of mockery before, but now realized the reason. Grabbing several pieces of parchment, he began to rack his brain, scribbling down his train of thoughts, all because of a decision he had come to while tears had flooded from his eyes. The next day, Hogwarts was the epitome of chaos. All classes and tests had been cancelled. The house elves were being distracted by the painful wails that had been emitting from Dobby ever since he had discovered the news. Owls had been sent out the night before and parents were demanding to take their children home. Reporters were hounding Dumbledore like an angry mob. The Ministry was buzzing around interrogating Death Eaters with Veritaserum and taking them off to Azkaban. Experts were called in to assure the minister that the corpse was indeed that of the Dark Lord. Soon that was taken away, though nobody was quite sure what the Ministry was going to do with it. Nobody wanted his body buried near their homes. The Ministry tried to take Harry's body as well, asking who wanted to make the funeral arrangements, but Dumbledore refused to let anyone take it and promised to contact them later about the matter. Professor McGonagall hauled out and smacked Professor Trelawney with pure unadulterated fury when she had boasted about predicting the boy's death. The head of Gryffindor leapt at the other professor and began pulling her hair when the other professors broke it up. As they pulled her out of the room, she screamed, "If she can predict the future so well, why didn't she predict that one, As the divination professor held her cheek in shock. Professor Flitwick led her from the room, praising her for the long overdue wake-up call to the idiotic divination professor, after getting her a strong cup of tea. The Weasleys' parents showed up hysterical as well, demanding that Dumbledore himself tell them exactly what had happened. When he was done, Mrs. Weasley cried for a half an hour straight before asking to see Harry's body. Dumbledore led Mr. and Mrs. Weasley into his private chambers, thankful that he had had the foresight to put a preservation charm on the boy. They walked in to find Sirius sitting in a chair staring blankly at his godson. Remus was sitting beside him, whispering comforting things to Sirius, being the only one of the two who acknowledged the Weasleys' presence. He looked up and solemnly nodded. They walked over. Harry's body was lying on Dumbledore's huge bed, making the boy look even smaller than he was. Mrs. Weasley stared down at the face of the innocent boy that she had begun to think of as one of her own. She gently traced the lightening scar on his forehead with her fingers. She then bent down and kissed his forehead lightly, her tears dripping into his black hair. "You've always made us proud, Harry. Always," she whispered before standing back up, wiping away her tears. "How are you holding up, Sirius?" Mr. Weasley asked gently. Sirius looked up at them with a blank expression and just stared for a few seconds. "I didn't even get to say goodbye," he whispered, before breaking down in sobs, burying his face in his hands. Remus rubbed his back comfortingly, a sad look in his own eyes. The Weasleys looked at him helplessly. Mrs. Weasley turned to Dumbledore. "I need to see my children now," she demanded, a slightly frantic look in her eye. "And Hermione, as well, if her parents haven't arrived yet," Mr. Weasley added. "The Grangers arrived a few moments ago and are in my office. I'm sure you remember the way to the Gryffindor common room. The password is Thetheka. Take the back way to avoid reporters," he said. Mr. Weasley paused before stepping back into the office. "Have the Stensons been told?" he asked. "Not yet. I'm ashamed to say they slipped my mind, along with the Dursleys," Dumbledore said with a sigh. "It's been very hectic. Don't worry, Albus, after I go with Molly to see the kids, I'll go inform them both myself," Mr. Weasley offered sadly. "Thank you, Arthur, that would be a great help. The Stensons will be quite upset, I'm sure. Along with the Dursleys. I couldn't imagine losing a child I'd raised. I mean, I know they didn't always get on too well with Harry, but oh Merlin, they'll probably be devastated," Mrs. Weasley said, wiping away a few more tears. Dumbledore had a grim look and said nothing. They stepped into his office and met up with the Grangers, who looked quite worried. The headmaster waved away a rather large portrait to reveal a staircase. They solemnly nodded their goodbyes and followed the house elf along with the Grangers. When, at last, they passed the sniffling fat lady, "He was so young," she said tearfully, and burst through the Gryffindor portal, they saw the Weasley children, along with Hermione, all mutely gazing into the fire. Their eyes were red and puffy from crying, with slight circles from not sleeping the night before. At the call of their parents, they all turned their dazed expressions toward them, except for Ron, who continued to stare blankly into the dancing flames. The Grangers ran over and began comforting their daughter. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley glanced at each other, making a silent decision. Mrs. Weasley rushed over and swept up Fred, George, and Ginny, who began crying again in the comforting arms of their mother. Mr. Weasley put his hand on his youngest son's shoulder. Ron looked up in a dazed but slightly surprised expression, as if he hadn't realized that his parents had arrived. He looked around, taking in his surroundings. "Ron, let's go for a walk," he suggested softly. Ron's expression pained, remembering Harry requesting the same thing to talk about Ron's crush on Hermione. He numbly rose and followed his father out of the tower and down to the lake, where nobody else was. He looked around, remembering all the water fights, drinking pumpkin juice while dangling their feet in the water, and even the second task, when he had found out that he was the person Harry would miss the most. He saw the Quidditch pitch in the distance, recalling how Harry's eyes had lit up every time the sport was mentioned and their plans to play over the summer. Ron looked up at his father through a daze. He saw a confused man, unsure what to say. What could possibly be said? Mr. Weasley was trying to conjure up something comforting to say, when Ron spoke. "You know, I think he felt guilty about always coming over to our house. He never had anywhere he could invite us." He paused, looking at the Quidditch pitch again. "He was going to have a home this summer and invite me over to play Quidditch." There was another pause. He never bragged about Quidditch, even though he was so obviously good. He never bragged about anything. He never wanted to be famous, he said, as though really realizing it for the first time. "No, Harry was something special," Mr. Weasley added softly. Ron hugged his father and felt the man's arms wrap around him. He began to cry softly as his father embraced him. "It's so lonely without him. Like there's something missing, he whispered, and it hurts so bad. Eventually, the two made their way back up to the Gryffindor common room. Hermione's parents had left after their daughter had denied the offer to take her home. They had all decided to stay at Hogwarts until the end of the year, which was only a week away. Mr. Weasley also said goodbye, as he was going to go to Privet Drive to inform the Dursleys and the Stensons of Harry's death. Now the four Weasley children, Mrs. Weasley, and Hermione were all sitting around the fire with the common room to themselves. Maybe it's better this way, Ron said softly. George looked up at Ron painfully. What do you mean? Ginny asked quizzically. She had expected that. Ron looked up at his sister. Harry was dying. There was a long pause as everyone absorbed the information. What? Fred asked, shocked. He was going to die soon, before the end of the month, Ron said numbly. He didn't want anyone to know because he didn't want people to treat him differently or feel sorry for him. Even us. George choked out. Especially you, Hermione responded. You were three people who he was close to that made him so happy. He said that when he was around you guys, he could temporarily forget the bad stuff. Like he was living rather than dying, she said quietly, fingering the bracelet Harry and Ron had gotten her for her birthday the previous year. But I don't understand. What do you mean he was dying? Ginny asked in disbelief. You know Mr. Stenson. Ron asked his family. They all responded with nods. Well, he had this fatal muggle illness called cancer and Harry could only find a spell to transfer it, not cure it, so, being Harry, he did the stupid spell to take the cancer himself and let Mr. Stenson live. Everyone looked appropriately stunned. Wait, this was something he chose to do. But how could he do that? How could he act like Mr. Stenson was more important than him? Asked George shakily. Ron and Hermione both shut their eyes tightly for several seconds, trying to hold back the tears. Because he believed that Mr. Stenson was more important. He said that Mr. Stenson had a family who needed him, like that justified it all. He didn't think anyone would really care if it were him to die instead, he choked out, before breaking down once again in sobs. The rest of the Weasleys were too horrified to comfort him. Ron took a few shuddering breaths to regain his composure. I don't even know if he ever believed any different, no matter how much we tried. It was his family, I'm sure of it, Hermione added, tears sliding down her own cheeks. They taught him that he was worthless, that nobody would ever care. We didn't have enough time to undo the damage. I mean, how much time does it take to undo something like that? What? Mrs. Weasley sobbed in horror. How could he think that? He was like part of the family. Oh no, we should have taken him in more often. If I'd have known he thought that, we could have adopted him, we could have. Mum, please don't, said Fred in an almost tortured tone. I don't want to think of what we could have or should have done to make things different. It won't change anything now. Oh Merlin, whispered Ginny painfully. Was it really bad? He had some really awful days, Hermione added. One time he collapsed in the hall. I thought that was it, and it almost was. I knew deep down that one time he wouldn't just come back, but he's escaped death so many times, I just couldn't help but hope that he'd do it again and that we'd still be able to celebrate his next birthday. You know, just keep being the boy who lived. I always wanted to throw him a little birthday party, Mrs. Weasley sniffed. I don't think those relatives of his ever gave him a very good one. Ron glowered. The Dursleys never celebrated his birthday at all. They just gave him old socks and hangers when he was little before ignoring it altogether. What scum, George said, shaking his head. You have no idea, Ron muttered angrily. Did any of you know about the tutoring? Ginny asked quietly. You mean how he was tutoring Eloise and Neville in potions? Ron asked blankly. This made Ginny smile. So he kept his word, she said with a reminiscent look about her. A while ago, right before the ball, I was in the library, having some trouble with my Muggle studies, nearing a nervous breakdown because I couldn't understand it. The next thing I knew, Harry was there, asking what was wrong and offering to tutor me since he grew up with Muggles and he promised me he wouldn't tell anyone since I didn't want him to. I can tell that he didn't. No, he never told me about that, Ron said, a hint of pride in his voice for his friend's loyalty to his word. Fred and George looked at each other. George nodded. You know our private investor for the joke shop? Fred asked. Mrs. Weasley gasped. No, she said in disbelief. Yup. Harry threatened to hex us if we didn't take his tournament winnings for the joke shop. He told us not to let Mum know where we got it, and he told us to buy Ron some new dress robes and say it was from us, George added. That's why we gave him samples of all our new pranks for his birthday and Christmas. The other members of the Weasley family had their mouths wide open. Hermione wasn't all that surprised. She knew that Harry didn't want the money and had wanted to find a way to give it to the Weasleys. She had been suspicious when she had first heard about the private investor, and now her suspicions had been proven correct. But that was 1,000 galleons. Mrs. Weasley gasped in shock. I know. We reminded him of that when he gave it to us, but he didn't want it. I don't think he could stand the memory associated with it. He said he thought everyone would need some laughs more than usual, Fred explained. The little dear, Mrs. Weasley said affectionately, wiping away some tears. So that's why he was laughing, Ron mused. I asked him what moron would give money to Fred and George, and he just laughed and said he thought it sounded like a good investment. Everyone laughed, some through their tears. I'm really going to miss him, George said fondly. Yeah, you should have seen him, Mum. He saved this girl's life from Voldemort. He practically sacrificed himself for the school, Fred added. That's exactly what he did, Mrs. Weasley said. He explained to them exactly what Dumbledore had told him. Ron and Hermione already knew this, since Dumbledore had explained it to them after the attack, explaining that Harry had to keep it a secret from everyone, even them, to make sure the plan wasn't spilt at the last moment by some outcry. At first, everyone was mad at Dumbledore, but as Ron and Hermione had done, the rest realized that it wasn't his fault. That it was Harry's decision in knowing that he was going to die soon anyway. They heard footsteps coming down from the boys' staircase. They looked up to find Colin Creevey coming down the stairs with a small box in his hands, eyes puffy and red from crying. He had just lost his hero. He walked up to the group and faced Ron and Hermione. Dennis and I thought you might want these, he said with a hiccup, thrusting the box at Hermione. You were very lucky to have been his friend, he sniffed. He quickly turned around and ran back up the stairs. Hermione lifted the lid of the box and had to choke back a sob. The box was filled with pictures of Harry and them. Everyone gathered around the small coffee table as Hermione began to take the pictures out one by one and set them on the table. There were multiple ones of the trio, arms around each other's shoulders, laughing and waving. There was one from a distance from the day Harry and Ron had had their water fight. Ron pushed Harry in the lake and Harry laughed, splashing him back and running after him with the pot of water. Another with the two sitting at the lake with their feet in, chatting away. Silent tears dripped down Ron's face. She pulled out more pictures of Harry in his Quidditch robes, flying in matches. There were pictures of the party after winning the cup. The picture of Ron happily called the little chant they had done and then turned and pulled Harry up onto the stage before jumping down, both of them grinning broadly. That was the Quidditch Cup party, Ginny explained to her mum. There were some more pictures of that day, with Harry saving Malfoy, Harry being carried off to the hospital wing, Harry being pulled through the porthole to the common room by the twins who each put an arm around his shoulders with cheery grins, Harry and Ginny walking with their arms around each other's shoulders and the pair talking together. Then there were pictures of the dance. Coda messing up Harry's hair and him swatting her hand away indignantly. There was a picture at dinner where Harry whispered something to Ron and they both sniggered behind their hands. Ron desperately wished he remembered what Harry had said. There was Eloise and Harry making funny faces at the camera and then some of them dancing together, Eloise laughing as Harry twirled her around. There were some of the other couples as well. Oh, you look so handsome, Ron, and you look beautiful, Hermione, Mrs. Weasley said tearfully. Oh, and Fred, George, you two look wonderful. Hermione pulled out the next picture and when setting it on the table, Ginny burst out in a sob before biting back her tears. It was her and Harry dancing cheek to cheek. Her picture self was obviously on cloud nine. Harry was smiling peacefully, slightly stroking Ginny's hair, oblivious to the camera. In the background, there was George and Coda watching the two as they danced, grinning with glee and sneaking glances over at someone out of the picture, who they guessed was Fred. Ginny was entranced with the picture, along with Mrs. Weasley, who Ginny had always talked to about her crush on Harry. "Oh, sweetie," she whispered tearfully as she hugged Ginny to her side. Ron pulled out the next few pictures, one with Harry and the twins walking through Hogsmeade, Harry wrapped in Fred's cloak. The twins' throats tightened as they remembered their time with the boy they considered a second little brother. Now Harry's reluctance to talk about Summer in that conversation made sense, and it hurt them to think that Harry knew for so long that his time was quickly running out. Hermione pulled out the next picture, of Harry and Ginny sleeping on the couch in the Gryffindor common room. Ginny looked at the picture fondly. She told the story behind the picture, also explaining that it was her that had set up the Cho spectacle earlier in the day. "You did that?" George asked in awe. "What did Harry say?" Fred asked curiously. "He said." She took a deep breath to get control of her emotions. "He said he thought you'd be proud of me." George pulled her into a hug. He was a very smart guy. Everybody winced at the use of the past tense in describing Harry, who, just the day before, had been alive. "It's not fair," Ginny said quietly, picking up the picture of her and Harry sleeping. "It shouldn't have been Harry. I mean, hadn't he done enough already?" They went through the remaining pictures, of the huge war for the camera in the common room after the Weasleys and Hermione had found Harry and Ginny on the couch together. The pictures were so recent, yet they seemed ages old. It was hard to believe that only the day before, Harry had been alive. The last picture in the box was the most recent, with the trio asleep in Harry's bed just the previous week. "You guys weren't all sick on that day, were you?" George asked quietly, yet it wasn't really a question. Ron shook his head mournfully. "Just Harry. A really bad day for him. We couldn't leave him like that. Nobody had ever taken care of him when he was sick before. Can you believe that? It was kind of cute though. He was so embarrassed with all of us taking care of him. It was like he didn't even know how to act," Hermione said wistfully. "How could he just leave like that?" Ron asked, looking at the pictures, eyes welling up with tears again. "How could they just take him away?" Ron put his head in his hands and began to sob once again. Hermione slid an arm over his shoulders and let her own tears fall onto Ron's back. Meanwhile, Mr. Weasley had apparated to the edge of Privet Drive and gravely made his way to number 4. He knocked on the door softly, hearing heavy footsteps on the other side. The door swung open to reveal Harry's uncle, who was wearing a hat that looked a bit awkward, as was pulled down quite far on his head. His expression, upon realizing who exactly was at his door, turned furious. He looked around quickly to make sure none of the neighbors would see this strange man at his door. "What are you doing here?" he hissed angrily. "I have some bad news. Is your wife at home?" "I think you both might want to hear this," he said, trying to keep his calm. "Well, come inside," Uncle Vernon said after an internal debate. "Come on, quickly now, before the neighbors see," he said in an annoyed tone, impatiently gesturing for the redhead to come in, closing the door quickly behind him. "God, can't you people dress normal?" he added under his breath. Mr. Weasley looked down at his clothes. He was dressed like a muggle, though his clothes were worn and perhaps a bit mismatched. He had found nothing wrong with them. "Petunia, you'd better get in here. One of those people are here," he called, spitting out the word people, as if the word was too good for what he was describing. He eyed Mr. Weasley suspiciously, as if the man would attack at any second. "People, what are you talking about, darling?" she asked, coming out of the kitchen, also wearing a hat. In seeing Mr. Weasley, her expression went from falsely cheery to cold. "What are you here for? Did the boy get into some sort of trouble?" she asked with annoyance. Mr. Weasley took a deep breath through his nose to calm himself. He knew Harry's relatives were rude from their last meeting, but this was just ridiculous. He reminded himself of why he was there. "Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, you may want to sit down," he said grimly. "I have some bad news. Look, I'm quite busy, so just tell us this bit of news so we can get on with our day, all right?" Vernon asked impatiently. "Well, I'm sure Harry's told you about you-know-who, or I guess you'd know him as Voldemort, since that's what Harry calls him," he said, shuddering slightly at the name. "Who is this?" "Another one of the boy's freak friends. Get to the point. Uncle Vernon said, crossing his chubby arms. Mr. Weasley gaped at them. Harry never told you about the Dark Lord. The one that killed his parents and has been after him for years? He asked, trying to jog their memories. Aunt Petunia shrugged, almost looking bored. Oh, well, he's a dark wizard who, started Mr. Weasley. Don't say that word under my roof, yelled Uncle Vernon. What word? Mr. Weasley asked, completely confused. I think you should leave, Harry's uncle said furiously, starting for the door. Look, I'm not sure what I said to offend you, but please hear me out. It's about Harry, he said desperately. Uncle Vernon stopped and reluctantly turned to listen. Listen, as I was saying, this man's been after Harry for years, and, I really don't know how to tell you this, but last night, he broke through the wards at Hogwarts. Harry fought him and protected the entire school. Your nephew made a tremendous sacrifice. He brought down the Dark Lord, but he could only do it by giving up his own life. I'm so sorry. The pair looked at him, stunned. The boy's dead? Aunt Petunia asked in surprise. Yes, I'm terribly sorry. Harry was almost like a son to me. My kids are devastated and I know this must be hard, but if you need anyone to talk to, we're here. I'm sure we're only feeling a fraction of the grief you must be. Wait, he can't be dead. Uncle Vernon said angrily. I know, that's what I thought at first. It just seemed like Harry was invincible, but he really was just a 15-year-old boy, Mr. Weasley said sadly. No, you don't understand. Listen, we had a bit of a run-in with one of you and they gave us these horrible ears and tails, and we were going to have the boy undo them this summer. If he's not coming back, then you've got to take them off, Uncle Vernon explained menacingly. Please, I haven't been able to go out anywhere without these bloody hats. You don't know how hard it is. Aunt Petunia pleaded. Mr. Weasley looked at them in disbelief. Do you understand what I just said? Harry, your nephew that you've raised since he was 1, is dead. He was murdered last night. Don't you understand that? He asked incredulously. Yes, we bloody understand. We're not idiots. That's a real shame. Now can you remove these bloody things? Said Uncle Vernon impatiently. Mr. Weasley looked at them in disgust. Your nephew's dead. Harry, perhaps one of the kindest, bravest kids in the world. It was an honor that you were entrusted with his care. There are people all over Britain that have never even met Harry that are crying over his death, and you don't even care. He shouted. Hey, don't you lecture us. Vernon snapped. You don't know how hard it was, raising that little freak. We had to feed him and clothe him and put a roof over his head with our own money, and he was nothing but an ungrateful little brat. He ruined our lives. If you ask me, good riddance to bad rubbish. Mr. Weasley was practically shaking with rage. How dare you? He held himself back from attacking Harry's relatives. Barely. Where are Harry's things? What things? Asked Aunt Petunia. Mr. Weasley ground his jaw in frustration. His things that he doesn't take to Hogwarts with him. Clothes, old toys, books, you know. His things, he explained as if talking to a couple of morons. He couldn't help it, he was so angry. The people who actually cared about him will want them. Harry's aunt and uncle exchanged a look. If we give them to you, will you take off these things? Vernon asked, gesturing toward his head, which was still covered in a hat. Fine, he said in annoyance. Aunt Petunia stepped to the side and pointed toward the door to the cupboard under the stairs. If he has anything, it'll be in there, she said impatiently. What about in his room? Mr. Weasley asked. The Dursleys exchanged another look. He got the right to a room revoked, Vernon said abruptly. His own fault, you hear. Got to draw a firm line to keep the discipline with that one. We already went through there, and there's nothing of his. Mr. Weasley looked at them without comprehension at what Vernon meant exactly. He stepped up to the door, unlocked the deadbolt and swung it open. Inside, he found not the boxes of Harry's possessions he had expected, but instead, along with some cleaning materials, there was a small cot with a ratty sheet on top of it. There was a small box with a couple of Harry's Muggle shirts and socks, all filled with tears and holes. Stuffed in a corner was an old teddy bear, missing an arm and an eye, with a few letter D's scribbled on it in large black marker, which in turn had red marker scribbled on top. Mr. Weasley could guess that Harry's cousin had gotten to the toy and had tried to mark it as his own, and Harry had later tried to scribble the markings out. There were a few books for younger kids in the same corner, but had the name, Dudley, written on the covers. On top of the pile was a small box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and an old chocolate frog, along with a note with Ron's handwriting saying, "Harry, don't even think about opening this until Christmas, or else. Hope you're having a good holiday, Ron." This is where he slept. His voice trembled as he took in the dusty cupboard. "You kept him in here." He reached in and grabbed the bear and the note, putting them both in the box that held his few clothes when something caught his eye. He looked into the box and pulled out the bottom shirt. It was covered in dark stains. He looked curiously at the bed and saw the same stains covering the sheets and pillow. He pulled out his wand. "Lumos," he said quietly, and light illuminated the small room. He knew immediately from the reddish-brown color exactly what they were: blood. He backed out of the cupboard shakily. He held up Harry's bloody T-shirt for the Dursleys. "What did you do to him?" he asked menacingly. The two stared at his wand in fright, saying nothing. You abused him, didn't you?" he asked, voice shaking with fury. "You hurt him. And now wait a second. You don't go accusing us. That brat made me lose my job. He ruined our lives. Everything was perfect before he was dropped on our doorstep. You don't know what it's like," Vernon insisted, taking a step back. Mr. Weasley looked around their house, for the first time noticing the huge pictures of the Dursley family and their son, not a single one containing Harry. He looked back at the cupboard door, the heavy locks on the outside taking on a new meaning. "You're monsters. You don't deserve to live," he said, his voice dripping with disdain. Both the Dursleys' eyes flew to his wand. They both obviously thought he was really going to kill them. It was Vernon. It was all Vernon. "I tried to stop him, but he's so scary when he's drunk, you've got to understand." Aunt Petunia shrieked, stepping away from her husband while pointing an accusing finger at him. Uncle Vernon's jaw dropped. "What the hell are you doing, Petunia? Listen, don't kill me, it was all him. I couldn't stop him and his drunken rages. I had to protect my son." "Bullshit. Who was the one closing up all the window blinds so the neighbors wouldn't see? You're the one who came up with the brilliant idea to make the cupboard his room, remember? Said his kind had to be locked up. Said they were like animals." Petunia shook her head wildly and backed away from her husband, pointing. He's the one who beat the boy. I had no part in that." "Oh, don't you go accusing me of it all," Uncle Vernon bellowed. "Who wouldn't let him have any food and gave him all those bloody chores? You starve the boy and work him halfway to death, and then you blame me. Who's the one who threw him through our coffee table? Or put a gun to his head? Or stabbed him? You're the reason we got these damn things in the first place," she screamed, gesturing toward her head. Mr. Weasley watched the pair rat each other out in horrible shock. How had all of this happened without Harry telling them? Aunt Petunia turned to Mr. Weasley. "He did it all. He beat the boy. I couldn't stop him. See, you can see the bloodstain right there on the carpet. It's right there." Mr. Weasley felt sick as he saw a large, faded, reddish-brown stain on the carpet, only feet from where he was standing. It was Vernon. That's where he threw him through the table. "You double-crossing bitch," Vernon bellowed. "Like you had any problem with it. You're the one that kept insisting that we needed to crush all that freakish nonsense out of him." "Enough," Mr. Weasley roared, unsure if he could stand another word. He felt extremely nauseous and quite shaky. He couldn't stand being in the house any longer. "I suggest you tell me where the Stensons live this instant." "They're at number 9, Aunt Petunia said quietly, her eye resting back on the wand. "How could you? He was just a boy," he hissed. "You'd better pray you get your soul beeped out of you by a Dementor before Harry's godfather gets his hands on you. I would kill you myself if I could stand to be in the same house as you for a minute longer without vomiting. I suggest you start praying to any god you can think of for forgiveness, because I assure you, the wizarding world will show you no compassion," he said, his voice dripping acidly. He grabbed the small box of Harry's things and walked out the door, shooting one last disgusted scowl at the two before slamming the door behind him. He was shaking as he walked down the street to number 9, feeling a bit dazed. He couldn't believe what he had just heard and was still trying to absorb the information. He clutched the box under one arm and walked up to the Stensons' front door. He took a calming breath as he rang the doorbell. He stood on the doorstep, hoping for a more upset reaction. Mrs. Stenson opened the door. Upon realizing who it was, a big smile crossed her face. "Oh, Arthur, how are you? Here, come on in," she said excitedly, opening up the door and gesturing for him to come in. He nodded with a sad smile and stepped inside. Upon seeing Mr. Weasley's solemn expression, Mrs. Stenson immediately became worried. "Arthur, is everything all right?" she asked, shutting the door behind him. "Are Rick and Dakota home?" "I have some bad news," Mr. Weasley said sadly. Mrs. Stenson's face went pale as she realized what the news would probably be. "Dakota, Rick," she called up the stairs, "come down please. Arthur Weasley's here." She led Mr. Weasley into the living room as her husband and daughter came down the stairs. "Hey Mr. Weasley, is something wrong?" Dakota said, freezing at seeing the look on his face. "Is something wrong with Harry?" Mr. Stenson asked with something akin to panic in his eyes. His eyes flicked to the box under Mr. Weasley's arm. Mr. Weasley took a shuddering breath as a tear escaped his eye. He wiped it quickly away and set the box down. I have some bad news." "Oh God no," gasped Dakota. "He's not. Please, sit down." No, Mrs. Stenson said, shaking her head as she sunk down onto the couch. "Please tell me he's not dead," Dakota pleaded desperately. Mr. Weasley lowered his gaze. "Oh God," Mr. Stenson said miserably. "I'm sorry. Last night he trailed off, not being able to say the words." Dakota's breathing became erratic with grief and panic. Mrs. Stenson burst into tears. "Oh God, it should have been me, Mr. Stenson Mo.Ned. It wasn't the cancer," Mr. Weasley said, swallowing a lump in his throat. The three heads shot up and looked at him in confusion. "You know about the dark wizard who was after him? That Voldemort person?" Mrs. Stenson asked, remembering Dakota relating the story to her. "Yes. He's been after Harry for a while. I don't think even Harry knew how horrible of a wizard Voldemort was. I mean, Harry was just 1 year old when he brought him down the first time. He never really knew of the horrible things the Dark Lord did, the fear he caused. But, last night, Voldemort managed to break into Hogwarts. Of course, Harry, being Harry, sacrificed his own life to bring down the Dark Lord. He killed Voldemort, but not before Voldemort killed Harry," Mr. Weasley explained with much difficulty. Dakota stared at Mr. Weasley for a few seconds before she stood up and ran up the stairs. The three adults heard a door slam above them. Mrs. Stenson quickly followed her. "I just came from the Dursleys," Mr. Weasley said slowly, watching for the other man's reaction. Sure enough, Mr. Stenson scowled deeply at their name. "Those bastards," he spat quietly. Mr. Weasley nodded. "Did you know about?" He didn't know how to phrase the question, but both pairs of eyes fell on the box of Harry's things, and the bloody shirt that was laying on top. "The abuse." Mr. Weasley nodded miserably. "You knew. How?" "Pure chance that we found out, really. Harry hid it frighteningly well. Last summer, we saw the bruises. He had handprint-shaped marks on his neck, for God's sakes. I almost killed his uncle for that and probably should have. It would have kept all that other stuff from happening," he said with a distressed sigh. "Other stuff?" Mr. Weasley asked weakly. Mr. Stenson looked up at the redhead sorrowfully. "Do you remember when we ran into you at Hogwarts?" "Yeah," he said, bringing up the memory. He shut his eyes tightly in realization. He had that cut and bruise on his face. That wasn't his cousin. It was his uncle. No, and it wasn't the worst of his injuries. Mr. Weasley looked up at him, not sure if he really could stomach knowing the rest, but needing to know nonetheless. "What did they do to him?" "Apparently, Harry's uncle got fired from his job. The rumor is that he kept showing up to meetings drunk and made a fool of the company in front of some important clients, but anyways, he blamed Harry. Thought he did it using magic," Mr. Stenson explained. "You can't do something like that with magic," Mr. Weasley interjected. "Well, you know that, and Harry knows that, but Harry's uncle didn't know that. He attacked Harry. stabbed him with a kitchen knife, and from what I was told by Mr. Snape, he would have let the boy die had Mr. Snape not, by some miracle, got there in time. Professor Snape? Mr. Weasley asked in surprise. Yeah, he somehow had found out about some other instance of abuse that Harry hasn't told us about and knew to go check on him, thank God. I mean, Jesus, Harry very nearly died that night, he lost so much blood. How could someone treat somebody like that? Especially a kid they raised. How could somebody do that to Harry? He asked, shaking his head dolefully. Merlin, Mr. Weasley whispered. Oh Harry, why didn't you say something? He was apparently a very secretive kid. He must have felt like he had to take on everybody else's problems on himself. It was like he didn't want anyone he cared about to go through any pain, but thought it was okay to take it all on himself. I couldn't believe it when I found out he had taken on my cancer himself. What was he thinking? He was just 15. He hadn't even begun to live yet. Well, everyone was always telling him he was supposed to be a hero. And he must have thought he was worthless because of what his relatives did to him. The two put together are not a good combination, Mr. Weasley said regretfully. The two of those put together as Harry, Mr. Stenson said sadly. Mr. Weasley nodded. The two men sat in silence while upstairs Coda sobbed into her mother's trembling shoulder. Meanwhile, in the dungeons of Hogwarts, Professor Snape held up a beaker filled with an emerald green potion. There was no way to test it. In theory, it could work, but there was only one shot. If it failed, then all hope would be lost. The following days passed quietly. The rest of the tests had been cancelled. Usually, everyone would have skirted around Harry's two best friends in the halls, but many were still plagued with guilt over Voldemort's words to Harry. Dumbledore had called a school assembly and explained what had happened, from the Reknak Transfarso spell to the downfall of their greatest enemy and their fallen hero. To make up for their past behavior toward Harry, students from all different houses and years approached Ron and Hermione, expressing their apologies for what had happened and for their actions in the past. Many had their own Harry stories, from helping one second-year hide from Filch after tracking Mud inside, to comforting a third year after she had been yelled at by Snape, to defending a few of the younger students against some bullies. Neither Ron nor Hermione knew about half the stories and were filled with both pride and sorrow at each one. They agreed that to Harry, these events were probably nothing special. He would never know how much he had touched people's lives. Well, I think Harry got what he wanted, Ron told Hermione. What's that? He's being remembered as Harry rather than just the boy who lived. The two had avoided meals in the Great Hall, not wanting to deal with the pitying glances. The condolences and wary glances from the other students were just too much to handle. Ron had begun to slip in and out of long dazes, staring into space or the fire, not responding to anything around him. He had basically stopped talking to anyone except for Hermione, who often also preferred the silence. Ginny had hardly come out of her room, and when she had, she was always to be seen clutching either the picture of she and Harry sleeping, or the one of the pair dancing. In one of her few trips out of the Gryffindor Tower with Hermione, she had overheard Cho Chang insisting to a group of people that she and Harry had been secretly dating and insinuated that they had slept together. Nobody really believed her at this point, but it had incensed Ginny so much that the smaller redhead had lunged at Cho and tackled her to the ground. She punched Cho square in the face, screaming for her to never insult the memory of Harry like that again. Hermione, for once, did not make any attempt to stop a fight. The memory of what Cho did to Harry was too fresh in her mind. For the girl to dare try and take away Harry's innocence by spreading her horrid and false rumors was enough to get the girl on her permanent bad list, a place no sane person wanted to be. Professor McGonagall had somehow pulled Ginny off of Cho, the young Weasley kicking and yelling profanities and threats to Cho the whole time she was being dragged away, while the older girl held her bleeding nose sobbing. After Ginny explained to her head of house what had happened, Professor McGonagall smiled and told Ginny she was proud of her loyalty to her friend. Nobody had seen Fred and George so solemn. There were no pranks, no matching evil grins, no laughing. If they had been passing out food, people would most likely have actually felt safe accepting it. No pranks, with only one exception. They had been walking down to the kitchens when they had heard Crabbe and Goyle talking about Malfoys, betrayal, saying that he should have just cursed the lil bastard. That night at dinner, after eating some cupcakes that had appeared on their plates, with the help of Dobby the house elf, their tongues had mysteriously fallen out onto the table. The Slytherins had screamed and scrambled away, as Crabbe and Goyle screamed in horror as best they could without tongues. Fred and George had walked right up to them and warned them never to insult a member of their family again, which, as they made clear, included Harry. Crabbe and Goyle grabbed their tongues and bolted to the hospital wing. The twins were sentenced to detention with Professor McGonagall, who gave them sweets and talking to them about their shop. She even ordered a few of the newly developed product, murmuring something about showing stupid divination professors who talked too much. Eloise and Neville had taken to the now deserted library to be away from everyone. The place reminded them of their study sessions with Harry. They had taken turns comforting the other as they cried, or had cried together. They were sitting against a wall in silence when Neville took a deep breath. You know whose followers used the Cruciatus curse on my parents. They were Aurors and Death Eaters got them. They went insane from the torture, he said quietly, looking at the ground before him. Eloise's eyes went wide and she looked at Neville in horror. When he used the curse on Harry, I just couldn't. I thought he the screaming. He looked like he was in so much pain. He stumbled over the words before breaking down in tears, burying his face in his hands. Oh Neville, come here, Eloise said quietly, pulling Neville into a hug, letting him cry into her shoulder. I never told anyone before. Maybe I should have told Harry though. He would have understood, you know. He lost his parents to you know who too, he said with a sniff. You know who ruined so many people's lives, Eloise murmured. Neville, do you want to talk about your parents? She asked quietly. It's no big deal, he muttered, looking embarrassed. Of course it's a big deal. Don't be embarrassed. Shit happens, you know. But it's not good to keep it all inside, she said with a sympathetic smile. Neville nodded. Okay, he said quietly. The two leaned back against the wall and Neville laid his head on Eloise's shoulder. And Neville began talking about his parents and living with his gran for the first time. News had reached the wizarding world by now and people were torn between being happy that the Dark Lord was dead for good, and mourning the loss of their savior, the boy who had sacrificed himself for them all. As many celebrations that were taking place, an equal number of people cried for a boy they never even knew. People began showing up at Hogwarts, leaving flowers and candles on the Quidditch pitch. Waves of them showed up, many crying, and soon the Quidditch field was completely covered in flowers, candles, notes, and other tokens of affection for the boy who lived no longer. Hermione was returning from the kitchens, intent on getting Ron to eat something, when she ran into Professor Lupin. The man looked exhausted and depressed. He gave Hermione a sad smile and asked how she was holding up. Not so great, to tell you the truth. I'm trying to get Ron to eat more and talk, but he just keeps staring into the fire or sitting on Harry's bed or staring at the door, like he keeps expecting Harry to come through it. I sometimes think he will too, she said, choking back a sob and quickly wiping away some tears. How's Sirius doing? Remus shook his head and sighed. He hasn't eaten since it happened except for small bits of toast. It's been 5 days and he's getting so thin. I'm going to get some more food and try to force him to eat. I can't budge him from. He stopped himself before he said, Harry's body, not wanting to upset the already distraught girl. And how are you doing, Professor? She asked. As well as I can right now, he said with another sad smile. The pain will lessen eventually. Never thought it would after Harry's parents died and Sirius was sent away and Peter's supposed death. I lost all my friends at once. I just hope I don't lose Sirius again now. Hermione nodded. Harry would have hated it if that ever happened, she said painfully, wondering if she would ever get used to talking about Harry in past tense. 2 nights before the leaving feast, Fred came to find Ron and Hermione sitting in silence in the otherwise empty common room. You guys might want to take a look at this, he said, motioning for them to follow. He led them out of Hogwarts toward the Great Lake and the Quidditch pitch. As soon as they exited the doors, they saw a huge crowd of students at the lake. What's going on? Hermione asked. The Quidditch team set it up. We spread the word that anybody who wanted to could bring a floating candle down to the lake tonight in memory of Harry. We had no idea this many people would come. Fred explained. It looks like a lot of the Slytherins even came. The crowd saw them approaching and parted away to let them through. A tearful Angelina handed them each a candle and lit it. When they reached the lake, Hermione burst out into tears. It was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen. Hundreds of lights glittered as they floated peacefully along the lake. Dumbledore passed them, the first in a line of teachers. He placed his own candle in the water with a comforting nod at the two. His candle was the same size and brightness as everyone else's, which in and of itself was somehow striking. It was as if everyone was meeting at some equal level in remembrance of Harry. The headmaster gave them a meaningful nod of the head before heading back up to the castle. Next came a solemn Professor McGonagall and a sniffling Hagrid, who was doing everything he could to suppress his mournful wails. Finally, everyone else had put their candles in the water. There were no announcements or speeches, just everyone watching the little glittering lights and remembering their brave and caring classmate. Ron. Hermione. The two looked up to see the face they least expected to find in the world. Draco Malfoy stood before them biting his bottom lip. He had just walked up from the castle. His hands were in his pockets and he looked a bit nervous, but also strangely dazed. His eyes didn't quite focus on anything, and for the first time, the two saw how much grief Malfoy was in himself. They had heard that his whole family had disowned him. He was apparently going to be staying with his godfather now. All of his friends had turned their back on him after what he had done, or refused to do, during the attack. The young Slytherin took a deep breath and began to talk, looking interestedly at the ground. I wanted to say that I'm really sorry about Harry. I know that we were always fighting and stuff, but I honestly wish that he was still here, he said quietly. Ron and Hermione nodded, knowing that must have taken a lot to say that. Thank you, Draco, Hermione said kindly. The B.O.'d looked over their shoulders at the glittering lights on the lake. It's such a waste. He seemed like he would have understood, he whispered, more to himself than anyone else. He seemed to snap out of his dazed state and pulled something out of his pocket. It was a candle. He lit it with his wand and set the candle in the water. With a slight push, he sent it floating along. He gave them a last nod before turning and running back to the castle. They could barely see Professor Snape standing in the doorway, putting an arm over Malfoy's shoulder as he ran up and leading him inside. Ron and Hermione exchanged a sad glance before turning their backs on the castle. They were the last to step up to the edge of the lake. They both crouched down and set their candles in the water. Goodbye, Harry, Ron whispered. Goodbye, Harry, Hermione whispered. They stood up. Ron put his arm around Hermione's shoulders as she rested her head on his. They joined the school in watching the little lights dance across the water's surface, just remembering Harry Potter. How's Draco doing? Dumbledore asked as Snape stepped into his office. Not so well. I was surprised when he said he needed to go to the vigil. It was the first time he's said more than 2 words to me since it happened, or to anyone for that matter. I don't know what to say to him. What could I possibly say? He asked with a sigh. Albus, I don't think I'm the right person for taking Draco right now. He needs someone who knows how to comfort people, not me. Trust me, Severus, you are the best person to take care of him. You're his godfather after all. It'll do you both good. Snape was not in the mood to argue that a heartless professor could not possibly be good for a grieving boy, so changed the subject to a slightly more pressing matter. Has Lupin got Black to leave Potter yet? He asked. Dumbledore smiled at the slip. Yes. He slipped a sleeping potion into his drink and brought him to his chambers for the night. Sirius could do with some rest. Did you tell Lupin then? Snape asked cautiously. He hoped the headmaster hadn't gotten the werewolf's hopes up. No, I just told him that Sirius needed his rest and would have to leave Harry's side sometime. Remus is grieving as well. I doubt he even considered an ulterior motive. And you got the crystal. Of course. Everything is ready, Dumbledore said calmly. Poppy is a bit nervous, but she's ready. Just let me go get Harry's body, and we'll get to the hospital wing. The headmaster stepped into his bedroom, a place he had visited rarely in the past few days. He looked sadly at the body of the young boy, looking the same as it had that fateful night. He gently brushed Harry's hair away from his forehead and gazed sadly at his cursed scar that had sentenced him to a life of hardship and an early death. He only hoped the young Gryffindor would get a second chance. I'm so sorry, Harry. I wish your burdens could have rested upon my own shoulders. If only it was my job to choose your destiny, he said quietly. But we're going to try to give you a different fate than this one. He lifted the limp body into his arms and carried him back into his office where Snape was waiting next to Dumbledore's special door. The headmaster called, "Hospital wing," and Snape opened the door. The two stepped into Madame Pomfrey's office. When the door closed behind them, it disappeared into the wall. Albus Severus, I've got the back room ready, Madame Pomfrey said nervously, eyeing Harry's body sadly. She led them through a hidden door in her office to a small room with a single bed in it. It was normally used for patients that needed to be kept out of view for some reason, whether it be to conceal their identity or their ailment. It was seldom used, but would serve its purpose now. Dumbledore laid Harry down on the small hospital bed. I'm still unsure what you are hoping to do with that potion, Severus, she said as she set out all the necessary potions Snape had asked for. It's a bit complicated, but I'll try to explain. You see, a person dies when their life energy is destroyed, but a life energy can only be destroyed in its original body. For Harry's life energy to be destroyed, it would have to have gone back into Harry's body. Also, that's the only way his soul could be released. When the Dark Lord died, Harry's life energy and all that's attached to it should have gone back to Harry's body and been destroyed, since a life energy cannot survive in a dead body. But Albus here, with one of his all-knowing type moves, caught the life energy before it went back into Harry's body. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled at that. So Harry's life energy is still alive, but will be destroyed as soon as it goes back into Harry. And his soul is trapped in his dead body, but will be released as soon as his life energy's destroyed. I don't see how that's helpful, said Madame Pomfrey confusedly. Well, there's a potion spell combination that will allow us to channel a little bit of our own life energy into Harry. Not giving the life energy to him, but sharing it while the life energy returns, so that when it does, it won't find a dead body, but a live one and will be able to live, causing Harry to live again, Snape explained. Then why haven't we done this already? What's the catch? She asked, knowing it couldn't be that simple. Well, the spell Harry did made the cancer grow so large that it's practically taken over. Not only would it kill him in the same way it did with the Dark Lord, but would also more than likely attach to the life energy being used to support him, killing us as well. And that's assuming that the spell works, since it's been so rarely used before. So what makes you think it'll work now? Well, I've been working on a potion to get rid of Harry's cancer for a while. I could remove it from the life energy, but only by damaging the life energy. But I think I've finally managed to find something that will separate the cancer out, without damaging anything. Of course it's only in theory, since there wasn't a way to test it. So really it's quite possible that we could not only kill Harry, but ourselves in doing this if this thing doesn't work. Good, she said, now extremely nervous. Well, not quite. I'm going to be the only one of us channeling energy, so you're not at risk, Poppy, Snape said cautiously, watching the headmaster's reaction. He hadn't quite mentioned this part yet. Dumbledore's surprised eyes met his. Severus, I won't allow you to do that. I will be the one doing the channeling, he said in an authoritative tone. No, Albus, I need you to perform the spell. You're far more powerful than either of us, so it needs to be you if this has a shot of working. And Poppy, we're going to need your medical expertise to watch over this. It has to be me, he insisted. But Draco, Severus, Dumbledore protested. Snape put up a hand to stop him. I can't help Draco on my own, Albus. The truth is I hardly know him and I can't understand what he's going through. As ironic as it may be, the only person I think might have a chance to get through to him is Harry. He understands what it's like to be rejected from your family. He knows what it feels like when people turn their back on you, Snape insisted. If you can get the two to talk without hexing each other, Madame Pomfrey interjected. Both boys have changed, Poppy. Subtly enough not for many not to notice, but drastically enough to perhaps change things, Dumbledore said with his familiar twinkle in his eye. Through tragedy, They've each discovered themselves a bit, and they aren't as different as they believe. There was a bit of a pause before Madame Pomfrey clapped her hands once. All right, then, let's do this. Severus, what do you need us to do? Tension filled the room as Snape began giving instructions. All right, I'm going to take this blue potion and start the spell that will let us share the life energy. After I start, I'll be basically useless to you until it's done. Before that, we're going to inject this green potion into Harry and myself, so that when it returns to the body, if it all works, the cancer will not be able to attach itself to either of us. I'm not sure if Harry's magic will be strong enough to expel the cancer right now, so Albus, that's what that spell I gave you is for. You're going to need to direct it into that crystal and trap it there so we can later destroy it. Everybody clear? He asked. The other two nodded. Madame Pomfrey came over and hugged Snape tearfully. Snape stiffened under the unfamiliar embrace. Oh Severus, if you get yourself killed, I'll bring you back to life and kill you myself, do you hear? She said tearfully before backing away. Dumbledore also pulled the potion's master into an embrace. I love you, my boy. Remember that. Wipe that horrified expression off your face. Severus, I'm being serious, he said with a chuckle before pulling away. Oh Merlin, if I knew you all were going to get all sappy on me, I would have never volunteered for this, he muttered, evoking laughter from the Mediwitch and the headmaster. He swallowed the two potions as Madame Pomfrey injected the green one into Harry's arm, casting a quick spell to spread it throughout his bloodstream despite the unmoving blood in his veins. Well, this is it. I guess I'm sort of fond of you two myself, he said very quickly, immediately saying the spell before he could see the grins on the others' faces. He laid his hands flat on Harry's chest. A white glow surrounded the two, concentrating under Snape's palms. Snape's head hung limply as Harry's chest began to rise and fall almost unnoticeably. Aside from that, there were no other signs of life from the boy. Dumbledore took out small, clear ball that floated just above his hand. Inside, light swirled around, now predominantly red, surrounding the white and gold. I hope this works, Dumbledore said quietly as he made the ball disappear without a word, letting the light zoom into Harry's body. A gasp escaped Harry's mouth and his face contorted in pain, still unconscious. Even Snape gave a small moan of pain. Achiana Reknak, Dumbledore bellowed, pointing his wand from Harry's body to the crystal in his other hand. A beam of red shot from Harry's chest to the crystal, filling the crystal with blood-red light until the line from Harry's body to Dumbledore's hand disappeared. Snape immediately collapsed to the ground as the white light surrounding the two vanished. Oh no, Albus, Madame Pomfrey exclaimed. The two raced toward Harry and Snape. As Dumbledore kneeled by Snape, the potion's master gave a small moan, and then wearily opened his eyes. Dumbledore let out a breath he didn't know he had been holding. Did it work? Snape murmured tiredly. Here Albus, Madame Pomfrey said, handing him a vial of something to help restore some of Snape's energy. Harry's alive, but barely. He's not waking. He's not. Snape asked worriedly, clumsily climbing to his feet, still filled with exhaustion. Sure enough, Harry was breathing and had a pulse, but he still looked like death. He felt a sinking dread. Might his soul have escaped somehow? That's impossible since Harry's life energy was not destroyed. All we can do now is wait and see what happens. In the meantime, you need to get some rest. You look like you're going to collapse. Draco can sleep in my chambers tonight. If I can borrow some dreamless sleeping potion from you for him, Poppy. With a wave of a hand, he conjured up another bed. He helped Snape over to it, despite the potion's master's protests. Yet, the spell had definitely taken a lot out of him, and only seconds after Dumbledore forced him into the bed, he was fast asleep. Madame Pomfrey removed his shoes and covered him with a blanket. He also walked over to Harry and, with another wave of his hand, changed his clothes into the more comfortable hospital wing standard pajamas. Are you going to tell Harry's friends yet? She whispered as she began injecting a few potions into Harry's arm to try to help his recovery along, if there would be one. No. We'll have to see what happens with Harry's condition first, he said quietly. I need to go collect Draco. Are you going to be okay with watching over them? Madame Pomfrey raised her eyebrow in annoyance. Oh right. Of course you are. Simple slip of the tongue. Poppy, take no offense, he said with an amused smile. That's right, I can watch over my patients, Albus. Now you go on, I'll see you in the morning, she said, showing him out. After the headmaster disappeared with a vial of the needed sleeping potion, Madame Pomfrey walked up to Harry's bedside. Come on now, Harry. You can do this. You need to come out of this. A lot of people need you. She sat down beside his bed, gently took his hand, and began quietly telling him what his friends were going through, and why he needed to pull through. And you want to know a secret? Even your snarky old potions master who hates everybody needs you. He'd rather die than admit it, but I can tell. I don't know how you did it, but you've made him care about someone. If you leave now, right after opening that door, I fear it will close again and will never be able to be reopened. You can't let that happen, all right? She said quietly. You need to keep living to keep some other people living. That's the burden you take on when people love you. The next morning, Snape woke to find himself staring into the watchful face of the school nurse, causing him a bit of a start. Poppy, do you have to stand over me like that? I'm not used to being bloody stared at in my sleep. Oh, quit your griping, Severus. I was checking to make sure that spell or those potions didn't have any side effects. However, you are your normal self, unfortunately, she teased. Snape shot her a not so menacing glare. Suddenly he shot up in bed. How's Harry? He asked, looking over at the still unconscious boy. Has he woken yet? No. I've got him on nutrition and hydration potions to try to make up for the absence of food and water for practically a week, she said as Snape got out of bed, ignoring her stern gaze. But he hasn't changed at all, she said tiredly. Snape looked over and studied her face. Poppy, you've been up the whole night. I'll watch over Harry for a bit and you go get some rest, he said sternly, slipping into the chair next to Harry's bed. She looked at him with a sly grin. What happened to Potter? That's what I said, he said quickly. Oh really? So I was just imagining that you called him Harry twice this morning. She asked, clearly amused. Lack of sleep, he grumbled with a glare. Madame Pomfrey chuckled. Severus. Me and my crazy imagination, she said sarcastically. She then became sincere. He needs you, Severus. Snape's eyebrow shot up. What? It's true, she said simply. Poppy, I really think you need some sleep, he scoffed. He told me you've helped him a lot this year. Do you realize that you were the first to know about both his relatives and the cancer? When I asked him if he had talked to anybody about his life at his relatives, he said he had confided in you. And when I told him that I found that slightly surprising, he said he trusted you. Do you understand how little people have Harry's trust? He told you something he's told no one else about, something he's guarded like his life depended on it. He only told me that because he was only half conscious at the time, he informed her. Severus, do you know how many times I've tried to question him while he's half conscious? When that boy wants a secret kept from someone, they won't find it out by Harry telling them. Maybe he just needed to get it all off his chest, but the point is that he chose to confide in you. It doesn't make sense, Poppy, why would he choose me of all people? Snape asked, bewildered. Well, the papers did say he was mentally unstable, she said with a shrug, laughing when Snape glared at her. Who knows, Severus, the point is that he did. Well, I'm off to sleep. If he wakes up, just yell. Snape nodded distractedly, thinking of what Madame Pomfrey had just said. He eyed the raven-haired boy wondering if there could have been any truth in her words. Throughout the day, Snape and Madame Pomfrey took turns watching over Harry while Dumbledore helped Remus keep Sirius from going back to look for Harry's body. While switching shifts at one point during the day, with Madame Pomfrey going to stay with the Gryffindor while Snape came out, a second-year Hufflepuff came into the hospital wing, supported by two of his friends. It was obvious the boy had twisted his ankle and was in extreme pain. When the three saw Snape, they froze. Is Madame Pomfrey in, sir? One of them asked, trying not to let his voice shake. Not at the moment. Lay him on that bed, he instructed. Who's going to heal me then? The injured boy asked. I will, Snape said coldly. The boy paled. Actually, I'm not hurt. We're going to go now, he said quickly. His friends obviously agreed and helped him turn around. Get in here now, Snape instructed harshly. The three reluctantly turned around and got their friend to the bed, each of them watching Snape suspiciously, as if he was planning on poisoning them. Snape rolled his eyes and couldn't help thinking that Harry wouldn't have had a problem with him healing him. So you can heal, Professor. One squeaked in fright. Of course I can, Caldwell, he snapped. I brew half the potions in here. And stop that pathetic whimpering, Whitby, you just twisted it, you didn't rip it off for Merlin's sake. He healed the ankle with a quick spell and told the boy to be on his way. The three practically ran from the infirmary. He heard one say quietly that he'd never go back to the hospital wing if Snape was going to be the new healer, even if his foot did get ripped off. He scowled at their retreating backs before using the fire in Madame Pomfrey's office to flow to his chambers. That evening, while nearly everyone else was at dinner, Snape was sitting next to a still unconscious Harry Potter, flipping through a potions book that he'd already read. He was trying to read the same paragraph for the fifth time when he saw something out of the corner of his eye. He set down his book and watched the boy next to him very closely. Harry's fingers twitched, and Snape's breath hitched. He quickly got out of the chair and sat next to Harry on the bed. Harry, a faint moan came from the boy. Open your eyes. It's time to wake up, he said quietly, holding his breath without realizing it. It was obvious Harry was trying to swallow, but his throat was too dry. He whimpered painfully. Snape carefully pulled Harry into a half-sitting position, propping up the pillows behind him. Come on, Potter, you can do it. Just open your eyes and I'll give you some water to drink, all right? He dimmed the lights a bit with a flick of the wand so the light wouldn't hurt the boy's eyes. Harry's eyes slowly fluttered open. Professor, he whispered tiredly. He blinked. Am alive, he croaked in awe, wincing as his voice grated against his dry throat. Snape never knew what came over him in that moment to make him act so out of character. He was just so overwhelmed with knowing that Harry was alive and was going to pull through. For the first time in his life, he felt envious of James Potter for being the boy's father. He grabbed Harry and pulled him to his chest in a hug, letting a few silent tears drip into the boy's hair. At first Harry stiffened in his arms, not used to being hugged, especially not by Snape. Yet as he felt what could only be a tear drip down the back of his neck, he tentatively hugged him back. Poppy, he's awake, he yelled as he gently helped Harry lay back on his pillows. Say a word about that to anyone, and you'll spend the rest of your life in detention, he whispered, quickly wiping the few tears off his face. Harry grinned tiredly. Blackmail excellent, he joked with a rough, tired voice. Snape poured a cup of water and helped Harry drink it as Madame Pomfrey burst into the room. Oh Merlin, he's awake. He's back. I just sent the message to Albus, she said excitedly, grinning from ear to ear. How are you feeling, Harry? I need you to tell me everything exactly, okay? How am I alive? He asked as his voice slowly returned, ignoring the nurse's inquiries. His eyes suddenly widened and he sat up quickly. Did the spell work? Is everyone okay? Is Voldemort? Yes, dear. He's dead. Everyone's fine. Well, physically. As for you being alive, it's a long, complicated explanation, but you can thank your potions professor for that one, she said, grinning at Snape, who merely rolled his eyes. She leaned in and said in a loud whisper, he really cares about you, you know. Harry blushed, but Snape looked absolutely mortified. Weren't you asking him how he was feeling, Poppy? He asked in an irritated tone. Of course, now let's hear it, Harry. I'm just a bit tired. And it sort of hurts, he said, slightly embarrassed. Hurts where? Madame Pomfrey asked worriedly. Well, no one place in particular, he said shyly. The two adults both knew by now that this was Harry's way of saying everywhere. But the two adults were at a loss for the cause. It might be from the Cruciatus curse. He prompted. Oh my goodness, of course. The nurse said abruptly. Oh, it must seem like it just happened to you. Oh, let me go grab some potions from my office, I'll be right back. She said before racing from the room. How long have I been out? And where am I? He asked. You're in a secret room of the hospital wing. You died last Friday. We brought you back yesterday evening and it's now Thursday, Snape said. I actually died, he said in awe. I thought there was no spell to bring back the dead. There isn't a spell to bring back a destroyed life energy, so that's true in a sense, but your life energy wasn't destroyed. I'll explain it all later. Now I need you to be absolutely honest with me. Harry, do you feel sick at all? He asked carefully. If any part of the cancer had stayed in the boy's system, it would just grow and kill him again. Harry just looked up at him in wonder. You just called me Harry, he said in a near whisper. Snape's eyes widened and he quickly cleared his throat. Answer the. You can. Call me Harry, if you want, he said shyly. Snape inwardly smiled, but outwardly raised an eyebrow. Do you feel sick, Harry? He asked, emphasizing each word to make sure the boy didn't dodge the question again. The raven-haired boy took a moment to assess how he felt. No, he said in shock. The Mediwitch chose that moment to return with the potion, the headmaster following right behind her, his eye twinkling truly for the first time since before the attack. All right, dear, drink some of that up. It will help fight the effects of that awful spell, she said, handing him a glass. Imagine using that on a boy. If I could get my hands on some of those Death Eaters, they'd be sorry, she said angrily. Harry chuckled slightly at the thought of the Death Eaters cowering as the school nurse came after them with the same stern look she'd given him each time he was injured in Quidditch. Down, girl, Snape muttered under his breath. Harry had to bite his lip to keep from bursting out in laughter. Albus, I think it's gone, but you need to make sure, Snape said grimly, praying that they hadn't missed anything. Harry looked up at them confusedly. What's gone? He asked. Lay down, Harry, and just relax. I just need to do a quick test, all right? The headmaster said warmly. Harry nodded and laid back on his pillows, closing his eyes in an attempt to relax. Dumbledore took his wand and said a quick spell. Nothing happened. The three adults sighed happily. All right, Harry, Dumbledore said cheerfully. Harry sat up and looked up at them expectantly. Dumbledore took out the crystal from his pocket, a red substance trapped inside. This, Harry, is your cancer, he said, handing the crystal to the boy. Harry looked from the crystal to the headmaster in confusion. What? Professor Snape found an apparently successful way to get rid of your cancer, Dumbledore explained with the first genuine smile he'd had all week. Harry looked to the potion's master with his jaw hanging open. I'm cured, he asked in awe. You cured me? Yes. I wasn't going to let you get away with skipping out on advanced potions. I do expect top-notch marks on all your exams, he said sternly. Harry nodded dumbly. But wait, if the cancer's gone, that's what made my magic get all powerful. Is that all gone? He asked. Well, there's one way to find out, Dumbledore said, nodding toward an empty glass. Harry looked at it and concentrated on making it move. Nothing happened. No more stealing Hermione's food then, I guess, he said, only slightly disappointed. I think I'd rather have it this way though, he said with a smirk, handing the red crystal back to Dumbledore. All right, Harry, we're going to move you into the main part of the hospital wing. Are you ready to deal with some very hysterical people? Dumbledore asked in amusement. Harry nodded and got out of bed. Dumbledore kept a light hold on Harry's arm to steady him as he walked through Madame Pomfrey's office into the empty infirmary, slipping into his usual bed, discreetly checking for his initials. He was glad to see they were still there. Dumbledore disappeared to gather Harry's friends and such. Snape also left, as the young Malfoy had been left alone far too much with his grief lately. Madame Pomfrey looked on her guard for anyone who might bother Harry, casting fond smiles at him every once in a while as she bustled around the hospital wing, doing whatever it was she usually bustled around doing. I guess I'll be making my birthday after all, Harry said happily. I'll send you a present myself, Madame Pomfrey said warmly. Dumbledore knocked on the door to Remus's private chambers. A very haggard professor opened the door, giving the headmaster a sad smile. Come in, Professor. Sirius is sleeping, so we'll have to be a bit quiet, he said, closing the door after allowing Dumbledore inside. Actually, I think you'd better go wake him, he said, his face not betraying any particular emotion. Is something going on? Remus asked warily, not sure he could stand anything else happening at the moment. Yes, the first good news we've had in a while. Remus nodded and quickly waked Sirius, leading him in from the other room. Sirius looked awful, to put it bluntly. It reminded the headmaster of how the man had first looked after escaping from Azkaban, before Harry had reminded him about the better parts of life. He had dark circles under his eyes, which were absent of life. Sirius, Remus, please take a seat. I have some very good news, Dumbledore said gently. The two looked completely apathetic, not believing that anything could make them feel better at the moment. They took their seats on the couch across from Dumbledore. So what's this good news, Albus? Remus asked, trying extremely hard to put on an upbeat facade for Sirius. Sirius only looked blankly ahead. Severus has been working on a lot of research that has finally resulted in success. Harry was dead, but his life energy was never destroyed. The two looked up at him perplexedly. What does that mean? Remus asked, not daring to get hopeful. Severus has been able to return Harry's life energy, and separated the cancer from it. Harry's alive, he said with a smile. The two looked at him in shock. Where? Sirius asked quickly. In the hospital wing. Without another word, Sirius turned into his dog form and bounded from the room at top speed. Remus gave another stunned, wordless glance at the grinning headmaster, before racing after the black dog. Students jumped out of the way to avoid being run into by the huge black dog speeding down the hall. As he got to the hospital wing, he turned back into a human and threw open the door. Harry's head whipped up as the door banged open and Sirius simply stared at him, unsure whether to believe the sight before him. He had dreamed of this happening and wasn't sure if this was just another one of his fantasies. Sirius. That was all it took. Sirius burst into tears and was immediately at Harry's side, hugging the boy desperately and weeping. Harry hugged him back and nestled into his godfather's embrace. It's okay, Sirius. I'm here. I'm alive. And I'm not sick anymore. I'm going to be alive for a long time, Harry muttered comfortingly as his godfather continued to sob and clutch him tightly to his chest. You're alive. You're alive, Sirius whispered through his tears. He grabbed the sides of Harry's face and looked into the boy's eyes searchingly. I love you so much. You're like a son to me, do you understand? Bright green eyes looked back at him, acknowledging the sincerity behind the statement with a small bit of surprise. He nodded. I love you too, he said awkwardly. Sirius smiled and burst out into a new fit of sobs, causing Harry to smile as well. The ex-convict pulled his godson back into another tight embrace when the door banged open once again. Both heads whipped toward the door to find an out-of-breath and stunned Remus. Moony, he's alive, Sirius sniffed happily, waving his friend over. Remus walked over slowly, still stunned. Hey Moony, he said with a smile. Harry, he whispered, cautiously touching Harry's cheek. When he felt that Harry was indeed solid and real, he burst out in a sob and jumped into the hug. Oh sure, just go and jump on my patience, that's right, Madame Pomfrey said in annoyance as she watched the scene. Harry laughed and the two adults just ignored her. Now seriously you two, Harry is just having the after effects of the Cruciatus curse, so you two better stop squeezing him so hard. Let him get some air. This time they listened and looked at Harry worriedly as they broke away, letting Harry lean back on his pillows. Harry, Sirius said seriously, now, you've been a great hero for the first 15 years of your life. Let's leave it at that, okay? No vanquishing any Dark Lords from now on, okay? Ah, you're no fun, Harry said in a fake pout. I'm serious, Harry. I know you're serious. It's your first name. Remus laughed. Oh no, I knew one day that joke would come back to bite me, Sirius said. Anyway, I'm not kidding, Harry. No more of these sacrifices, okay? No more fighting Dark Lords, no more taking other people's illnesses for yourself, no more keeping secrets that are eating you up inside, all right? Those are the rules from now on. Well, it's a bit different than normal house rules, but I think I can live with them, Harry said grinning. So tomorrow, when I get to King's Cross, he trailed off hopefully. You are never going back to the Dursleys, if that's what you're thinking about, Harry, Remus almost growled. Sirius nodded firmly. Harry beamed. I'll pick you up from King's Cross and you'll be coming home with me, Sirius said happily. Harry beamed at him. Really? Of course. What? Did you think I was joking last time we talked about this? You need to learn to take me seriously, as Sirius is my middle name. Oh wait, it's my first name, Harry finished for him. Merlin, this is going to be a long summer, he teased. Dumbledore's office was getting a bit crowded. Hermione, Ron, and Eloise were sitting on a small couch while Fred, George and Neville sat on the floor in front of the couch. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were standing next to their children, having apparated to the edge of the Hogwarts wards after receiving an owl with an urgent message from Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall appeared with the Stensons. He had sent the Gryffindor head of house to bring the Muggle family there. Nobody knew the reason they were all assembled. Mr. and Mrs. Stenson shook hands with the Weasley parents, while Coda gave each of Harry's friends a greeting hug. She had red-rimmed eyes and a red-tipped nose from the constant crying she'd been doing over the past week. She slid onto the floor in between George and Neville. Do you know why we're here? She asked quietly as everyone was getting settled. We're guessing it's about the funeral, he said sadly. Coda nodded sorrowfully. That's what we figured. Dumbledore looked to the students. I presume that you could not find Ginny? He asked gently. They all shook their heads, minus Coda. She's missing, and so is Harry's invisibility cloak, Ron said numbly. She's still grieving. We figured that funeral arrangement stuff would be too much for her anyways, explained Fred. I wish she could have been here, but we'll just have to track her down soon. We are not here to talk about a funeral. In fact, I have a bit of good news, Dumbledore said, his eye twinkling especially bright. Good news. I thought we were here about Harry, Mrs. Weasley said confusedly. Yeah, why are we here then? Mrs. Stenson chimed in. Dumbledore put up a silencing hand. Actually, it is about Harry. He began to explain the spells and potions that had saved Harry but quickly realized he was talking to a very perplexed audience, who looked more pained at talking about Harry than relieved as they should have been. Dumbledore stopped and smiled. What I'm trying to say is that Harry is alive and cancer-free, he said bluntly. A room full of people stared back at him in uncomprehending shock. What? Hermione asked breathlessly. Anyone who cares for the explanation can stay. Anyone who cares to skip it and just go see for themselves can use this door right here. He stood and said, Hospital wing waiting room, before opening the door. Everyone stared through the door, stunned. Professor. I don't understand, Fred said. He can't be. Albus. What's going on? Asked Professor McGonagall. Why don't you all just follow me? He said, motioning toward the door. They all dazedly got up and walked through to the waiting room. Once they were all through and the door had disappeared, Dumbledore opened the door to the hospital wing, motioning them all through. They slowly entered the room, and all grouped near the entrance, looking in wonder at the scene before them. Remus was sitting back in a chair laughing as Sirius was stacking food on Harry's lap, who was just as quickly putting it all on the nightstand. Sirius. I'm not bloody hungry, Harry insisted with a laugh, pushing the plate in his godfather's hand away. Sirius put the plate back on the table and felt Harry's forehead. Harry rolled his eyes and pushed his hand away. And for the millionth time, I'm not sick. Suddenly, Harry noticed the entourage at the doorway and looked up at them with his brilliant green eyes. Mrs. Weasley gasped and covered her mouth with her hand. Harry. Ron asked breathlessly. Yeah, Ron, it's me, he said with a smile. He quickly got out of bed and stood up, shooting Sirius a playful glare as the man started protesting. Don't worry guys, I'm really Al. Oomph. He said as Ron raced over to him and flung his arms around Harry's neck. Hermione was right behind him, nearly knocking Harry over as she slammed into the other two. His two best friends began to cry, just when they thought they had no more tears to spill. Oh Harry, it's really you. I'm not dreaming. Hermione sobbed, hugging him tightly. You're back, Ron muttered. He was shaking uncontrollably. Ron, are you okay? Harry whispered. Ron shook his head into his shoulder but said nothing else. Before Harry could think of something to say to his distraught friend, Eloise and Neville ran up with tears of joy. They were followed closely by the twins and Coda, until it looked like a huge dog pile with Harry in the center. Oh, Harry dear, sobbed another voice. Harry looked up to see the Weasley parents. Mrs. Weasley looked as if she had been restraining herself or having Mr. Weasley restrain her. She now burst out and ran to him, the other kids jumping out of the way as she came through, pulling him into a motherly embrace. She cried hysterically as she planted keys in Harry's hair. The other kids shot each other looks and giggled at Mrs. Weasley's behavior. Mr. Weasley came up, joined his wife, fondly ruffling Harry's hair with a laugh. The tearful Stenson parents were next. Mr. Weasley pulled his wife into his own arms to allow the Stensons their turn at hugging the boy that had saved their family. When they pulled away from the embrace, the group of kids all swarmed in on Harry again, causing Harry to blush and the two remaining marauders to burst out in laughter. Harry had received more hugs in one day than he had in his entire life. He was beaming with joy. Okay guys, Harry laughed after a few minutes, I really need to breathe now. Nobody budged. Madame Pomfrey came in and shrieked. What is this? Now Harry, get back into bed. Am I the only sane one in this place? This boy is recovering from extreme subjection to the Cruciatus curse. Are you all mad? Now shoo, she said, waving her hands at the people surrounding Harry. They let go of him, now eyeing him like he would break at the slightest touch. Oh Harry, we didn't mean to hurt you. Hermione gasped. It's okay, my own, I think some people are overreacting a bit, he said, directing the comment at Madame Pomfrey. And some people better get back in bed if they want to be released for the feast tomorrow, she said sternly. Harry rolled his eyes and climbed back into bed, sitting up against his pillows. Remus laughed and ruffled Harry's hair. Tough luck, kid, he said with a smile. I know you're all excited, but let's try not to injure my patient further, all right? She said irritably. Where's Ginny? Harry asked. Professor McGonagall's looking for her now, Hermione told him, a small smile playing on her lips. Practically everyone's eyes were brimming with tears, those of shock and those of joy. Ron and Hermione sat on the bed on either side of Harry, while Fred and Neville sat on the bottom. Everyone else surrounded the bed, and Harry couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. Luckily, Madame Pomfrey came to his rescue. All right. This is ridiculous. We're going to do this in smaller groups. Sirius, Remus, you've had your turns. Don't you protest to me. Out, she barked. Sirius glared, but her own glare won out. Remus and Sirius grudgingly left, promising to be back first thing the next morning. Okay, the Stensons can go first. Everybody else out to the waiting room. There you can discuss the order in which you go. Minerva, perhaps it might be a good idea to try to find young Miss Weasley. The Gryffindor head of house nodded, still stunned, and left the room. Everyone grumbled on their way out. Ron still looked severely shaken. Hermione and Mrs. Weasley were still crying buckets through their smiles, Hermione whispering comforting words to Ron as Mrs. Weasley did the same for the twins. A teary Eloise held on to Neville, who looked unsure whether to believe his eyes yet. Madame Pomfrey shut the door behind them and went into her office, ordering Harry to stay relaxed. Very pushy woman, Coda said quietly. You have no idea, Harry said with a smile. Oh Harry sweetie, oh God, when we heard about what happened, I can't tell you how much grief we went through, Mrs. Stenson said, grabbing Harry's hand tearfully. You made me cry for 5 days straight, you bloody prat. Coda said, wiping a tear away and then playfully punching Harry on the arm. Thank God you're alive, Mr. Stenson said quietly. Thank God you're not sick anymore. Listen Harry, you're going to visit us over the summer so much you're going to be completely sick of us, whether you want or not, he said with a smile. Harry laughed. And if anything happens with your godfather, and I mean even the slightest row or even if you're just annoyed with him, you come right to our house, all right? You still have the key. Harry nodded and then grinned. Yeah, but I'll probably be coming through the fireplace. Like Santa Claus, Coda mused. Without the weird clothes, Harry added. Or the pot belly. You know, your headmaster looks a bit like Santa Claus on Weight Watchers, Coda said thoughtfully. Harry burst out laughing. But seriously, anything you ever need, you have us, all right. Mr. Stenson insisted. That's right, we're here for you, love, Mrs. Stenson added. Whether you like it or not, Coda threw in. Your family. You're stuck with us. Though hopefully my dad won't try to be overprotective with your dating life as well. No dating until you're married, Harry, and any potentials will have to meet our approval, Mr. Stenson said, causing everyone to laugh. We'll just have to make sure he gets on with the Weasleys very well then, right Harry? Coda said quietly, in a conspiring type manner. Harry blushed and glared at Coda, glancing nervously at the closed door to the waiting room. Coda, he hissed. What is this, Harry? You fancy Weasley girl. Oh, that's adorable, Mrs. Stenson said quite loudly. The three others shushed her. Mooum. Coda whined, embarrassed for her mum blurting out Harry's secret so loud. Oh right, shush, Mrs. Stenson said, putting a finger to her lips and nodding excitedly, as if she was now in on a huge secret. Harry just put his head in his hands and shook his head, praying that none of the Weasleys had heard. All right, we'd better get going before my lovely wife embarrasses you any further, Harry, said Mr. Stenson, giving a chuckle when his wife slapped his arm. Stenson girls and hitting, don't think that's a really good trait. Yeah, I'll have to warn a certain redhead about it, Harry said quietly with a wink at Coda. Oh, you mean George? Mrs. Stenson asked loudly. Harry burst out laughing. Mr. Stenson shook his head while Coda's eyes widened. Mooum. Coda cried indignantly, throwing her hands in the air. Oh love, don't you worry. He can't hear us through the door. And don't you worry Harry, neither can. She was cut off as Coda covered her mouth with her hand. Mum, how about not talking about who anyone fancies until we get out of hearing range, she said quietly. All right, well we'll see you later, Harry. We'll invite you, your godfather, and the Weasleys over soon, said Mr. Stenson, giving Harry a quick hug goodbye. The two females did the same before walking out the door. He heard a mooum out in the halls and immediately became very worried. Seconds later, Eloise came into the room, closing the door behind her. Dakota's mum's a bit odd. In the hall somebody mentioned Ginny, and Mrs. Stenson turned to her husband saying, "Oh, isn't that adorable? Do you know what she meant, Harry?" she asked, taking a seat on the edge of his bed. Not a clue, Harry muttered, hoping his blush wasn't too obvious. Sure you don't, she winked. You've got to remember Harry, I'm a hopeless romantic. I notice these things long before anyone else. We're going to be having a long chat about this at some point, so I want you to start brainstorming now. I'm going to need to know when you first knew you were in love, what the marriage proposal will be like, and possible names for kids for starters. At seeing the horrified look on Harry's face, she patted his hand. Just joking, Harry, she said with a smile. Harry sighed with relief. Actually, I'm not. You'll be coming over this summer for a nice long conversation. Don't worry, I'm going to force Neville into one too. He's got it a lot worse than you, since he has to figure out who he fancies and you already know. Oh dear God, he muttered. Well, hey, if you humor me, I can give you tips. I may not be the most experienced person with relationships, but I do share a dorm with 4 other girls. We'll see, Harry said mysteriously with a smirk. Harry, yeah, thank you for being my friend. You and Neville are really my first true friends and it means a lot to me, she said quietly. Eloise, you don't have to thank me for being your friend. I love being your friend just because of who you are. You're a great person to be around and I feel sorry for all those people who don't get to be your friend. I'm lucky. So thank you. Eloise blushed. I also want you to know how much it meant to me for you to take me to the dance. I didn't get to go last year and I didn't think anyone would ask me this year either. It was all the girls were talking about and you don't know how much it meant to me to be able to join into their conversation without being pitied or something. And I wasn't even going with just old any date, I was going with Harry Potter, one of the hottest boys in school. Harry blushed and his jaw dropped slightly in surprise. He hadn't been expecting for Eloise to say that. Oh brother, he murmured. Oh shut it. You were and you know it. Harry just laughed. I'll have to make sure to inform your future husband about your psychotic tendencies. Harry, are you seriously that oblivious? Why do you think Cho was after you so much? Oh piss it. Never mind. Anyways, what I was trying to say was thank you for taking me to the dance even with half the school after you for a date, which I'm sure had nothing to do with you being good looking, since they had no idea what your personality is like. Harry rolled his eyes. It's called unwanted fame, but back to the more important subject, you don't need to thank me for the dance. I want to thank you. I had so much fun with you. Besides, what other date would have let me dance with all those other girls? You're just plain cool, Eloise, he said cheerily. Ah, I only let you do that because I wanted to dance with their dates, she said with a grin, nudging his side playfully. You're a great friend, you know. As are you. I guess it's probably someone else's turn, but you're going to come over this summer for that chat. We'll see about that conversation. Neville and I will have to plan some diversionary tactics or something, he said with a smirk. Eloise gave him a quick hug and left. Neville was the next to come in. He looked a bit nervous as he closed the door behind him and walked over. He was a bit sniffly from getting teary and sat down next to Harry. He looked down at his lap. Harry, do you ever miss your parents? He asked quietly. Harry was a bit stunned. The question certainly caught him off guard. He quickly snapped out of it when he figured out where the conversation might be headed. Neville didn't know that Harry knew about his parents. Yes. I mean, I don't really remember them all that much, but I always wondered what it would be like to have them, he said quietly. You know, I don't think I've ever admitted that out loud before, he said truthfully. Neville took a deep breath as his eyes brimmed slightly with tears. Mine were Aurors. Death Eaters put them under the Cruciatus curse for too long. They wanted information, you see, and my parents wouldn't tell them. They went mad from the torture. They have to be in a special ward at St. Mungo's. They don't recognize me anymore. Neville finally looked up nervously, waiting for Harry's reaction. They sound like they were really brave, Harry said quietly. They were. I wish I could have been more like them. Brave and brilliant at magic, he said sadly. Neville, listen to me. You are really brave. And you have talent with magic, you just aren't confident enough to see it or use it. But really, like in our first year when you stood up to me, Ron, and Hermione when we kept sneaking out, I would never have had the guts to do that. I just know you and I know how you are. I'd trust you with my life, Harry insisted sincerely. Neville looked at him in surprise. I think you've cracked, mate, he said weakly. Well, whether I've cracked or not, I know I'm right about this, and I really meant what I said. Neville smiled genuinely. I'm sorry about your parents, that's got to be rough, Harry said, a bit awkwardly. Well, I figured you'd know what it's like, he said with a shrug. Well, I think my time's about up. I'm glad you're back, Harry. Eloise said something about inviting us over this summer. Something about planning our love lives. I don't know, she said she'll explain it later. Harry chuckled. I think it's time to start being scared. The two said their goodbyes. The next in were the twins. They plopped down in the chairs on either side of his bed. At the same moment, the two reached over and hugged Harry. Harry tensed at the touch, then forcing himself to relax, mentally berating himself for constantly freaking at the unexpected physical touch thing. The twins broke away, ruffling his hair with a laugh. They each had to wipe a quick tear away from their cheeks. Harry smiled at the similarities of their actions. Some things would never change. Harry, mate, we're going to need to have a serious conversation about this whole save the world at any cost thing you've got going on, Fred said with a grin. George's tone was more serious. Yeah, Harry, you don't know what it was like when he trailed off, not able to say the word. Died. Harry offered quietly. George nodded with a shiver. Harry, it was like losing one of the family, Fred added solemnly. You can't let us go through something like that again, it was too horrible, said George seriously. So no more dangerous stuff, okay, said Fred. Does that include accepting sweets from you too? Harry joked, trying to lighten the mood. The twins gave slight smiles, but their expressions immediately turned back to serious. Harry, we're serious. Please, you can't do something like that again, said Fred. We couldn't handle it. Harry blushed a bit. Never thought I'd be getting the serious talk from you two, he said with a smile. I mean, are you guys all right? He asked worriedly. He didn't know what to make of Sirius Weasley twins. Well, we haven't been in the past week, started George. But we will be now, finished Fred. Promise there will be no more self-sacrifices. Fred and George each held out their hands for Harry to shake to seal the promise. Harry grinned and crossed his arms, right over left, to shake their hands. Promise, he said firmly. All right, enough seriousness. We developed a new prank, George said excitedly. You know those two sidekicks of Malfoy's? The big ugly ones. Crabface and Gargoyle or something. George said, waving a hand dismissively. Harry laughed and nodded. Well, they ate some very interesting cupcakes and the strangest thing happened, said Fred thoughtfully. Yeah, their tongues fell right out of their mouths. Really bizarre, George added. Harry's jaw dropped. Caused a bit of a ruckus at the Slytherin table. Screaming, panic, and other sorts of mayhem. They sort of had to carry their tongues to the hospital wing. Quite disgusting really. Harry was laughing now. I can't believe I missed that. I think we need a repeat performance, just to make sure my investment's going to good use and all. Oh, of course. Purely a business thing, said George in mock seriousness. A purely professional prank, Fred piped in. Well, best be off. Mum's next and she's ready to rip off the door with her teeth to get in to see you if we make her wait any longer. I doubt even Madame Pomfrey could hold her off, George mused. She's a bit scary sometimes. We'll see you soon since we're going to force you to come over so much you'll get sick of us. Harry chuckled. I don't think that's possible, he said truthfully. Tell that to Percy. Why do you think he moved out? George asked. The twins spouted identical evil grins. The twins said their rather dramatic farewells and opened the door. Harry couldn't see out into the halls, but could hear Mrs. Weasley screaming, "What took you so long?" Before racing in, followed by a much calmer Mr. Weasley. She ran over to the bed and once again pulled Harry to her in a motherly embrace, once again crying into his hair. She kissed his forehead and petted his hair with one of her hands. Oh Harry, never do that to me again. Do you hear me? She took his face in both of her hands and studied him. She then began speaking at a very quick pace. Oh dear, you look peaky. Have you eaten yet? Are you warm enough? Harry nodded at each of her inquiries. Oh, you come over to the burrow soon and I'm going to cook you a huge meal. We need to start you eating more, you're far too thin. Oh thank Merlin you're back, dear. And what were you thinking not telling us that you were ill? Merlin's beard. Well Dumbledore said you don't have that anymore, right? She asked worriedly. Yeah, Professor Snape cured me. Madame Pomfrey says my immune system won't ever work the same, but no more cancer, Harry said with a grin. He still couldn't believe his good fortune. What do you mean about your immune system? Mr. Weasley asked with concern. Oh, it's no big deal, it just can't fight off things as well anymore so I'll probably get sick a lot, like colds and stuff. But it's much better than the alternative, he explained. Oh dear, well whenever you're sick, I'll make sure to make you my special chicken soup. It'll make you feel better. She insisted. Oh you don't have to. Harry started uncomfortably. He doubted he would ever get used to people fussing over him. Of course I don't have to. I want to, dear, she said warmly. Harry smiled shyly. Well, thanks. Mrs. Weasley grinned happily, but Mr. Weasley looked oddly saddened. Molly, I need a few minutes alone with Harry, he said gently. His wife looked at him in confusion, but nodded. Harry was perplexed himself. Mrs. Weasley hugged him goodbye and left the room, shutting the door behind herself. Mr. Weasley sat down in the chair next to Harry and looked at him sadly. Harry, when you died, he said cautiously, I went to tell the Dursleys about it. Harry gave a bitter laugh. I'm sure they were devastated, he said sarcastically. Harry, why didn't you ever tell us what was happening with your relatives? He asked seriously. In 2 seconds flat, the blood had drained out of Harry's face. His eyes grew wide and he drew back as if he had been slapped. He forced himself to calm down. After all, Mr. Weasley couldn't mean that. The Dursleys were far too careful about that sort of stuff, well, except for around the Stensons, though they did seem to be slipping a bit lately. I don't know what you mean, he said, trying to pull off clueless. Mr. Weasley looked at him sympathetically. How long was your bedroom that cupboard? He asked bluntly. Harry inwardly sighed with relief. Mr. Weasley had only discovered his cramped living conditions rather than the worse aspects of his home life. Harry looked down at his lap and twisted the sheet nervously. Until I got my Hogwarts letter and then just for a few days last Christmas. It's not as bad as it seems though. I don't need a lot of room, he said quietly, hoping that this would be the last of their discussion. And how long has the abuse been going on? He asked, now with a tint of anger to his voice that he was unsuccessfully trying to conceal. Harry's heart stopped. I don't know what you're talking about. Had Ron told. Maybe he could play it off that there had just been a misunderstanding. Harry, I know. I found your shirt. The one that's covered in blood, he said calmly. It was from a fight with Dudley. Your aunt and uncle told me. They started accusing each other and blurted out all the despicable things they've done to you. Harry tried to interrupt with another excuse, but Mr. Weasley stopped him. I talked to Mr. Stenson about it as well. He told me everything. I'm sorry if that was a violation of your trust, but under the certain circumstances. Harry started shivering violently. He hadn't wanted this. It wasn't bad. Really, it wasn't. Harry, they starved you, Mr. Weasley reminded him. No, they put Dudley on a diet too. They made you do all the housework. It was just chores. Your uncle threw you through a glass table. It was an accident. He stabbed you. He was drunk. He didn't mean to, really. Harry insisted in a pleading tone. He had no earthly idea why he was protecting his relatives. It just didn't feel like protecting the Dursleys, but instead, it felt as if he were protecting himself. A part of him desperately wanted to believe his words. Deep down, maybe he had always believed them. Mr. Weasley grabbed his shoulders, causing Harry to nearly jump out of his skin. His body went rigid and he winced out of pure reflex. Mr. Weasley looked into Harry's eyes. Don't worry, Harry, I'm not going to hurt you, he said reassuringly. Harry looked down, ashamed. Mr. Weasley placed a finger under Harry's chin and gently raised it until Harry was looking at him. Harry, I would never hurt you. You have people who love you now, people who would never hurt you. I don't know how to make you understand that you are part of our family. You have so many people that would adopt you in a second. If Sirius and Remus weren't here, I have a feeling that we'd be battling over custody of you with the Stensons. But Harry, what I really want you to understand is that if you ever have a problem, you can always come to me or Molly. We'll always be there for you, no matter what. There will always be room for you at the Burrow, for any length of time and for any reason. Do you understand that, Harry? Harry nodded numbly. He lowered his head once again. Does everybody know? He asked quietly. I haven't told anyone. Harry looked up hopefully. But I'm going to tell my wife. And once the ministry calms down, I'm going to report it and make sure your uncle is punished, said Mr. Weasley resolutely. No please, you can't. It'll get to all the newspapers. They jump all over anything. Okay, I'll talk to the headmaster and your godfather and we'll figure something out, but still going to have to tell Molly. But, Harry pleaded. Harry, Mr. Weasley interrupted, why don't you want her to know? There was a long pause while Harry thought about the question. There were a ton of reasons. It was embarrassing, she would pity him, she'd know he was weak, he'd have one more person to always feel slightly ashamed around. Yet he couldn't tell Mr. Weasley any of those. I don't know, he muttered, looking down at his lap once again. Harry, Mr. Weasley said gently, don't feel ashamed. It's your uncle who's responsible for what he did, not you. You did nothing wrong. Harry didn't say anything. What could he say? The man who sat next to him now seemed completely different, just by knowing Harry's secret. Harry couldn't be sure what Mr. Weasley was thinking, and that made him very nervous. Well, I'm sure you want to get on with seeing your friends. We'll talk about this later, he said kindly. Harry nodded numbly. Mr. Weasley put a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder, but Harry merely stiffened under the touch. The red-headed man sighed and left the room, letting Ron and Hermione in. The two sat next to his bed and smiled at him through their tears. Hermione took Harry's hand in her own and keyed it, then resting it against her cheek. Ron was still shaking slightly, but looked better than before. You're really back, Hermione said, squeezing a few more tears out of her eyes. Couldn't break up the trio, now could I? He said with a grin that was slightly forced, as he tried to push his conversation with Mr. Weasley out of his mind. We haven't gotten into nearly enough trouble yet. And now that Hermione's blossoming into a nice little troublemaker herself, the fun's just getting started, Ron said with a smile, wiping at his cheeks again. Harry, it was worse than I had ever imagined, he added quietly. Hermione nodded solemnly. It was awful. I felt like I was surrounded by Dementors, like I would never be happy again. She shuddered. Harry stared at the two, not knowing what to say. I'm so happy you're back, mate. It hurt not to have you there, Ron said truthfully. He wanted Harry to realize how much he was cared about, since Harry had so much trouble believing that anyone could truly care about him. Harry, what you know, Voldemort said to you, about us not caring. That you were nothing more to us than a scar that couldn't be further from the truth. We love you so much, and it has nothing to do with you being famous or Voldemort or anything like that, Hermione said seriously. I know, Hermione, Harry said quietly. You two are the best friends ever. He called you worthless, Ron said bluntly. He's either a bloody liar or the dumbest person to ever walk the earth. You can't even understand how much you're worth, Harry. To us. To Sirius and Lupin. To the whole school. Even the whole bloody wizarding world. You should have seen what your death did to everyone. Tomorrow, when you're allowed out of here, you'll have to go see the Quidditch field, where Dumbledore let all the visitors put all their flowers and stuff. But of course you mean the most to the people who knew you, like us, and. Yeah, he finished lamely. Hermione turned toward her boyfriend with a fond smile. Ron, I love you dearly, but listening to you try to string together a coherent thought is sometimes painful. Harry chuckled as Ron glared at her. Hermione turned back to Harry. But, if you managed to make sense of Ron's little jumbling rant there, he said some really smart things. Harry grinned, blushing slightly. Thanks guys, he said, embarrassed. The trio talked until Madame Pomfrey told them that it was time to leave, and no, they could not stay the night this time. Harry needed his sleep. Harry's two friends stood. Hermione kissed him on the forehead and told him to get some rest. Ron hugged Harry once more. I guess you still get to calm me down on my wedding day, he said quietly, reminding Harry of their conversation months before. Harry grinned. And you at mine. How horrifying, he joked. The two chuckled. Hermione and Ron were just out of the door, when Hermione ran back, calling to Ron that she had forgotten something. She ran up to Harry and slid a rolled-up piece of parchment out of her pocket, under the top of his covers, making sure Madame Pomfrey didn't see. Harry recognized it as the Marauders map. I forgot to give it to Professor McGonagall. I was planning on using it to find Ginny at some point. I don't think I'll manage to find her tonight though, she said quietly with a meaningful look. Don't get caught. She winked at him and ran out the door after Ron. Harry chuckled a bit, thinking that Hermione had become a bad influence on him. Madame Pomfrey looked at him suspiciously, but he just shot her an innocent look. How are you feeling? She asked accusingly, as if he had let his friends run amok in the hospital wing. I'm feeling fine, thank you, he said, for once feeling truly grateful for her concern. He didn't know why, but it seemed to mean a lot at the moment. All right, then, let's get you on a nice sleeping potion, she said, turning toward her shelves of potions. Actually, I don't think I'll need one, Harry said, faking a yawn and sliding down into a laying position. I'm about to fall asleep. Madame Pomfrey shot him a suspicious look, but Harry faked another yawn and acted like he was having trouble keeping his eyes open. It wasn't too hard as he was a bit tired, but he couldn't go to sleep just yet. All right then. Get some rest. I'll know if you haven't been sleeping tomorrow, and if you want to be out in time for the feast, you better be very well rested, she said sternly. Harry nodded tiredly, and closed his eyes. Madame Pomfrey went through her office into her chambers. Harry waited about 10 minutes to make sure she was gone. She checked on him after 3 minutes to make sure he was still in bed, but he was pretending to be asleep. She shook her head and left again, muttering to herself about being paranoid. Once the 10 minutes had gone by, Harry looked at the map in the moonlight. The dot that said, Pure, Ia Weasley, was sitting out by the lake. Harry quietly slid out of bed. He looked around for a school robe, but to his utter dismay, there were none. He'd have to go in the hospital wing pajamas. Even knowing he looked like a prat, he quietly tiptoed to the door, silently opened it, slipped out, and closed it without the slightest sound. The halls were all dark, as it was well past curfew. Hermione had told him that Ginny had occasionally disappeared, coming back in the middle of the night. They had let her be, knowing that she needed to be alone at those times. Harry felt very exposed breaking the curfew without his invisibility cloak, but refused to turn back. Harry followed the Marauders' map outside, nearing the spot where the dot sat. As he neared the lake and looked up, squinting through the darkness as his eyes began to adjust. The water's surface was smooth and reflected the stars. A large tentacle, belonging to the giant squid, lazily lifted out of the water and slid back under. He saw nothing besides the lake, confirming that Ginny must be under his invisibility cloak. As he got right near the dot, he tentatively spoke. "Ginny." There was a rustling sound and then a gasp. Ginny's stunned, frozen face came into view as she shakily pulled the cloak off, letting it pool around her knees. Harry's breath caught as he realized that he could only describe her as beautiful. She closed her eyes and let a few teardrops trickle out as she silently chanted, "It's not real. It's not real." Harry sat down in front of her. He gently took her hand, causing her to shriek. With wide eyes, she looked from her hand, which lay in Harry's, and Harry's eyes. "Ginny, everyone's been trying to find you all night. Snape found a way to bring me back and get rid of the cancer that I had. It's a long explanation, but I'm back. I'm alive. I'm real," he said with a shy smile. Ginny slowly reached up and tentatively touched his cheek with her fingertips. When she felt that Harry was both solid and real, she let out a shuddering sob and flung her arms around his neck. "Oh, please don't let this be a dream," she whispered. "It's not. I promise," Harry whispered into her hair. She took his face in her hands and gently kissed him on the forehead. Somehow it seemed a lot different than when Mrs. Weasley or Hermione did it. They both let their eyes rest closed as she rested her forehead against his, tears trickling down her face. "Then it's a miracle," she whispered. Harry thought about it for a second. "Yeah, it is," he said seriously. Ginny pulled her face away from Harry's and looked into his eyes with a smile. Harry smiled back and wiped away the tears on her cheeks with his thumbs. "Harry, Ginny started but was interrupted. "Who's there?" asked a suspicious voice. Ginny and Harry raised their heads toward the voice, just as Fang pounced on Harry, knocking him flat on his back, and began licking his face excitedly. "Fang," Harry sputtered. "Off Fang. Ginny, what are ye doin' down air? It's nigh. Who's da?" he asked. His voice sounded full of miserably, as if he was 2 seconds away from tears. "Fang, off. Come, air boy." Hagrid whistled and Fang happily got off of Harry and walked over to Hagrid's side. Harry wiped his sticky, wet face off on his sleeve with a snort of disgust. He sat up and heard Hagrid gasp. "Harry, no, dead," he said in shock. He took a frightened step back, nearly trotting on Fang's tail. Harry felt immediately guilty. Dumbledore had told Harry that he would refrain from informing Hagrid until Harry was a little better healed, since the half-giant could be a bit overwhelming at times. "Hagrid, it's really me, I swear. Professor Snape brought me back. It's a long story. I was never completely dead, you see, and oomph." He was interrupted as Hagrid bounded over and seized him into a hug, lifting his feet straight off the ground. Hagrid wailed as he hugged Harry to him. Harry winced slightly, since he was still a bit sore from the Cruciatus curse. Nobody else noticed though, and he found that Hagrid's happiness made the pain easier to deal with. "Oh Harry, thank Merlin. Alive. I though, Hagrid couldn't seem to finish his sentence. His chin wobbled dangerously before he burst out into more hysterical sobs. He hugged Harry even tighter, like a teddy bear. Ginny giggled and at the half-giant's display of emotions. Fang barked happily and ran around them in circles. "Hagrid," he gasped. "I can't breathe." Hagrid immediately placed Harry's feet back on the ground. Harry gulped in air. "Sorry there, Harry," he said, wiping away some tears and blowing his nose into his sleeve. I'm just so happy that you're back. That's fine, Hagrid. I'm glad to be back. Don, you ever go doing again, yay here. All right, Hagrid, I'll work on it, Harry said smiling. Hagrid eyed Harry's clothes and bare feet, causing the raven-haired boy to blush slightly. Harry, are ye supposed to be in the hospital wn? He asked in a light, accusing tone. He trailed off, choosing to move his eyes away from Hagrid's. I'll take as a yes, Hagrid said with a shaky chuckle, wiping away the streams of tears on his face away with his sleeve. Come on, ye two. Le's get ye back before Madame Pomfrey pitches a fit. She can be a frightening woman. He led them inside, walking Ginny to the common room first, where she and Harry gave each other a shy good night, before Ginny slipped through the portal, carrying Harry's cloak under her arm. Hagrid and Harry walked through the darkened, silent halls. So Harry, were ye doin' down there with Ginny Weasley? Hagrid asked knowingly. Is there summit ye wanna tell me? No, Harry said indignantly. I was just talking to her. Oh, as all. He said cheerily, in a tone that implied that he didn't believe it for 1 second. Are ye sure the whole boy who lived now the boy in love, thin isn, finally true? Harry scowled at him. Of course not. Really. Because her eyes tell a different story. Harry glared at him and Hagrid chuckled. Oh course. You little uns never like such serious words like love. Little. I'm nearly 16, thank you, Harry cried indignantly. Hagrid whirled around and grabbed his shoulders, causing Harry to start. Harry, aboo, the sickness you had. Dumbledore told me and. Hagrid. Harry interrupted. Don't worry, it's cured. I'm fine. Oh thank Merlin, Hagrid said with relief, continuing to walk along with Harry. As they neared the hospital wing, Hagrid decided to turn back so Madame Pomfrey didn't hear his loud footsteps. If she lets ye out tomorrow, come see me for a cup of tea, all right? He whispered. Harry promised he would if he was let out in time, but warned him Madame Pomfrey was getting a bit immune to his puppy dog faces and begging. After the half-giant walked off, Harry silently slipped back into the hospital wing and into his bed. He sighed in relief when Madame Pomfrey didn't come out screaming at him. He quickly fell into a deep sleep. The leaving feast had a solemn air about it, similar to that of the previous year. Harry and his friends had convinced Dumbledore not to make an announcement and had planned, with some helpful ideas from the twins, the most amusing way to make Harry's return to the living known. Everyone filed in and sat at their respective tables, all grim and gloomy, though some were mourning different deaths. Nobody really looked up as the last of the stragglers entered and made their ways to their tables, though as Harry walked in, he shot a quick grin up at the head table. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled merrily. Hagrid and Professor Lupin shook their heads with amusement. Even Professor McGonagall seemed to be fighting a grin. Harry sort of wished Snape would have been there to see it. He thought the man would have found some amusement in the situation. Harry slid down at the table between Ron and Hermione, who both bit back grins. The whole table began to eat and Harry casually piled food onto his plate. It took a few moments for anyone to notice him, but soon Dean Thomas looked over and froze. His jaw dropped and his eyes went wide. Harry waved at him and Dean blinked hard. Ron and Hermione were having a hard time concealing their laughter. Dean dumbly poked Seamus, not tearing his eyes from Harry. What is it, Seamus trailed off as he followed Dean's gaze and saw Harry. Seamus looked like he had swallowed a flobberworm. What's up with you two? Padma Patil asked. She leaned forward and followed their gaze. When she saw Harry, she screamed and fell backwards off the bench. This caught a lot of the Gryffindor's attentions, and soon everyone had seen Harry, either screaming or freezing in shock. Many were pointing or falling off the seats. Ron and the twins all lost it and doubled over with laughter. Harry, Hermione, and Neville were all laughing as well, though Hermione kept informing them how mean this was. Now the commotion had got the attention of the rest of the houses, but as so many Gryffindors were standing now, none of them could really see. Everyone was talking now, their eyes on the Gryffindor table. What's the matter with them? Can you see anything? They're pointing but I can't see. The Gryffindors were gaping from Harry's laughing friends to Harry, trying to make sense of it all. All right, Dumbledore's cheery voice boomed. I think that is enough fun for now. May our mystery guest please come up here? He chuckled merrily. Harry climbed out of the bench and walked up to where Dumbledore was standing and bashfully turned to face the Great Hall. Every jaw in the sea of students dropped. I assure you all that this is the real Harry Potter. He is very much alive, thanks to the skills of our wonderful potions master, who unfortunately isn't here right now. No, we haven't found anything to bring back the dead. Harry was a special case where his life energy was in a sort of limbo. If anyone would like a better explanation, please feel free to come to my office after the feast. The hall was silent except for the sniggers from Harry's friends. Everyone gaped at him and Harry felt himself start to go red. He began to walk back to the Gryffindor table when he heard a small, Harry. Harry looked up and saw a blur before someone much smaller collided with him, wrapping his arms around Harry's middle. Hey Charles, Harry said with a small chuckle. The older crab looked as if he would like nothing better than to pound his little brother into a pancake as the other loyal to Voldemort Slytherins glared at him. Harry, I'm really good at defending myself now. I wanted to tell you so bad that I even used that Expelliarmus spell on Vincent, when he was picking on Draco, and this other spell I learned. Now, Vincent's scared of me, he said quietly. The hall was now buzzing with noise, so there was no way the older crab could have heard, thankfully. Somehow, Harry wasn't quite convinced that the older crab, who looked like a freight train, was that scared of the younger one who more resembled a licorice stick. Harry flattered Charles though and told him how excellent that was. How's Malfoy doing though? He asked quietly so no one could hear. That didn't seem right that Crabbe had been picking on Malfoy. Well, he's not a Malfoy anymore since he got disowned by his whole family. He's not doing all that well, I guess, being that all his friends hate him so much now. I'm not really sure though since I haven't been seeing him around, he said with a shrug. This gave Harry some food for thought as Charles ran back to his friends, ignoring the menacing looks he was getting from some of the older Slytherins. Harry finally returned to the Gryffindor table, where he was bombarded with people shaking his hand or hugging him, expressing their relief to have him back. I realize, Professor Dumbledore began again with a smile, that Mr. Potter is attempting to shy his way out of the spotlight, but I refuse to let him escape with properly thanking him and acknowledging what he has done. Harry's face turned crimson with embarrassment. We have all known Harry Potter, personally or by reputation, throughout our time together at this school. Harry sacrificed his life for every person in this school and more, stopping someone who you all saw had no qualms about taking the lives of whomever he chose. He bravely faced the Dark Lord, even with the knowledge that he would not make it out alive. He saved our school and he saved our lives and the lives of many more. For this, I honor him, Dumbledore said, raising his glass for a toast. Nearly every other person in the hall did the same, except those who weren't so excited about Harry's return to the living. To Harry Potter, the boy who lives again, he said with a smile. Harry grinned at the play on his nickname as everyone followed suit. To Harry Potter, the Weasley twins shouted. To Harry Potter, Ron and Hermione said loudly, raising their glasses and smiling broadly at him. Harry's face burned with bashfulness as everyone drank to him. All right, Harry, I'll stop harassing you now and let you eat, as everyone else should do as well, Dumbledore said with a laugh before sitting down next to Professor McGonagall, who was wiping away tears despite her genuine smile. Harry loaded food on his plate as millions of questions and comments were shot his way. Wow, Harry, thank Merlin you're back. I can't believe you actually defeated the Dark Lord. What was it like, being like you were the last few days? Asked Seamus. You mean dead? Harry asked. Seamus nodded sheepishly and everyone around them looked at him in expectation. Harry's expression turned grim. It was horrible. What do you mean? Lavender Brown breathed. Well, I murdered someone, didn't I? Even if it was a Dark Lord, there's only one place to go after that. He pointed down. Unless you want to spend eternity in extreme suffering, I suggest none of you ever kill anyone, he said gravely. Extreme suffering. Neville stuttered apprehensively. Yes, I'm sure you've all heard of it. The flames, the endless labor, the decaying South Avenue masters, you know. Hermione and Ginny rolled their eyes, but it seemed that most were more gullible than them. Everyone around him was silent, most staring at him in absolute horror with their jaws hanging open. Many, including Ron, had gone ghastly pale and looked as if they were about to faint. Harry looked around at them grimly. Then the corners of his mouth began to twitch and curve slightly upwards. "Harry, you prat!" Ron yelled, punching him on the arm. Harry burst out laughing and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Merlin, you guys are easy. I actually can't remember a thing. It was just like being in a dreamless sleep for the last few days. I feel like yesterday was when Voldemort attacked," he said, still grinning at the panic he had arisen. "Hey Harry," Hermione said quietly, "take a look at Cho." Harry followed her gaze to find Cho Chang, glaring daggers at her plate with a very large bandage over her nose. Harry looked back at Hermione curiously. "What happened to her?" he asked rather unsympathetically. "Ginny happened to her. Cho was trying to start up some of the old rumors again, and Ginny defended your honor," Hermione said with a chuckle. They looked over at the redhead who was laughing with her brothers. "Us and redheads, she commented quietly. "I always knew we had good taste," Harry said with a smile. "I don't know about good taste," Hermione said quietly, nodding her head toward Ron who was talking with his mouth totally stuffed. Harry laughed. Hermione sighed, looking at her boyfriend fondly. "He is quite a catch though," she said sincerely with a smile. Harry chuckled. "He sure is," he said, as Ron shoveled more food into his mouth. The next morning, Snape was packing up the last of his things, thanking Merlin he would be leaving the castle soon. A long vacation was definitely in order. Snape sighed as he passed through his living room to his bedroom, seeing Draco staring into the fire with the same depressed look he'd had for the past week. The boy had lost both his family and his friends because of his decision. All of his old friends had been children of Death Eaters and refused to associate with a traitor. Now the boy was utterly alone during such a hard time, with no one except for a snarky potions master for company. Yet, though Dumbledore had insisted that he was the best person to take Draco in, he didn't know what to do to cheer up the boy. He wasn't exactly a cheery person himself. It would be wonderful if Draco could be friends with Harry Potter, but Snape knew that that would be impossible. All he could hope for now was a bit of a miracle. As he was packing the last of his potions into a box, there was a hesitant knock at the door. Snape came out of his private lab and glanced at Draco, who was still staring numbly into the fire, before opening the door to reveal none other than Harry Potter. Hi Professor. Harry, he said quietly with a nod, taking the young Gryffindor by pleasant surprise that he had decided to continue calling Harry by his first name, at least when nobody else was around. "It's good to see you're feeling well, but this really is a bad time. I'll see you next year," he said, beginning to close the door. He didn't want to agitate Draco anymore by inviting his worst enemy in. "Wait," Harry said, catching the door before it closed. "Actually, the reason I came down here was really because some of the Slytherins said that Malfoy might be down here." Snape froze and raised an eyebrow. "And why would that interest you?" he asked. "I really want to talk to him, so if he's here I can stop begging Slytherins for their password and searching the school." Snape looked over at Draco who was now looking curiously over the back of the couch with interest. "Let him in, Sev," he said quietly as he rose from the couch. Harry hesitantly stepped through the door and past the potions professor. Snape went back into his lab to give the boys the sense of privacy, despite the fact that he would, of course, be eavesdropping. Back in the living room, Draco crossed his arms and sneered at Harry with a significant lack of conviction. "What do you want, Potter?" "I wanted to say thank you for what you did. That was the bravest thing I've ever seen anyone do, standing up to your father like that." "Well, I just got disowned by my entire family for it, but I'm glad it pleased you, Potter," he said with cold sarcasm. Harry did notice a slight softening of Malfoy's scowl, though. "Well, Malfoy, don't call me that, Potter. I'm not part of that family anymore," he said, trying to sound cold, but Harry could detect the sadness in the Slytherin's voice and expression. "Oh, okay. So, Draco," he said, the name feeling strange to say. "I know you probably won't want to, and will probably laugh in my face when I ask you, but I was wondering if you wanted to come over this summer," Harry asked awkwardly, soon smirking at the shocked look on Draco's face. Is that a joke? Why would you want me to come over to your house? He asked incredulously. Well, I know if it was me staying with a professor all summer, I might get bored. And I'm staying with an adult all summer, so I'll probably get bored too. And we're building a Quidditch pitch out back, so we could play if you came over, he explained, not really sure himself why he was inviting his sworn enemy over. Basically, I just don't think you're as bad as you like to pretend you are. What does the weasel think about this lovely idea? Draco asked, examining his fingernails with an airy facade. I haven't talked to him about it. It doesn't really matter to me what he thinks about it since I'm inviting you over to my house, not his. I don't think he's really against you or anything anymore though, after what you did, he said with a shrug. Well, I don't know, Potter. I have a very busy schedule this summer and I don't know if I can fit in hanging around with an arrogant Gryffindor, Draco said haughtily. Harry sighed. All right, well, I'll owl you to see if you change your mind. I better go finish getting packed, Harry said, starting for the door. Wait, Draco called almost desperately, dropping his princely act. Harry turned around curiously. Draco suddenly looked nervous. I was wondering. Well, you know, thinking and stuff, and it just seems that, well, he struggled to find the right words. Did your relatives ever? Because sometimes my father, when Madame Pomfrey said the thing about your uncle and broken ribs, I thought maybe, and since you're living with your godfather now instead, I thought. The two boys stared at each other for a few moments, both looking equally anxious. Harry forced his customary response of, I don't know what you're talking about, down and made one of the hardest decisions of life. You mean, did my uncle ever abuse me? Draco nodded. Harry sighed and looked down at his hands. Well, yeah, he did. Are you just saying that? Draco asked suspiciously. He lifted up his shirt and showed the blonde-haired Slytherin his scar. That's where my uncle stabbed me, he said nervously before pulling his shirt back down. And you heard correctly. My uncle broke my ribs. Did he, do that kind of stuff a lot? Draco asked cautiously. Harry reminded himself that Draco obviously didn't have a great home life either and forced himself to speak. Well, not that intense usually, but with the general child abuse thing, yeah, he said with a dry laugh. Draco looked away into the fire. My dad, he used to get mad when I wasn't into the whole Death Eater thing like he was, and he would definitely show it. He never stabbed me or anything, but you know. He hit you? Harry asked in an understanding tone that put Draco at ease. The blonde nodded. Bastard, Harry spat in reference to Lucius Malfoy, shivering slightly at the thought. Draco looked up at him with a curious gaze, not ever having met someone who could understand. The few people who knew about his father had either told him to buck up and take it, those being his lovely family, or gave him blind sympathy as if he were an animal in a cage to gawk at. They'd feel sorry for him but never truly know why. They didn't understand. In reality, they had no idea what his life was like on the other side of the bars. Somehow, Harry's understanding, bastard, was much more comforting than any other words of commiseration he had received. It somehow made him see that he wasn't pathetic to be scared of his father. No shit, he said with a smirk. Well, I figure that just because they happen to share your blood doesn't really make them family. Nobody can help who they're related to, and sometimes, you get stuck with assholes. Tell me about it. Well, I have to go. The train's leaving soon. I'll owl you soon, I guess, just in case you change your mind about coming over. Feel free to stop by anytime, especially if you feel like getting your ass kicked in Quidditch, Harry said with a smirk. Dream on, Potter, Malfoy smirked back. If I'm calling you by your first name, you have to call me by mine, deal? Draco made a face. That's going to be almost as weird as hearing you say my first name. Well, apparently hell has frozen over, Harry said with a shrug. See you later, Ma Draco. In your dreams, Harry, Draco said with a smirk as Harry rolled his eyes and left. Snape opened the door of his lab and leaned against the doorway, crossing his arms casually. So, what was that all about? He asked amusedly. Potter just invited me round his house this summer, as if you didn't already know from your eavesdropping, Draco said as he sat back down on the couch. Are you going to go? He asked curiously. Hang out with a dorky Griff. Yeah, right, he scoffed. He paused. Am I allowed? You know, just in case I have nothing better to do than go and annoy him, he asked casually. Yes. In fact, I definitely think you should go. Give him a chance. He'd make a good friend, Snape said sincerely. Draco looked up questioningly and snorted. You think it's a good idea to hang out with Potter? Yes, as a matter of fact. I think it would do you both some good. You two aren't all that different, really. You both have had hard lives and are surrounded by people who can't really relate. If you can get nothing else from each other, you could at least get understanding. Besides, I happen to have had a change of opinion about him. Oh, really? That's something I thought I'd never hear, Draco said with amusement. Well, I never thought you and Potter would arrange a play date either, so I guess things are changing, he teased. Draco sneered at him. Play date? Humph, he scoffed in an annoyed tone. Can you believe he invited me over though? It must be some sort of weird trick or sympathy thing. Maybe just trying to make himself feel better after what happened. Like he could make me actually believe he'd invite me over for the hell of it. He crossed his arms angrily and sank back in the couch, staring once again toward the fire. Snape walked over and sat down in a chair facing in the direction of the couch. Draco, look at me. I know you haven't known very many worthy people in your life. They've deceived you, treated you like scum, tried to form you into another groveling minion of evil against your will, and have made you feel horrible about yourself. I know you don't feel like anyone could ever truly like you or want to be around you. But, you must believe me that that's not true. I know you better than anyone and I know that you are a good person. You just need to work on your people skills a bit, Snape suggested with a smirk. You're one to talk, Draco grumbled. My point is that I know Potter. He feels much of the same things you do. He's a little lost, as you are, and he's lied to a hell of a lot of people throughout this past year to keep his secrets. But I can tell when people are lying and when they're not. Potter has obviously gotten a glimpse of what you're really like, and though he is a Gryffindor, he said the word with a bit of a shudder that caused Draco to have to fight a smile from his face. I truly think he wants a chance to be your friend. I suggest you take it. It's very difficult to find people you can count on in this world. You can count on Potter. Merlin, if you'd have told me we'd be having a conversation like this a year ago, I would have committed you to St. Mungo's, Draco mused. Snape rose to finish packing his things. Just consider it, Draco, he said as he patted the boy on the shoulder. The Slytherin went back to staring at the fire, but now with a significantly more cheerful look than before. It only took a few minutes for the Own to begin rifling through his bags for his Quidditch books, murmuring something about showing that Gryffindor who would kick whose ass. Snape went back to packing up his potions ingredients with a smile. Harry Potter was definitely one of the few on his good side. The next day's train ride went a lot smoother than usual. He shared a compartment with Hermione, Ron, Neville, Eloise, and Ginny. They told Harry about the candlelight ceremony and other things that he missed. Harry's face burned as they told the story, surprised and slightly embarrassed that everyone came together in honor of him, even after they reminded him that he saved the school. They finally reached King's Cross Station. He had already wrote the Stensons to tell them that they didn't have to worry about sneaking him away from the station and hiding him at their house. He promised to have them over at some point that summer to show Coda what Quidditch was. They crossed the barrier, Harry being the last one through, to find Hermione's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, and Sirius, all waiting together. Harry had never felt happier. He began walking over to Sirius when someone roughly grabbed his arm and began dragging him away. Harry looked up in horror, finding himself staring into the glaring face of his uncle who was wearing a hat that covered even his ears. He smelled strongly of alcohol. Let's go, boy. You're coming with me, he growled, eyeing the Weasleys nervously. He obviously hoped to get Harry out of there without alerting their attention. At the moment, he was succeeding as nobody had yet noticed him being pulled away. I'm never going back to your house, Harry spat, attempting and failing to rip his arm away. I'm living with my godfather now. That's what you think. You're coming with me and you're going to take off these damn ears and tails, Uncle Vernon sneered quietly. Ears and tails. I don't know what you're talking about. Sirius. Harry yelled, but over the din of the station, his calls weren't enough to capture the attention of his godfather, who seemed to be in a deep conversation with Mr. Weasley. Shut it, boy, or you'll be living in a nightmare this summer. He pulled at the struggling Harry harder, trying to escape with him quickly. Sirius. He yelled louder. Instead of catching Sirius's attention, he alerted another of the three people there who knew the seriousness of the situation. Sirius. Ron yelled as he raced past him up to Harry. Let him go, you great git. He screamed, trying to pry Uncle Vernon's fingers off of Harry's arm. With his free hand, Uncle Vernon grabbed Ron by the hair and flung him into Harry's trolley. Don't touch my friends, Harry yelled, kicking his uncle in the leg. Uncle Vernon's face grew purple, contorting into a look of rage. He released Harry's arm, only to use the hand to punch Harry in the side of the face, sending him crashing to the ground. How dare you, you damn little brat. After all I've done for you. Now come on. He growled ferociously, advancing on his nephew. At this point, several people had stopped to stare, but nobody was doing anything. Harry scooted backwards, but was not as quick as his uncle. Stop making a scene, or the last time you visited will look like a holiday, Uncle Vernon growled. He made to grab Harry again, but someone stepped in between the two. It was Sirius, with a look on his face that could convince anyone that he was indeed a murderer. He twisted his body back and then punched Uncle Vernon's face with all his might. Uncle Vernon grabbed his nose, which was pouring out blood. There was no question that it was broken. You will never touch my godson or his friends again. You will never get within 100 yards of Harry. If I ever see you in the same vicinity as my godson again, I will not hesitate to rip you apart, limb by limb. Do you understand me? Sirius said in a murderous tone. He moved aside his muggle jacket enough for Vernon to see his wand protruding from his pocket. I know what's going on. Uncle Vernon shouted drunkenly. You. He yelled, pointing a shaking finger at Harry, who was still on the floor, a hand over the quickly forming bruise on his cheek. I warned you about telling lies. He turned to a murderous-looking Sirius and took a step back. Whatever he said was a lie. In seeing the obvious look of fury on Sirius's face, he turned to Mrs. Weasley. If he told you I beat him, he's lying. He's lying about it all. I never touched him. I never stabbed him. He's a bloody liar. Harry's face burned with shame as he avoided the gazes of all the stunned Weasleys and Grangers. Sirius ran up to Uncle Vernon and seized him by the collar, slamming him up against the barrier between platforms 8 and 9. How dare you? You are the liar, you bastard. I saw what you did to Harry. You almost killed him. He almost died, you bastard. Sirius screamed as he threw another punch into Vernon's face. The Weasleys and Grangers all looked at Harry in astonishment, as he scrambled to his feet. He avoided their gazes. He ran up to Sirius, who was trying to get in as many punches to Uncle Vernon as possible, as the fat man tried to hit him back. Sirius, stop it. Let's just leave, Harry begged. Sirius met his eyes and nodded, stepping back, but Uncle Vernon tried launching himself toward Harry again and Sirius had to push the drunken man back. Mr. Weasley ran up to Harry and pulled him back, away from the fray. Next thing they knew, policemen were pushing their way through the crowd, people in the surrounding crowd frantically telling them what was happening. One of them put a hand on Sirius's shoulder. We'll take it from here, sir, he said abruptly as the others wrestled Uncle Vernon into handcuffs. Harry's jaw dropped. His uncle was being arrested. He was more shocked than anything else. As the police dragged him away, he spat. Fine, take the little brat. He's your burden now. The police wanted to ask Harry a few questions, but Sirius wouldn't allow it, telling them to contact the Stensons if they needed further information. Thankfully, the crowd quickly died and the police left. Ron, are you okay? He asked worriedly, finally meeting his friend's eye. Fine, he groaned, rubbing his arm where it had slammed into Harry's trunk. But you're bleeding. He pointed at Harry's cheek. Harry wiped it quickly on his sleeve. I'm fine, really, he said truthfully. He was happy knowing that Sirius and Ron had both cared enough to stand up for him. He turned around to see the Weasleys and the Grangers looking shocked. Hermione marched up to Harry and pulled him into a hug. Your uncle's a moron, she whispered in his ear, "You'll never be a burden. We all love you." Harry blushed and smiled, wondering how Hermione knew the part of the whole ordeal that had hit him the hardest. Sirius came over once Hermione had let go of Harry and put an arm around his godson's shoulders. "What do you say we get out of here, Harry?" Harry smiled at him gratefully. "Yeah, I can't wait to see my room," he said enthusiastically. He picked his things up with help from George, who was looking at him searchingly, trying to identify how he felt about what just happened. "Harry," he whispered worriedly. "I'm fine, George, really I am," he said quietly back. "Fred and I have been developing some stuff that can be sent by post. If we can send mail to prison, we'll make that bastard wish he was never born. If not, it can still go to the other two," George solemnly promised. Harry couldn't help but smile. "Remember, we're having you all over this summer for a good old Quidditch match and some of my cooking," Sirius announced to all of them. Harry, who was standing slightly behind Sirius, made silent gagging gestures at the mention of his cooking just to tease him, having never actually tried his cooking. Everyone laughed as Sirius caught him in the act. Harry stopped abruptly and put on an innocent face, but Sirius had already seen. "I'll have you know my cooking is very good." "Oh, I'm sure," Harry said sarcastically. "I'll see you all soon." He called cheerfully to his friends and turned to leave with Sirius to what promised to be a new beginning to a much more hopeful future. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.